The whole palace is polished to a shine today because rumor has it the emperor himself might finally pop the question. Is today really the day His Majesty gets engaged? The court can't stop whispering, jewelry boxes and all. Funny enough, all this engagement fever has half the nobility using it as cover to go hunt down love interests of their own. Even Adriana's own household can't resist teasing her while they dress her. When will our lady find a new love, Tilda? She lets them zip her into blue silk without much of a reaction. Who knows, is all she offers back, which, coming from her, is basically a brick wall. Privately though, she's bracing herself. I still have a long way to go, she reminds herself on the way out. Today, I'm not going to have any useless expectations, she vows, heels clicking down the stairs like she means it. I'll just go as Rainelle's friend, she tells herself. Keep it simple, no drama. And just focus on the engagement, she repeats, sweeping into the golden hall like she's got this completely under control. Then a familiar voice stops her cold. Hello, Lady Gwynel, says Namiel of all people. Will you let me be your escort today? He asks, and just like that, her whole plan to stay chill is toast. He looks entirely too pleased with himself about it too. Why are you here? She practically shrieks. Honestly, fair question. Turns out it's no coincidence. Namiel pulls up in his own carriage and apologizes for the short notice, explaining he'd heard she had no partner for the day. His Majesty figured it'd be awkward for the future Empress's closest friend to show up alone to something this big, he adds. Flash back to Balfric already spiraling. What would happen to my Rainelle then? So he'd asked Namiel to step in as Adriana's escort instead. No way, Adriana thinks, stunned. Camute was a guy she'd never given a second thought to. Cue the mental cartoon of Balfric as literal Cupid, because apparently he's secretly a huge romantic softie after all. To think His Majesty would think of me like this, she marvels. Cut to reality. Rainelle, sniffling and dramatic as ever, is clearly the one who put him up to it. Sure enough, Balfric can't resist a warning shot. You won't be stealing Rainelle from me today, Gwynel fawn Adriana. I will absolutely have to repay this favor with my life, Adriana declares, way too dramatically, as Namiel fusses over her in the carriage. Was this really that awkward for you? Glad I could help, he says. More than awkward, she admits. I never thought I'd even have a partner for something like this. But please don't worry, Marquis, she starts, and he blinks, genuinely thrown. Pardon. I already noticed you don't really enjoy big events like this, and would rather be off doing research instead, she says. I'll make sure you get home as soon as possible, she promises with a smile. Something about that lands strangely on him, quiet, unreadable, but definitely something. What is this, he wonders. In the past, I'd have just been glad to hear that, not anymore apparently. Thank you, Lady Gwynel, he says instead, and means it. Why do I feel so uncomfortable, he asks himself later. Yeah, buddy, that's called catching feelings. Charmant Namiel has lived a genuinely boring life up to this point, if we're being honest. Case in point, his idea of a good night is reading alone by lamplight, no company required. Ever since he swore loyalty to the Emperor, he's built a few actual connections. Even then, calling anyone his friend has always felt like a stretch. University professor, work superior, the odd colleague who won't stop talking, sure, he knows people. But Gwynel fawn Adriana is different somehow, he admits to himself, staring out a window. She doesn't have any political ties to me, he reasons. And she's never once asked me for anything either, he notes. She just listened to my thoughts, he realizes, and pushed back with ideas I'd never even considered. Even though our first meeting was a little strange, he admits. This much is, and he doesn't even finish the thought. Somewhere in the back of his mind an old warning echoes. From now on you can never. I know, he answers himself. He goes quiet, staring at nothing in particular. But even so, he thinks, if I could just have one casual friend, would that really be so bad? Character development, folks, write it down. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the party's already in full glittering swing. Gold everywhere, laughter echoing through the grand hall. This is officially the event of the season. And there they are, the Emperor and his bride-to-be, making their big entrance, looking every bit the fairy tale. Sigh, there shouldn't be any big issues, right? Rainelle mutters, fidgeting with her necklace like she's not entirely convinced. Turns out she's just overwhelmed with relief. Pulling off tonight after everything it took to prepare was genuinely brutal. That's right, Balfrick agrees. This whole engagement is something we built together. Since every last detail needed her personal sign-off, she had to cram harder than she ever has in her life. You'll handle all the planning and I'll just assist where needed, he told her. Between 2 extra tutors, somehow her workload just doubled. This is just a list of every allied kingdom and their regional goods shouldn't take you long, he says, casually handing her a small mountain of books. Please, you're not the only one educating me right now, she screeches back, fully fluffed up like an offended crow. The tantrum sound effects alone deserve their own credit line. Rainelle, he says softly. Yeah, she smiles. This was only ever possible because of how much we love each other. I'll make sure to make you happy, he tells her, and for once, it's not a joke. Off to the side, the court can't get over it. They're not even married yet and they're already this intimate. I'm jealous, someone sighs. Guess there's no way anyone else could ever be empress now. Of course not, the sacred wolf gives his very soul to his one true partner, someone adds, practically starry-eyed. Nearby, a little princess preens. My history teacher told me so, as expected of the princess, someone humors her. You can remember something after hearing it just once, her doting older brother marvels. Of course, who do you think my big brother is? She beams back. Rainelle can't help but ask the little princess if she's going to go say hello to the happy couple herself. Today's their day, the princess shrugs. They already promised to play with me after, so it's fine. And after watching those two, I've decided to be more mature, she declares solemnly, bless her. Elsewhere, tag yourself in the #disgraceful trio Adriana, Galinos and Namiel, all completely losing it. I can die happy now, one sobs. Not yet, you've gotta see their kids first, another fires back. Kids that look like Miss Rainelle, guaranteed gorgeous. Watching the whole spectacle, Rainelle can't help but think, of course our princess is the most mature one here. What exactly are these grown adults doing? Still, they're more mature than the sourpusses standing over there, she notes, side-eyeing a cluster of nobles. Sure enough, that cluster isn't exactly thrilled. That position should have gone to someone from our family, one mutters, such an insignificant creature taking it instead. Somewhere in the shadows, someone's clearly had enough of just watching from the sidelines. Let's slowly set our plan into motion, they murmur. Back in the spotlight, a fresh wave of nobles descends to compliment Rainelle on throwing such a marvelous party. I didn't suffer at all, she deflects modestly, then feels an odd chill creep in as they keep piling on the praise about how effortless she makes it all look. But Miss Rainelle, may I ask you one question? Underneath all those pretty words, she can feel something colder circling. Ask away, she says, steady on the outside, bracing on the inside. What exactly are they about to say? Nothing difficult, they assure her. We're simply curious what kind of empress you plan to be and how, exactly, you intend to use your politics. No way, comes the reply, dripping with false sweetness. Were you actually planning to be modest and merciful about it? Her eyes go wide. These people are clearly gunning for something. A single tear slips loose as the accusation lands. Are you seriously trying to test me right now? She thinks, jaw tight. And right on cue, Balfrick steps in beside her, all the warmth gone from his expression. She already knows exactly what's coming for her today. The people who can't stand Rainelle were always going to make their move, and of course they pick the one day she's standing right next to him. A ring of hooded nobles steps up to grill her in public. What kind of empress does she plan to be, and how exactly does she intend to play politics? Doing it this openly with intentions this shady does not help their case. Somebody grabs her by the wrist to make a point, and the room's temperature drops to freezing. Balfrick is not having it. You dare, he snarls in front of the emperor of this empire. To try and test the future empress, let's just say he is thrilled, very thrilled. It's all right, your majesty, Rainelle cuts in calmly before he can turn this ballroom into a crime scene. As long as she's standing at his side, she always knew this question would catch up with her eventually. That's how much weight the title of the emperor's partner carries. Of all the questions they could have picked, of course it's that one. And weirdly enough, she's relieved, because she actually saw this exact one coming. Cue the world's smuggest little victory smile. See, her overachieving tutors had already clocked that the nobles would come gunning for her. Teacher Wilhelm specializes in sniffing out exactly which noble is about to start drama, and he'd already drilled her on every nightmare question in the book. When she first got that list of possible questions, she wanted to cry. Climbing a mountain of paperwork will do that to you. But honestly, she would have been more offended if nobody bothered to test her at all. So here's her answer: live in front of the whole court. She's thought long and hard about how to actually support this empire, and let's be real, she is neither noble nor commoner. She is a crow. No amount of studying turns her into one of them. And that, she says, is exactly the point. She will never be perfect by their standards, but she carries something they don't. Duties she can't dodge, so she went looking for the one thing only she could actually do. Something no human noble could ever pull off. Something only a bird who can actually fly through the sky is built for. She'll be the emperor's eyes above the clouds, catching problems nobody on the ground could ever spot. And Balfric has something to add to that. Picture it: the crow and the wolf watching each other's backs. As incredible as His Majesty is, she reminds the room, even he runs into problems he's never faced before. She can't be flawless, but she can spot those blind spots by literally flying over them and reporting straight back to the Emperor. It's not like I'm alone, Balfric adds. If she does that, doesn't this whole empire come out ahead? And together, the two of them can just be perfect as a couple. The whole ballroom goes quiet for a second, just soaking that one in. Most people would have frozen up getting blindsided with a question like that, no matter how much they'd prepared. But she answered without missing a beat, and you can practically hear the room recalculating how badly they'd underestimated her. Somewhere in the crowd, someone is already wondering if they should have skipped the engagement and gone straight to the wedding. Rainelle short-circuits on the spot. I need time to prepare my heart, she stammers. That ship sailed a while ago. Balfric, meanwhile, is loving every second of this. In any case, he tells the room, everyone here should be certain now that Rainelle is more than ready to be the future empress. So going forward, anyone who tries to test her again, I will take that as a personal insult to the emperor himself. The crowd is properly won over. That's Rainelle for you. We believed in you. Somebody is straight up getting misty-eyed. Even her own instructors are stunned, admitting there's nothing left they could possibly teach her. I agree, is all Balfric has to add. All they did was hand her the questions. She's the one who found the perfect answer all on her own. She's got one more thing for the room to chew on. Call her a bird of death if you want, but remember this. In the old legends, the crow always stood right beside the golden wolf. For a second, the whole room gets a glimpse of the myth itself, wrapped in blue light and old magic. It's the kind of moment that makes you forget you're watching a court hearing and not a legend coming to life. How amazing, Adriana breathes, completely starstruck. Namiel, standing quietly beside her, admits he would have swallowed his own tongue if he'd been the one on the spot. Adriana can't resist teasing him back. Oh, there are things the great Marquis can't do. Well then, she grins, if anyone ever starts a fight with us, we know exactly who to call. Seems so is all Namiel is willing to admit. Somewhere in the crowd, one particular pair of hands starts clapping. Slow, deliberate, not exactly friendly. That applause belongs to a mustachioed old noble who is very much not on Team Rainelle. Your words are truly moving, Miss Rainelle, Balfric says warmly, pulling her close. The rest of the court is fully sold. If the Emperor's partner is this sharp, this empire's future is looking pretty solid. But Namiel's eye catches something off. Duke Howard, he mutters. Because that man, Balfric knows, despises Rainelle more than anyone else in this room. And there he is, glasses gleaming, smile just a little too pleasant. Something about this whole scene reeks of a setup. There's a very good chance he's the one who orchestrated this entire ambush. He's noticed he's been made, and he doesn't even bother hiding the smirk. I am Duke Howard, he announces, all charm and zero sincerity. I would like to formally assist you in the future, he offers, catching up to the couple on the stairs. Rainelle's brain immediately flags him. This is the exact man her instructors warned her about in bold, underlined caps. 5 asterisks, underlined, squiggly line, basically the tutor version of a giant flashing danger sign. But he's a duke playing nice in public, so she has no clean excuse to turn him down. So she plays along, all smiles, while quietly filing him under handle with extreme caution. For now, she tells him out loud, "I would like to give you my heartfelt thanks." Keep an eye on him, she tells herself. Every instinct she has is screaming. From this moment forward, she says sweetly, "I will put my trust in you." A total lie, and everyone in on it knows it. Because the truth is, Duke Howard was behind those hostile questions from the very start. The whole point was to test how competent she really is. If she had choked on something that easy, he was fully prepared to crush her right there on the spot. Turns out, she's a lot more capable than he gave her credit for. Not that it changes how he sees her. To him, she's still just some lowly creature playing dress-up as a person. So he decides it's time to raise his own game to match hers. In order to hold on to power like that, he decides it shouldn't be in the grip of some animal wearing a human's face. You can feel his little scheme curdling into something uglier by the second. It belongs, he seethes, in the hands of us real humans. Looks like the real fight has not even started yet. Golden hour at the palace, and little Princess Sapphire is hot on the tail of a certain crow, yelling for her to stop running. Balfric isn't far behind, keeping an eye on his hyper little sister so the chase doesn't end in a faceplant. Sapphire puffs up and declares she's basically a grown wolf now, so tripping is simply not in her vocabulary. Famous last words. Rainelle flaps off and Sapphire goes down like a sack of potatoes straight into Balfric's arms. Balfric can't resist teasing her for eating dirt seconds after that big claim, but Sapphire just grins. She says the whole tumble was a trick to nab Rainelle. Balfric can't tell if he's impressed or worried. Either way, he's already bragging that his little sister has the makings of a great hunter. Caught in the act, Sapphire gets scooped up for the ultimate royal punishment, a tickle attack. The playful mood fades fast once duty calls. Walking the halls, Balfric can't help but think about the mountain of problems still waiting for him as emperor. Rainelle's got her own game plan too. Tonight's ball, she figures, is the perfect chance to win over the fence-sitting nobles in the middle. Duke Howard spent forever opposing her, then suddenly switched sides, and that whiplash is bound to leave some nobles confused or furious. If she plays her cards right here, Rainelle thinks she can actually turn all that chaos to her advantage. Pull it off and she might finally expose what Duke Howard is really scheming behind that sudden loyalty. And hey, even if it flops, stirring chaos in their ranks isn't nothing either. Why win as far as she's concerned? Balfric just watches her lay it all out, clearly impressed she's gotten this good at palace politics. Turns out, she says, court intrigue isn't all that different from power struggles in the animal kingdom. She's basically been studying up. A little crow like her could never beat something huge head-on, so her strategy is simple. Let the big beasts wear each other out, then swoop in and take whatever's left. If she's going to stand next to the golden wolf as his equal, she figures this is the bare minimum effort required. She says it with total confidence. She knows she won't have to fight this battle alone. So she's going all in, and watching her say it, Balfric can't hide how smitten he is. He's gone quiet for a second, just soaking her in. He takes her hand and gives her the simplest, steadiest answer he's got, sure. He means it too, promising he'll never let her fight alone, even while wrangling a certain over-affectionate little sister off of her. All Rainelle really wants is a little more time in days exactly like this one, and she's willing to fight tooth and claw to keep them. For a moment, crown and politics aside, they're just a family, laughing together in the golden light. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace grounds, a very different kind of afternoon is about to start. Namiel is walking Gwynnel home himself, though she insists he really doesn't need to go to the trouble. He shrugs it off. Technically, he's just following the Emperor's orders to escort her properly. Then he quietly adds that orders or not, it's not like anyone forced him into something he didn't actually want to do. That lands harder than he probably meant it to. All Gwynnel can manage is a soft, flustered thank you. Internally, she is absolutely losing it, screaming into the void about whether that was a green light. Outwardly, perfect poker face, just a polite thanks. She seizes the opening and invites him in for tea, and there is no way, she tells herself, she is letting this chance slip by. He hesitates only a beat before agreeing. A cup of tea, he decides, can't hurt. So he doesn't refuse, and just like that, tea is happening. Gwynnel practically floats down the hall, dying to know what he'll think of her family's tea. She still can't quite believe it, tea alone with Namiel of all people. She's scrambling for something, anything, to say so the silence doesn't get awkward, hands shaking on the teacup the whole time. Namiel breaks the ice first, asking how her recent research has been going. He admits, almost reluctantly, that he honestly doesn't know if well is the right word for it. There's a lot on his plate right now, digging into something called the Croban Rock, for one. He's also chasing leads on the ancient divine animals, and some of those answers, he says, he needs fast. On top of that, he's neck-deep in research on demonic beasts too. He admits quietly that all of it has him more than a little on edge. Fail at this kind of research and the fallout could be massive, so honestly, he says, he can barely put the pressure into words. Gwynnel tells him it's fine, more than fine even, everyone needs to let it out sometimes. She figures he'd never admit any of this in front of other people, so if venting to her helps even a little, she's happy to listen. Something in her words catches him off guard and he trails off thinking. He used to believe that talking about any of it would never actually solve his problems. So for years he just swallowed it all down and kept it bottled up inside. But saying even a fraction of it out loud, he admits, is honestly making him feel more at peace than he has in a long time. Gwynnel's smile wavers. This exact scene, she realizes with a jolt, is straight out of the game she used to play. The game's own character bio spelled it out plainly. Namiel is a man used to being alone, the type who tries to solve every problem entirely by himself. Back then, the game practically dared her to crack him open and win the lonely magician's heart, and she used to treat it like nothing more than a fun scene to chase. Now that he's a real person sitting across from her, it doesn't feel like a game at all. Something about hearing it for real from him makes her own heart ache a little. Because she's been there too, more than once. She knows exactly how hard it is to open up to people, she's lived it herself over and over. Back then she figured everyone around her was struggling just as much, so what was the point of adding her own problems to the pile? That time was better spent studying or earning money, she told herself, not wasting other people's patience on her own baggage. But bottling it all up for that long only made her mess things up around the people she cared about over and over. And in the end, she says quietly, she just ended up completely alone. That, she admits to herself, is exactly the kind of person she used to be. Which is exactly why, she realizes, she was always going to fall for a character like Namiel. The part of him that buries everything and gets used to being alone is a part she knows all too well. It was always painfully similar to her own story. So even if she can't actually fix anything for him, this isn't some scripted conversation with a right answer to pick anymore, it's just real. All she really wants is to listen to whatever worries he's willing to share, and already this whole moment has drifted far from anything the original story ever wrote. These are words that never once existed in any scene of that game. Quietly, Namiel tells her he just hopes she never has to feel that same loneliness. But she thinks there's something she still needs to say. Whatever the game once wrote, this feeling is entirely her own, and all she wants now is for Namiel to actually be happy. Something shifts behind his eyes, like her words just landed somewhere he wasn't ready for. And just like that, his composure cracks, his hand slips, and something shatters. A nagging voice in his own head throws his own words back at him. Didn't he tell everyone she was just an acquaintance? The thought hits like a shock to the system, and for a second his control slips completely. He plays it off fast, just a slip of the hand, he insists, nothing to worry about. He's already down on the floor, gathering up the broken pieces before she can even offer to help. What just crossed his mind, he admits, felt genuinely impossible for him, and he's honestly grateful she said it at all. He thanks her for what she said, then settles on calling her a friend, and Gwynnel's smile falters just slightly at the word. In his head, he's already decided that laying out everything he's really carrying would be impossible for her to understand, even now. There's no way, he tells himself, any of that could actually happen, not for someone as used to being alone as him. His hands are still shaking, and this time it has nothing to do with the broken teacup. The palace glows gold in candlelight as the night settles in, still humming with unanswered questions. I know Namiel walked you home, Reinelle says slowly, eyeing her friend's back. So why are you already back at the palace? She catches up and asks it straight. Did something happen, Adriana? The two link arms and head off together, but Adriana's smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. Adriana, as everyone here calls her, lets out a long, tired sigh. Her mind drifts back to earlier that evening, back to Namiel. He clearly wasn't feeling well, and afterward he'd bolted like his life depended on it. I've wasted too much time here, he'd said stiffly, already halfway out the door. I'll take my leave now. Not exactly a good omen. It's a memory Namiel can't shake, no matter how hard he tries to bury it. Back in the present, Rainelle presses her. You said you barely remember the original story, right? Yeah, it's been over 3 years since I got dropped into this game, Adriana admits, already digging out pajamas for her feathery guest. So I guess you don't remember Namiel's storyline either, Adriana muses. Rainelle admits she recalls exactly one thing. Out of every character, he racked up the most bad endings. Guess I'd better explain everything, Adriana sighs, trying to figure out where to even start. It's not that Namiel has some germ phobia, she begins, but the man never takes his gloves off. He hates being covered up like that, she explains, yet he's buttoned to the neck every single day. And despite claiming he hates flashy things, the man drips in accessories head to toe. That's because Adriana starts. Rainelle blinks, huh. Weird, actually, Adriana murmurs, now that I think about it. When I first met Namiel, he barely wore any jewelry at all. His hands were completely bare. A pair of hands cradle a small glowing vial, a fragment pulled from that earlier memory. So when did all that change? Rainelle wonders aloud, clapping a hand over her mouth as the pieces start clicking into place. Adriana traces it back. Namiel first started changing right around the time. It's finished, someone announces, and a beaming young Namiel stands nearby. We have completely removed the curse from His Majesty's body, the voice declares, and Rainelle's eyes go wide. No way, Rainelle breathes, putting it together in real time. Namiel stands there afterward, unnervingly calm for someone who just did something enormous. Somewhere outside, lightning splits the sky, like the world itself flinching at what just happened. A lone figure walks off into the dark, the truth trailing behind him like a shadow. Because in truth, Charmant Namiel didn't just help remove a curse that day. He's the one carrying it now, the demonic beast's curse transferred straight onto himself. Dark, twisting marks creep across his skin where the curse has taken root. And it doesn't just sit there quietly. It only amplifies whatever you desire, Adriana explains, which sounds harmless until you realize what desire can turn into. The memory fogs at the edges, the weight of it settling over the room. Outside, rain sweeps through the branches, matching the mood perfectly. Today felt off, Namiel admits to himself, something unreadable behind his eyes. Even when Adriana had invited him to stay for tea, he'd gone tense. She'd only wanted to ask if they could be friends. And then out of nowhere, everything went wrong. A sudden, violent impulse to hurt her hits him like a wave he never saw coming. No, he forces out, fighting it with everything he has. No, he repeats, barely holding himself together. That is not how I feel, he snarls at himself, horrified by his own curse-twisted urges. He stands alone at the window afterward, shaken, rain hammering down outside. Even the smallest, most trivial feelings get twisted and amplified by this thing living inside him. Please, don't forget Namiel, someone warns. From now on, you absolutely, the warning continues, sharp and unfinished. Cannot want anything. Don't worry, Lady Murden, young Namiel answers quietly. I've already made peace with that, he says. It's why I took His Majesty's curse onto myself in the first place. And he continues, choosing his next words carefully. Since I've never wanted anything in my life, I definitely won't start wanting things now. So there's no need to worry about me, he adds, though the words feel heavier than he means them to. Back in the present, he can't help but admit it, he made that promise far too rashly. He'd never once craved power, wealth, or honor, so he figured he could just white-knuckle it until he found a cure. Wanting something as small as friendship, was that really such a terrible crime? Haha, he laughs weakly, the sound hollow even to his own ears. Honestly, he trails off, unable to finish the thought. Back with Adriana, she admits she'd been hoping for something almost laughably small, just a friend. Explaining all my worries to you, she says, would honestly be really hard for you to understand, Adriana. There's no way that could ever happen, Namiel tells himself, shutting the door on the idea before it can grow. His hands tremble slightly at the thought, the memory still raw. There's no way I'd actually be happy over something like that, he insists to himself, not sounding very convinced. What a mess, he mutters, slumping against the wall, completely drained. Night settles over the palace grounds, quiet and heavy with everything left unsaid. Somewhere an empty mirror catches the moonlight, waiting. Back with Adriana, Namiel's curse is progressing faster than I thought, she realizes, sitting bolt upright in bed. It should be moving way slower than this, she frets, terrified this could spiral into a bad ending and too impatient to just wait it out. She can't wait until morning and rushes straight to find Rainelle. I see, Rainelle says, so what exactly are these bad endings? For the standard ones, Adriana explains, settling in across from her. Either Namiel ends things with whoever he's falling for, just to stop the curse from progressing at all. Or the curse wins outright, completely consumes him and drags him toward a genuinely devastating ending. One of the illustrated endings even shows a girl locked away behind bars, roses and all. Not exactly subtle. Especially since he gets obsessively fixated on whoever triggered it, Adriana adds. Rainelle just blinks, got it, moving on, this kid has some seriously weird taste. Adriana coughs, mortified. Sorry, my inner fangirl slipped out for a second, she admits. Anyway, there's an ending where Namiel completely snaps and goes on a rampage. But in that version, another main character ends up dead, Adriana says, and Rainelle's expression goes cold. Wait, another character dies, Rainelle shoots to her feet, alarmed. The teacups rattle as the mood in the room shifts hard. Who dies? Rainelle demands. Think the illustration, Rainelle urges, try to remember what it looked like. Please, Adriana mutters, bracing herself, please don't let it be Camute. Then it hits her. Oh, now that I think about it. In the illustration she remembers, a young girl sat on the throne, with Namiel standing right beside her. Rainelle practically tackles her. Why won't you just let me be happy? She wails, only half joking. Why? Adriana yelps, caught completely off guard. Well, since it's come to this, Rainelle says, composing herself, Adriana, I promise you're getting a happy ending. No exceptions. If you even think about a bad ending, I will end you, she threatens sweetly. Then, quieter, why aren't you telling me to just give up on Namiel? Because that wouldn't remove his curse anyway, Adriana says. Even if I walked away completely, it would just keep growing stronger inside him. The story's already changed so much from the original that there are way more variables now. And he's still human. Sooner or later he's going to want something, whether it's me or someone else. Actually, if I hadn't gone after him at all, Adriana says, trailing off into the dark. An ending even worse than the original story might already be reality. And more than anything else, Rainelle says slowly, watching her friend. You actually want to make Namiel happy. Which means, Rainelle grins, there's no way you're letting him stay cursed forever. That's what you told me, right? Rainelle presses. That's right, Adriana says, steady now, I don't care how I have to do it, she finishes, a real smile breaking through. I'm going to break Namiel's curse, right? And be happy together with him, she vows, picturing exactly what that future looks like. The thought alone is enough to make her whole face light up. Back to business, Adriana turns to Rainelle with a very specific request. Can I take a few of your feathers? Rainelle squawks, completely blindsided by the ask. Why do you suddenly need my feathers? Rainelle asks, deeply suspicious. Late one night, Adriana pulls Rainelle aside with a look that means business. She wants to make sure Rainelle remembers something from their old life. In the game they both once played, a thing called the Croban Rock was crucial, and it turns out even Namiel's storyline needs it. Research it right, take it under perfect conditions, and it could break his curse. The dream flashes through their minds, get it right, and Namiel doesn't just survive his curse, he awakens and beats it outright. That's the dream, anyway, assuming everything lines up exactly right. Adriana isn't so sure it's actually that simple. Rainelle blurts out the obvious fix, then we just need a Croban Rock, right? Adriana's mind flashes back to actually playing this game in her old life, screaming at her phone, swearing she'd never touch this stinking game again, while a chibi Rainelle cackles at the memory. Right, that's basically why she nearly rage quit the whole thing more than once. Then the mood turns dark, a vision of what the curse actually does, all fangs and raw destruction. Rainelle stares, stunned. She had no idea his curse was actually this bad. That settles it for her. Breaking this curse just became a whole lot more urgent. Rainelle wants to know why her feathers matter at all. Adriana shrugs. She's not even an official character in this game, so how much could she really do? Rainelle isn't having it. Even just existing outside the story helps. Think about it. Adriana says Rainelle is literally a crow who already swallowed a Croban rock, and that item was made for crows in the first place. Maybe her feather is exactly the missing piece that tips the odds of breaking the curse in their favor. Right, that actually makes sense, Rainelle admits, blushing at her own excitement. But what happens? She wonders if this doesn't work. Adriana isn't worried. Namiel is sharp enough that even a failed attempt should point him straight toward needing an actual Croban rock. It can't hurt to try, they decide, picturing a calmer, steadier future for him. Getting an actual Croban rock right now just isn't realistic anyway. This at least buys them time. Alright, I've decided, Rainelle announces, resolve settling over her. She tells Adriana to take however many feathers she needs. A few feathers is nothing to pay for a happy ending, she tells herself, sparkles and all. Scene cuts to the palace, where the talk turns to keeping tabs on Duke Howard now that today's engagement ceremony is behind them. The report so far is clean, nothing suspicious yet, but Balfric still wants eyes kept on him. Meanwhile, Balfric decides he can't turn in for the night without a proper goodnight to Rainelle. It is, after all, their first night as an engaged couple. Just then Rainelle flies past, wincing, yanking out one of her own feathers. Rainelle, where are you going? He calls after her. I need more feathers, she shouts back, already gone. He finds Adriana making off with an armful of them, Rainelle hot on her heels, demanding to know just how many feathers one person could possibly need. Adriana just cackles, breathless, insisting it's all for merch. Then she rattles off an absurd wish list: display pieces, gifts, advertising, heirlooms for kids she doesn't even have yet, at least 100 feathers minimum. Rainelle can only gape. Is she really milking Namiel's curse just to hoard souvenirs? Balfric finally catches up, bewildered. What exactly are you two doing right now? Adriana isn't budging. He did say she could take however many she wanted. Someone yells for Balfric to stop her, and his hooded man on duty steps in, ready to carry out the order. Cue the punishment, a gleeful dunking that leaves the poor victim's soul visibly departing their body. The chaos spills out into the night as someone hollers for Adriana to just go home already. Elsewhere in the hush of Namiel's private study, the mood turns quiet and still. He's quietly packing, reasoning to himself that since he rarely reaches out to other mages anyway, none of them will even notice if he suddenly goes dark. As for the Emperor Balfric, Namiel figures he'll be just fine without him around. There are plenty of others to lean on. He's already made peace with slipping away unnoticed. He wonders if he should at least say goodbye to Sir Galinos and Marquis Miel, and oh right, Lady Rainelle too. In the end he talks himself out of it. They'll understand, he tells himself once he explains. For a second he wonders if he should ask someone for help. But no, that ally is neck-deep fortifying the Empire's defenses these days. They didn't even make it to the Emperor's wedding, always on alert for the next monster incursion. He pictures them out there, exhausted, never really able to rest. Better not to add to their load, he decides. This curse is his own burden to carry, after all something he brought on himself. And then there's one more person he can't quite stop thinking about. That person is Adriana, who greets him with a cheerful hello. Marquis. Are you busy? She asks, popping up at his door completely unannounced. All he can manage is her name, quietly caught off guard. Lady Gwynnel. What brings you here so early? He asks, then, almost against his better judgment, invites her in anyway. But something's off. His expression turns sharper, more dangerous, like the curse itself is stirring. She really did come at a bad time. He reaches for her hand and then immediately warns her to run, right now, while she still can. Are you even aware what you're doing? he presses, the danger plain in his voice. Please, while I still have a grip on my sanity, he begs her to listen. Somehow the moment passes without disaster, and he finds himself simply holding Rainelle's feathers instead. Adriana explains herself. She noticed how much he's been struggling with his research, remembered the old notes he'd shown her about crows and brought these along hoping they might help. I hope this will lessen your burdens, she tells him, gentle and sincere. All he can say is her name, Gwynnel, quietly overwhelmed. Why, he wonders and admits to himself that until now he'd just been enduring it, but somehow this actually makes the weight feel lighter. For a moment they just stand there together, something unspoken settling between them. He can't help but ask himself, is this real, an actual feeling and not just some leftover script from the game? Back in the garden, Balfric sits alone with his tea, wondering how Adriana's doing and whether he should have tagged along after all. But he still has a question for Rainelle. Why exactly does Namiel need her feathers? I feel like I didn't really get an explanation last night, he presses gently. Though Rainelle launches into the whole truth at top speed, they possess characters from an old dating sim. Namiel somehow got stuck with a curse meant for someone else. And if they don't break it, there's a terrible ending waiting. So they need this Croban rock thing, blah blah blah. It seemed like it would help his research. She insists, though honestly she isn't totally sure either, so he should just ask Namiel himself later. Somehow the sheer speed of it works. Balfric figures that's probably for the best and decides he'll catch up with Namiel himself later. Right, haha. Rainelle laughs it off a little too quickly. But something about all this nags at him. It feels oddly like déjà vu. Like he's been here before, brushed off with the exact same kind of half-answer. In fact, he realizes they've had conversations exactly like this one before. Rainelle has never lied to him, not once, but he stares down into his tea, quietly turning over the same nagging question. Why would that be? We open on a quiet evening at the writing desk, quill in hand, as Rainelle gets down to business. This should be enough for invitations, she decides, wrapping up her guest list for the big event. If she wants more nobles on her side, she figures she'd better memorize a little more before the ink dries. Something catches her eye across the hall, and her head perks right up. It's Camute wandering in unannounced, and she lights up instantly. What's up? Nothing, he says a little too quickly, caught just staring at her. He flashes that easy, smug little smile of his, like getting caught doesn't bother him one bit. Truth is, something's been eating at him for days. What exactly is Rainelle keeping from him? Is it something he did? Has he just not earned enough of her trust yet? He remembers her promising him she'd always make time for him, no matter how busy she gets. So if he actually asked her outright, would she come clean or dodge the question entirely? Want to go on a walk? She offers, all smiles. The weather's gorgeous today, he agrees. I'll finish the rest of this paperwork tomorrow, she chirps, and he's not about to argue with that logic. As she strolls ahead of him, he can't help but reach for her hand. Fingers laced together, one nagging thought won't leave him alone. Would asking his real question wreck this perfect little bubble they're in right now? Honestly, that possibility scares him more than any battlefield ever has. Because what he really wants is to know absolutely everything there is to know about her. Elsewhere, deep into the night, a door creaks open somewhere much quieter. A tired sigh and a strange magic circle flickers to life on the workbench. He never expected an answer about his own curse to land in his lap right when he was about to give up. Hunched over bottles and glowing tools, he keeps chasing the thread late into the night. Digging this deep was starting to feel a little pointless right up until the moment it wasn't. Just for a second he freezes, staring at what's in his hand. These are. His grip tightens, the shock plain on his face. I hope I still have a chance, he thinks, daring to actually hope for once. Cut to a grand manor lit up against the night sky. Looks like he's got somewhere to be. He lingers outside a moment, working up the nerve to knock. Inside, a sharp-eyed woman surrounded by crates and jars looks up. What is all this, Murden? I've been all over the place lately with border duty, she explains, so I brought back everything that might help. It's all yours. Again, I told you to bring meat this time, someone gripes. That stuff doesn't even taste good. Tilda comes the cheeky comeback. How many times do I have to tell you not to be so picky? Your body's already weak enough as it is, he lectures right back. A knock lands at the door. Someone else has just shown up. A familiar little crow flutters back onto the scene, grumbling to herself about nearly getting caught sneaking off again. "What brings you here at this hour?" comes the greeting at the door. I found it," comes the breathless reply. "I found a clue on how to remove the curse," he practically shouts, tears in his eyes. "Congratulations, but I think you need a few of these before I hear the rest of this story," comes the deadpan reply. A pot bubbles away on the stove while he catches his breath and gets patched up. "So," comes the question, holding up a single dark feather, "this weakened your curse?" "Yes," he confirms, very subtle, but it's there. "It definitely had an effect. Right before that, my curse had actually been getting worse," he explains. "But now, I'm completely clear-headed. I never imagined my research on the crow and my research on this curse were connected until just now." A burst of light ripples through the room. "This could change a whole lot of things. I can't believe I never noticed this," comes a self-deprecating little sigh. "Guess I really am getting old." "Don't say that, I only figured it out because of all your earlier research," he reassures her. "If I hadn't already known a crow was a divine, ancient creature just like the golden wolf," he muses, "I'd have assumed I was imagining things when I felt the curse ease up just from touching Rainelle's feathers." "Well, that does make me feel better," comes the reply. "Anyway, this isn't the time to sit around wallowing in regret," he decides, snapping back into focus. "There's something he's been curious about for ages," he admits, eyeing the crow perched nearby. "Croban rocks have existed for crows since the very beginning. So why would its only function be allowing a human transformation, unless there's some other feature we simply haven't discovered yet?" Light swirls, and just like that, a certain crow turns back into a woman. "All right then, we already know what we need to do next," he announces. "First, figure out whether it's the crow itself or the Croban rock that's actually weakening your curse," Rainelle chimes in. "Or maybe," she adds, striking a dramatic pose, "it's specifically a crow that's eaten a Croban rock." "Croban rocks are way too rare for us to get our hands on right away," he reasons, "so let's start with the crow angle first." With her perched right on his shoulder, he asks the obvious question, "You'll help out, right?" "I might not be much use anymore, being this old," comes a familiar mutter from the headhunter herself, elbow deep in the kitchen. "I'll help, but only if you promise no weird experiments on me," she bargains. "There's absolutely no way I'd experiment on you, trust me, Tilda," he grins. "Don't play dumb, Murden, you did plenty of weird stuff to me back when we were kids, mister," male lead shoots right back. Did I, Tilda?" she says, all innocence. Deciding he needs backup, he settles it, "Then I'll ask for the Emperor's help." Back when the curse was at its absolute worst, he genuinely believed there was no hope left for him. There was a whole stretch of time he figured he was simply doomed. But now, for the first time, he can actually see a little bit of light, a real shot at a normal life again. It's strange how fast despair can flip into hope once you've got one solid lead to chase. That flicker of light is enough to keep him going. For the first time in ages, he lets himself actually believe it. Maybe he really can find some normalcy again. Somewhere else entirely, his mind drifts to someone new, golden hair catching the light, and a feeling he isn't ready to name yet. "Someday when I actually face what I'm really feeling," he thinks, trailing off. "Will I even be able to just ask her to be my friend?" Our shy little magician is, frankly, hopeless at this romance thing. Cut to the palace where our favorite emperor is not pleased. "Why did you do that?" "My apologies, your majesty," comes the bow. Carmute's expression is dead serious. Hiding a secret curse from your own emperor isn't exactly a small thing. The magician turns away quietly. He genuinely never thought anyone besides Rainelle would end up keeping something from him too. But watching him actually come clean now, Carmute's anger softens a little. It gets him thinking maybe someday, Rainelle will finally tell him the truth too, whatever she's still holding back. Every single time something like this happens, his mind circles right back to her. Yeah, he's got it bad. Deceiving your emperor is a serious offense, but I'll let it slide given how loyal you've been, Carmute decides. "Thank you, your majesty. I'll keep you in the loop on everything from now on," the magician promises, relieved. On that note, the magician adds, already reaching for something else entirely. Carmute freezes, dead silent, staring down at his own hand in disbelief. He yelps, clutching at his collar like something's just been yanked clean off him. Why my wolf fur? Turns out research on divine ancient animals comes with a price and Camute just paid it. We open mid-scene and Rainelle is the first one to notice something is a little different about her fiancé today. Camute, your hair, she says, squinting, it looks a bit shorter. He goes quiet, hand over his mouth, doing his best who me impression. Oh, there is a story here. Cut to earlier, Namiel is holding a fistful of glowing golden fur and Garlinos is already yelling at him that this has to be enough. Namiel is not done, not even close. I need a lot to check every possibility for the experiment, he insists while somebody screams for backup. Someone finally steps in. Marquis, stop. His Majesty is clearly not comfortable with this. Namiel tries bribery next. Sir Garlinos, unimpressed, is not for sale. And then the actual reason for all this fuss lights up the room, a burst of glowing golden fur. Balfric himself, mid-transformation, already regretting every decision that led here. He shoves a handful of his own fur at his knight like a peace offering. Here, Sir Garlinos. Namiel spells out why he wants it so badly. Fur from the Empire's most revered golden wolf is basically heirloom material. Why are you hesitating? You cannot be persuaded, Sir Garlinos. Peer pressure, royal edition. Just a little bit then, Garlinos caves. Nobody says no to an heirloom, apparently, not even the man sworn to protect it. Balfric just shrugs it off. Consider it a haircut, Your Majesty, it's not like it hurts you. It very much hurts, the scream says it all. Namiel, thrilled, declares he has finally got enough material for his experiment. No further questions asked. Back in the present, Rainelle wants to tell him to just quit letting people snip pieces off him, but she can't exactly get mad about a curse that was supposed to be hers to begin with. Balfric mid-flashback again, practically begging for more. Yeah, take it, take it. Take it all, a man with genuinely zero self-preservation instincts when it comes to helping her. Someone asks what actually happened to his hair. A lot, Rainelle says, yeah, a lot happened. The listener wisely decides not to push it any further. Smart move. Balfric, suddenly insecure, needs to know if the new look works on him. It looks good, it's different and nice, Rainelle assures him, and just like that, crisis averted. He visibly relaxes. He was genuinely worried she would not be into the shorter hair. Turns out it is not just vanity. The very first time they met, that signature hair color is part of what made her notice him, and he has never forgotten it. I like you no matter what hairstyle you have, he tells her, so don't worry about that from now on, Camute. She teases back, wondering if she should switch up her own hairstyle too, then pivots straight to business. How are the banquet preparations going? No big problems yet, he says. He is even getting used to this whole desk job version of running an empire. And he is not doing it alone, he has people backing him up now. Right on cue, Adriana shows up with a gift box and her usual sunny energy. Hello, you too, you look happy as always. Balfric clocks her instantly and pulls Rainelle in tight, half joking, half not. Are you here to take her away from me again? Adriana laughs it off. She missed helping at the engagement thanks to Marquis Namiel, and with him buried in research, she is all the time to help Rainelle now. Balfric grumbles that he cannot exactly kick her out for that reason. Thanks for helping her out, he mutters, very much not meaning it. Privately, he is just hoping she hurries up and marries Namiel already. Namiel, for his part, promises to bring as many nobles over to their side as he possibly can. So just be a little more patient, Rainelle adds, fired up as ever. Balfric watches her walk off, new resolve settling in, no matter what he does. He cannot solve every single problem for her himself. All he can do is remind her not to push too hard. And honestly, he is relieved she has got more people to lean on these days. I'll try hard too, he decides, squaring his shoulders as he heads toward his own pile of responsibilities. He refuses to fall behind Rainelle, competitive much. That resolve takes him somewhere a lot darker than the throne room, down a shadowy staircase, alone. At the bottom, a hooded figure is already waiting for him behind bars. You're here, Sir Camute. Any progress on questioning the assassins? Balfric asks. Not really, comes the blunt answer. They gave up some names, sure, but every single one turns out to be a fake, and a suspiciously common one at that. Whoever is really behind this clearly knows how to stay hidden. which makes it strange that the assassins they hired got caught this easily. What's the point of that? Balfric mutters, not liking where this is going. One thing seems clear, whoever sent them has to be a noble. And it is starting to feel less like a real attempt to hurt Rainelle and more like a decoy for something else entirely. His mind lands on one face in particular. I'll have to be more careful, he tells himself. Cut to the banquet grounds, dressed up and glittering for Rainelle's next big social gambit. One of her guards lets out a long breath. He still has not gotten used to fancy parties, no matter how many he attends. Not exactly the ballroom type, but here he is anyway, cleaned up and dressed for the part. I'm a guard, so I don't have to talk to people, he reminds himself, yet I'm so nervous, small comfort. He watches Rainelle work the crowd and cannot help but wonder just how hard this whole thing must be for her. She has been hosting event after event, systematically winning nobles over to her side one gathering at a time. Every gesture, every fan flutter, calculated to charm. Book clubs, art appreciation circles, music appreciation nights, she is basically running a full noble recruitment campaign disguised as hobbies. Sharing her knowledge freely puts the nobles at ease around her. And naturally, that lets her spot exactly who is actually willing to come to her side. All in service of rallying support for the emperor and his people. Sir Garlinos and Marquis Wilhelm notably skipped this one. Meanwhile, Nadia, once a maid and now a noble in her own right, and Lady Adriana were both put in charge of helping her run the whole operation. They admit they were a little lost at first, with zero experience in this world. But they have gotten the hang of it, and things are finally starting to feel like they are falling into place. Except for one thing that still worries the nervous guard from earlier. One particular guest, in fact. It's an honor, the guest says smoothly. He has spent a long time learning how to please nobles. And along the way he picked up a knack for reading exactly what people are feeling, except for one man. Someone who hides his true thoughts a little too well. Thanks for accepting the invitation, Duke Howard. Haha, this too is an honor, Duke Howard replies, all charm. Ever since Rainelle's engagement was announced, Duke Howard has been suspiciously, almost unsettlingly nice to her. The two of them keep crossing paths, and every single time something about it feels off. He has been gifting her things during private visits and personally introducing her to major players, from mining barons in the south to metalworkers out east. He does not hesitate to hand her connections that make her genuinely more powerful. It almost looks like he has switched sides for real. Try meeting people other than the ones I introduce you to, he even tells her. I'm sure it'll help a future empress. She cannot just keep taking his help without giving something back. Is there anything you want? I'll do whatever's within my abilities, she offers. Nearby, the nervous guard is practically cheering, hoping this is finally the key to figuring out what the Duke is really thinking. Duke Howard, predictably coy, I'm not helping you while expecting something in return. But since you're offering, there is one thing I'd like to ask, Lady Rainelle, if it's all right with you. He leans in close, perhaps. Will you, whatever comes next, it is enough to stop her cold. Rainelle's whole expression drops. Whatever he just asked for, it is not remotely what she was expecting, and you will have to wait for the next chapter to find out exactly what it was. Behind a pair of round glasses, an old man's eyes narrow. He isn't about to help her, he warns, without expecting something back. Since she asked, he says, there is in fact something he wants to ask of Lady Rainelle. In front of the entire gathered court, he turns to her directly. Rainelle, if it's all right with you. She hesitates, roses blooming behind her as the whole room seems to hold its breath. Perhaps, is all she manages before he finishes the thought. Then it lands, will you be my adopted daughter? Duke Howard asks, and the words go off like a bomb in the middle of the ballroom. He beams, thoroughly pleased with himself for turning the whole room upside down in one sentence. Somewhere in the crowd, a guest nearly drops his drink. What? Isn't subtle, but honestly it's the only reaction available right now. Two more nobles echo the exact same what, because apparently nobody at this ball owns an inside voice tonight. Rainelle is faring worse than any of them, practically choking on the sheer audacity of the request. Adopted daughter ricochets through the crowd like gossip with legs, and somehow the chaos just keeps multiplying. Half the ballroom is now just mouthing the same question back and forth at each other, no closer to an answer. An adopted daughter, she reminds herself, is simply what they call a child whose family in name, not by blood. Which means right now, in front of the entire court, Duke Howard just announced he wants her in his family. Full stop. And he didn't exactly whisper it, he said it loud enough for the whole ball to hear. Whispers spread fast. Duke Howard wants the future empress as his adopted daughter, even the crowd sounds scandalized on her behalf. Her brain helpfully supplies a worst-case cartoon of the sweet old Duke turning straight-up supervillain. Given he's suspect number one for the assassins after her, can you really blame her? Isn't this the kind of twist that only happens in trashy romance novels? Somehow, she's become the adopted crow of the Empire's scariest duke. Is this some kind of reform project? Is he trying to civilize the crow? Enough guessing, she marches straight up to the man himself. "Excuse me, Duke Howard." She asks him outright what's really behind the request. He doesn't even blink, just admits the explanation is going to take a while. He gestures toward the garden, offering to lay it all out for her right there. For a second, she almost believes it, that this might actually be a genuine offer. Then again, he didn't drag her off somewhere private. He's doing this out in the open with people still wandering by. Public enough that she probably isn't walking into an ambush, probably. Still, she's not doing this alone. She asks Marquis Namiel to come along just in case. Tea gets poured and Duke Howard finally starts talking for real. "I truly love and cherish this empire," he says, setting the stage for whatever pitch is coming. So when he first heard she'd be the future empress, he admits, his very first reaction, arrogant as it was worry. Could someone who isn't even human really lead humans well? That was the doubt eating at him. Whether she'd even manage to adjust to noble life at all. But he admits she's exceeded every one of his low expectations. So thoroughly that his worries vanished almost instantly, but that's not the end of it. Because even though he's come around, plenty of the empire still hasn't. Sadly, he says, people don't change what they believe nearly as fast as he did. And fighting that prejudice day after day would wear anyone down. The worse it gets, the more even people beneath her in rank would start looking down on her. So, to make sure that never happens. That's exactly why he's asking her to become his adopted daughter. A noble family standing behind her, he explains, and her image as some kind of non-human oddity would fade fast. As far as he's concerned, she has absolutely nothing to lose. Annoyingly, she can't find a hole in the logic. He isn't wrong. Which is exactly what makes her so uneasy. She presses him, is there really nothing else he wants out of this? He admits he's worried too, that this whole arrangement might look like it only benefits him. Because make no mistake, he benefits plenty. Adopt her and he's suddenly connected to the imperial family himself. That admission catches her off guard. Wait, is he seriously just laying every card on the table like that? "Oh, don't look so alarmed," he coos. With his majesty watching over her, how could he possibly try anything funny? He'd never dream of using her, he insists. Just think of it as a brief, mutually beneficial arrangement, he suggests. A trade with no downside for either of them, he says. Pretending to be family for just a little while, is that really such a big ask? She turns it over in her head, humming noncommittally. Logically speaking, she has to admit, it's really not a bad deal. Become his relative and the assassins stalking her would presumably back off, and she'd be able to pull the entire noble faction over to her side in one move. Plus, she'd be close enough to keep an eye on whatever schemes Llewellyn is still cooking up. And yet that nagging, uneasy feeling refuses to let go. It's a warning straight from the crow instincts still living inside her. To a human, none of this reads as dangerous. But from an animal's perspective, that man is still hiding something he simply can't hide. The eyes of a predator, no matter how convincing the performance. And here's the part that's really bothering her. If this actually happens, she might have to call him dad. Cue an intrusive mental image of Tiny herself begging him for allowance money. And him gleefully doting on her like a proud father. Just picturing it is enough to make her want to crawl into a hole and die of secondhand embarrassment. Even if she agrees eventually, she absolutely needs time to prepare herself for this. Please, she tells him, just give me time to think. He nods graciously, agreeing that a decision this big about becoming a whole new family deserves careful thought. Back among her own circle, though, the news lands like a five-alarm fire. One advisor breaks into a cold sweat just thinking through the implications. Duke Howard set off quite a bomb, someone mutters as an emergency huddle forms. To think a man who's shown nothing but disdain for Rainelle would suddenly want her as family. Is that actually a bad thing, though? Someone else wonders aloud. Hayop isn't so sure, dabbing at her eyes. Doing it publicly in front of that many witnesses is the real problem. Until Rainelle actually accepts or rejects the offer, they warn her she may be in for quite an ordeal. An ordeal, as it turns out, she has no idea is coming. The sort of ordeal that's about to make her regret ever leaving her room tonight. Because suddenly there's a crowd outside the palace, all shouting the exact same request at once. Miss Rainelle, please become our adopted daughter. Word spreads that the offer comes with real perks, and just like that, the whole thing turns into an open casting call. Welcome, apparently, to the parent market. Nobles reach for her from every direction, all shouting her name at once. Even she can't quite process what's happening anymore. Balfric steps in to shield her from the stampede. Everyone suddenly realized that whoever lands her as a daughter basically buys their way into the imperial bloodline. So every noble with even a scrap of ambition has shown up to throw their hat in the ring. These are the same people who despised you for being a crow, Balfric points out flatly, watching them flip their opinions in real time. Ignore every one of them, he tells her gently, pulling her along while the crowd wails after her not to leave. Easier said than done. No amount of ignoring them dents their determination one bit. Within days, she's literally buried under a mountain of eager letters from would-be adoptive parents. And then it escalates even further into an actual avalanche of gifts and bribes piled on top. Whoever lands her, someone whispers, practically salivating, stands to gain incredibly. Duke Howard, for his part, seems almost pleased about the competition. More candidates, he reasons, can only be a good thing. Even if it isn't him who wins her over, he says with a saintly shrug, at least she'd end up with good parents somewhere. Nobody around him is buying the innocent act. Rainelle, meanwhile, has officially reached her limit. Hands reach up from the crowd below her window, everyone still shouting for her attention. Namiel just sighs, watching the chaos unfold. If sowing confusion was the plan, he admits, it worked beautifully. Galinos rubs his temples, done with the noise. At this rate, he figures, this circus isn't ending until she actually picks someone. Picking Duke Howard still feels like the wrong call, though. Someone floats a different idea, why not choose from their own trusted circle instead? Fair point, Rainelle admits, but that just leaves one very awkward question: who? Someone lands on the answer almost immediately, two people who happen to be just the right age and already nobles besides. The whole plan, so to speak, swivels straight toward Rainelle's own tutors. Teacher Wilhelm and Hayop both freeze, pointing at themselves in absolute disbelief. Looks like the razor-sharp instructors just became the newest candidates in the parent market. Picture the whole palace losing its mind. Half the empire's nobles are throwing themselves at the chance to become family with Rainelle, the future empress herself. Off in the middle of that circus stands Duke Howard, mustache twitching, sweating like he's got something to hide. Between the chaos, Duke Howard stirred up, poor Judge Rainelle looks ready to collapse, clutching her throat like she's dying 1,000 tiny deaths. Enough is enough. Two men stride down the palace hall, called in to help put a stop to the madness. To finally shut this circus down, Judge Rainelle calls an emergency meeting, dragging every hopeful candidate into one room. Word spreads fast, and Sir Galinos looks stunned that someone's just thrown a wild new idea onto the table. Whatever it is, apparently it's about to drag two more unlucky citizens straight into this mess. First order of business, Marquis Wilhelm, sweating bullets, begs to withdraw. Am I not allowed to just quit? He pleads, insisting he never wanted power in the first place. He's not alone either. Standing with Camute and Rainelle, another reluctant nominee admits she feels exactly the same about the whole significant position thing. Rainelle actually respects it. People who don't crave power, she figures, beat every greedy soul waiting outside that door. So it's settled, both step down as candidates and the court official thanks Rainelle for understanding. Rainelle lets out a huge sigh of relief that they're both off the hook, even if, deep down, they'd have made pretty solid picks. Which leaves her back to square one. Pick between Marquis Wilhelm or Countess Pinxia, remembering how their own pushy parents dragged them into this in the first place. Rainelle's answer is a flat, resounding no. Time to find some other candidates entirely. Trouble is, she doesn't exactly have a long list of people she trusts, and neither, it turns out, does the little Spitfire Sapphire, chatting it over with her maid Nadia. Enter Marquis Miel striding up all businesslike. Miss Rainelle, have you thought of a plan yet? Rainelle hedges, well, if there aren't any restrictions, and that's exactly the opening Miel was fishing for. Then I would like to be a candidate, Miel announces, striking a pose so dramatic you'd think he just proposed on live television. The room's collective jaw hits the floor. Rainelle and the others just stare, utterly blindsided that the calm, composed spiritualist just threw his hat in the ring. He makes his case anyway. He's new to nobility, so he won't shake things up, and with his contracted spirits he can protect her just fine. I wouldn't be that bad, he shrugs, conditions considered. Camute, sweating through his own polite skepticism, points out the obvious. Becoming Rainelle's adopted father while looking like that might raise a few eyebrows. Before that lands, though, it turns out Miel isn't the only one with big plans, and he's now the one lecturing Galinos about thinking through his future as a marquis. Sir Galinos isn't backing down. He's already put serious thought into this, he insists, and no one's talking him out of it. I cannot miss this chance. Galinos bellows at full volume, going absolutely maximum effort on his own pitch. Somewhere in all the noise, a flicker of tension passes by that nobody in the room seems to notice. One figure quietly turns away from the commotion, watching it all from a distance. Galinos grabs his ceremonial sash and makes it official. I, Galinos of the 7th Night Squadron, announce my candidacy. A gaggle of admiring kids cheer him on to teach us how to be knights, and Galinos, fully in his element, strikes his most heroic pose yet. I'm the right-hand man sworn to His Majesty, and protecting Miss Rainelle is basically my life's mission, he declares, though someone nearby mutters that his ulterior motives are painfully obvious. Rainelle leans in close, thoroughly unimpressed, as Galinos asks her to just go ahead and call him father already. Rainelle can't help but think it. Back in the original story, both Miel and Galinos were supposed to be smooth, cool love interests. So, how exactly did they fall this far? Naturally, the two of them start one-upping each other. If you make me your father, my grandkids, I mean Rainelle's children, will be sword prodigies, Galinos boasts, then I'll teach them spirit magic, Miel fires back. Camute just watches it all unfold with Rainelle tucked against him. Asked what he thinks about the Empire's future, he deadpans, pretty bleak, very bleak indeed. Miel and Galinos both grab for her at once, demanding she just pick one of them right now. Rainelle's patience runs out instantly. Get out, both of you. Watching the two of them slink off dejected, Sapphire quietly admits she'd also thought about applying, and is now very glad she kept her mouth shut. Camute promises Rainelle he'll personally find her much better options. Please do, Camute, she says, settling into him. He smirks, half joking that if he'd known this was coming he'd have built her a whole family before they'd even announced their engagement. Who could have expected any of this, he laughs. No one can really prepare for everything in life. Rainelle just smiles up at him, even as he can't quite hide how worried he still is underneath it all. I can't help but feel sorry for them, Rainelle admits, wrapped up in Camute's arms. For a moment, the two of them just hold onto each other, the noise of the whole ridiculous day melting away. Then Camute turns serious. I know how this all turned out, he tells her, but please don't pick your forever family based on politics alone. He knows better than anyone what it's like being born into a family where blood relatives scheme and turn on each other. Now imagine how much worse it'd be with a family built purely on profit, he says quietly. I just don't want that to hurt you. Camute is all Rainelle can manage watching him say it. It hits her then. Camute has already been badly hurt by his own family once before. If she ever ends up in a similar situation, she realizes it won't just be her who gets hurt, it'll be him too. So maybe, she decides, this choice deserves a lot more thought than she's been giving it. That resolve gets tested fast. Word comes that someone wants an audience with her and Camute is instantly on guard. What kind of scheme is he here to spread this time? Reinelle stops him before he can storm off to handle it himself. No, Camute, I'll go. Instead, she turns the whole candidate mess over to the room at large, telling the gathered nobles to sort it out among themselves. While that's underway, she's got her own plan. Go talk to the Duke herself and try to talk some sense into him. Please, she murmurs to herself, steeling her nerve before she walks in. And there he is, Duke Howard, waiting alone in the garden hall, as composed and unreadable as ever. Thank you for agreeing to this sudden audience, Miss Rainelle, he says smoothly. For what reason have you come to me? I'm still in the process of deciding, she answers carefully. She's brought backup too. Miel and Galinos dragged along as escorts after getting scolded again for their antics. Of course, she adds, I'm not here to pressure you. Howard studies her carefully. I merely thought you'd have plenty of worries given the sheer number of candidates. This whole situation has gotten a bit unmanageable, Rainelle admits. I apologize if I've caused you any burden, Howard replies, a little too smoothly. Then he drops it. Fanning the flames of this entire mess on purpose was him showing off his true talent. So I hope you can understand, he says with a smile, while Rainelle's face goes pale. Talent, she repeats, watching his words practically summon marionette strings out of thin air, controlling every figure around him. My influence in this empire is quite large, he says simply, like that explains everything. I just wanted you to see how completely people who oppose you can change their minds with only a few of my words. Which naturally raises the odds you'd pick me, he finishes. Rainelle's expression goes cold. So that's why you stirred up those nobles and created this whole mess. I get it now, just how influential you really are, she says evenly. But what exactly would you do if I chose someone else? Howard just smiles into the silence, and that smile alone answers the question better than words could. Until whoever you pick is convinced to withdraw, he says at last, the threat wrapped in silk. He paints the picture for her. Rumors that her chosen candidate demands help from others, isn't qualified, or that she's playing favorites with the Emperor's own faction. Or through other efforts, Howard adds coolly, I'll have no choice until I'm the one chosen. It's a threat dressed up as patience, and Rainelle can feel exactly how serious it is. My God, she whispers, the weight of it finally landing. That means, she realizes out loud, if I pick anyone else, you'll use any means necessary to get rid of them. That's the moment Galinos and Miel snap. Duke Howard, how dare you threaten the future Empress? Galinos roars while Miel's hand ignites, ready to make good on the warning. Howard just tuts, all wounded innocence. Oh my, is it really that bad for me to assert my intentions, resorting to force over the slightest inconvenience, honestly? But Rainelle doesn't flinch. I understand clearly what the Duke is saying, she says, turning it right back on him. I've realized you're not someone who does anything carelessly, not for a second. However, she says, and the smile on her face is anything but scared. I will not become your adopted daughter, she states flatly, and Howard's composure cracks for the first time all chapter. Why what? He sputters as she calmly explains why, because she's already got someone else in mind. Right on cue, Camute steps in, golden and glowing with the biggest grin on his face. I found someone who can't be easily manipulated, another candidate. I managed to convince them myself, he says, clearly proud of it. The person I'm talking about is. And just like that, a golden silhouette steps into the light, leaving the big reveal and every noble's jaw hanging for next time. Balfric bursts in, radiant and grinning ear to ear, and calls out one single name. Rainelle. I managed to convince them, he beams, already striding forward. The person I've been talking about is. Someone greets Duke Howard warmly. Hello, Duke Howard, and by the look on his face, he has absolutely no idea who he's looking at. The veiled figure, silver hair peeking out from under the lace, flashes a wicked grin. I'm sure this is the first time we're meeting like this. Yeah, hey, that's Namiel, dressed as a blushing bride and loving every second of it. Duke Howard just stares, speechless, doesn't begin to cover it. As they stroll off, someone murmurs behind them, "You have truly made an excellent choice, Miss Rainelle." Then, quieter, however. Down in the garden below, thorns coil unseen beneath all that pretty scenery. Something here isn't nearly as friendly as it looks. If you only surround yourself with people who like you, Rainelle says coolly, you'll only end up making more enemies. And she can't help but notice how fast the man in front of her jumped straight into politics the second he saw her face. And that struggle for power, she warns, only gets uglier from there. Off to the side, she notes wryly that he came fully loaded with an argument for whoever she picked. Duke Howard's jaw tightens. He clearly wasn't expecting to be read this thoroughly. Even the best magic in the world, Rainelle continues, can't solve what's actually in someone's heart. But Howard starts. She cuts him off cold. "You're more impatient than I gave you credit for, Duke Howard. I never once said that I'd accept Lady Murden into my family." The reveal lands like a slap. "You couldn't have expected this," she tells him flatly. "What?" he manages. "What did you just say?" Howard sputters, then recovers with a stiff smile. Hoo-hoo, of course it would have been a delight to join Miss Crow's family, sure it would. Because someone says quietly, cradling a small black crow in one palm. "There's someone far more suited for this than I am." He holds the little crow up like it's the answer to everything. "A crow," someone murmurs, watching in disbelief as feathers begin to shimmer and shift. And there she is, back in her own skin, Rainelle confirming it herself. The one everyone was being talked into accepting wasn't Lady Murden at all, it was her. Flashing back, Rainelle recalls the moment that decided everything. After Camute spoke his mind, he refused to pick a single noble for a bride. "No matter how friendly they act toward me," he'd said, "there's no way they can fully separate themselves from their family, their status, their obligations. Someone will always be there to drag them down, but a commoner's no safer bet either. They'd never survive the nobles tearing them apart for it. So really," he says, "there was only ever one choice. She's the same species as me," he explains simply. "I don't have to force myself to pick a human at all." Even among nobles, he adds, bloodline always wins out over anything else when it comes to adoption and guardianship. And since she's already got the excuse of being the same species, backed by protection from the strongest imperial magician in the empire. A new face steps forward, sharp amber eyes, wild dark hair, clearly no fan of court politics. "I don't know the first thing about human politics," he admits. "But I can at least make sure a young one of my own kind doesn't get dragged into trouble. If I can help you, I will." A crow elder backing his own. Since that's settled, Camute says, arm around Rainelle, "Please give up on Duke. There's really nothing more you can do here, case closed." Howard doesn't let it go easily. "Miss Rainelle, are you truly fine being known forever as the Bird of Death? Are you really going to throw away your best shot at becoming the daughter of an honored noble house?" he presses. And finally, comfortably, fitting into human society for good. Someone steps in fast. "You really shouldn't say things like that in front of His Majesty Camute." Rainelle doesn't flinch. "If that's the case, then why exactly would I, a crow standing beside the wolf, need to hide that fact?" Duke Howard goes quiet and for once actually looks like he means it. "I find that regretful, my lord." He gives a stiff little bow, whatever plan he had clearly derailed. Later, spinning in Camute's arms, Rainelle says it plain. She's proud, genuinely proud, to be a crow. Elsewhere, something small and clawed comes skidding in, wailing, "I'm so sorry, Granny Hempel." What exactly do you have to be sorry to me for?" Granny Hempel blinks, then it clicks who she's actually talking to. Rainelle. Turns out Camute used the excuse of being too busy to avoid visiting sooner, then dragged Granny Hempel into this whole royal mess for his own selfish reasons. He's mortified. "That's no reason to act like that," she tells him. "Honestly, if you had come see me sooner," she says warmly, "you'd have just watched me sleep the whole time. Old age has had me getting sick constantly, sleeping half my life away." They embrace, a soft wave of healing magic curling around them both. "But thanks to your feathers," she explains, "I've been able to draw a little more power out of the sparkling fruit inside me. And because of that, I'm well enough now to actually come outside like this. So really, she says, squeezing Rainelle's hand, I only got to help you because of you. Besides, I've wanted a granddaughter for ages, so don't you dare feel guilty about any of this. Granny Hempel, Rainelle's voice cracks, completely undone. Camute, never one to leave well enough alone, tries out grandmother-in-law and gets scolded on the spot. Camute. I'm not really used to all your fussy human customs and titles, Hempelia says. Just call me Hempelia. Understood, Hempel grandmother-in-law, he grins right back. Camute, you're too much. Rainelle sighs, though she's clearly not that mad about it. If she'd actually joined Duke Howard's family instead, Rainelle realizes, she never would have gotten to feel a warmth like this. She'd have spent every day braced for whatever move he made next, walking on eggshells around him. No matter how useful an ally Duke Howard might have been, that's not a life she'd ever want. Please come visit more often, Hempelia says. Of course, Granny Hempel, Rainelle promises, and for once this odd little family looks genuinely happy together. That's exactly why, she thinks, walking off into the light. I have absolutely no regrets about how any of this turned out. The warmth doesn't last, the scene curdles straight into shadow. Because somewhere else entirely, Duke Howard sits alone in the dark, seething. I lost this round, he admits. I never accounted for one of her own species showing up, that was my mistake. His hand tightens around a vial, dripping poison onto something small and helpless in his palm. He doesn't even blink doing it. If I could, he mutters, I would have liked to solve this peacefully. Yes, peacefully, he sneers, running the plan through his head. Adopt the crow as his own daughter once she's been worn down by assassination threats and noble pressure she can't win against. Then quietly murder the beast unfit for the throne himself. Frame the whole thing on the bird of death, play the grieving victim for the entire empire, and let public opinion do the rest. I was merely deceived, he'd say. And used by that wicked bird. He even rehearses the outrage, to think she'd use my own influence to put poison in my hands. But the blame for not catching it sooner is still mine, so I'll hand over my wealth to the nation and punish the sinner myself. A performance rehearsed right down to the tears. And finally, his fantasy continues, I'd have set an appropriate human on the throne. And lived out my life quietly as his advisor, the whole plot gift-wrapped. But now, I can't. The fantasy collapses and Duke Howard is left with nothing but the wreckage of it. Since it's come to this, he decides, rising, I'll just keep an eye on the Empire's little cracks instead. And use my last resort, whatever that means. It does not sound like good news. Dark magic gathers around him, quiet and deliberate. After that day, life moves on and a certain crow takes back to the skies. Duke Howard goes suspiciously quiet and the entire noble faction he ran with mysteriously vanishes on holiday. Suspicious does not begin to cover it. Nobody can catch him actually plotting anything, so they do the next best thing, send birds to keep watch. His estate's security is airtight though, so watching him is easier said than done. Still, they manage to keep eyes on him from a distance, and as for Rainelle herself, she's found the perfect cover story, delivering her own feathers to Namiel periodically for his research. Which conveniently also makes her the unofficial mail carrier for some very secret love letters between Namiel and Aria. Namiel looked mortified about the whole arrangement at first. I can't believe I'm using the future Empress as a messenger pigeon. But a little encouragement got him on board. Relax, I'll be visiting you a ton anyway, Rainelle laughs. And while I'm at it, maybe I catch the noble faction doing something shady too. Honestly, having way too much fun with this. Hoo hoo hoo, she cackles, soaring off. Playing matchmaker for other people never gets old. Then out of nowhere crash, something slams into her mid-flight. A voice snarls out of the dark. Caw caw, how dare you cross into my territory without permission. Rainelle, never one to back down, snaps right back. Caw caw, sounds like your eyes are bigger than your stomach. You'll pay for that with your life, the stranger growls, and for once, Rainelle has absolutely no comeback. Who in the world is this guy? That's the question the chapter leaves hanging in the air. Perched deep in someone else's turf, our crow heroine throws a full tantrum, screeching at some poor guy for daring to fly through her territory and roasting his appetite while she's at it. She's already threatening to make him pay with his life. Meanwhile, the actual target of her rage just stands there, luggage in hand, completely baffled. Down below, the guy she's tormenting can only wonder out loud who in the world this unhinged crow even is. He racks his brain. He's flown this exact route 100 times and never once crossed paths with this particular crow before. Worse, she never even introduced herself before going straight for the jugular, so now he's left wondering what he possibly did to deserve this. She dives back in for round 2, shrieking that he'd better just die already. Talons out and feathers crackling with energy, she presses the attack like her life depends on it. Her target's had enough. Crazy, he attacked again. He grumbles, convinced this maniac just won't quit. Then it hits him. Wait, is this thing actually female? Mortified, Rainelle backpedals hard, calling out a frantic apology and swearing she won't trespass again if he'll just stop trying to kill her. Not waiting to see if the apology lands, she bolts. Retreat is the better part of valor right now. She wings it back across the rooftops, putting some very necessary distance between herself and her new mystery rival. Safely away, she can't help but stew on it. Just who was that guy anyway? Back at the palace, a familiar blonde face spots her fluttering and looking a little worse for wear, and immediately clocks that something's off. Did something happen on your way here? The girl asks, and Rainelle, feathers still a mess, waves her off with a sheepish "just let me fix myself up first." Adriana, ever the skeptic, points out that crows aren't exactly known for guarding turf like that. Don't they usually just flock together instead? Rainelle shrugs it off. Food's way harder to scrounge up in the city than in nature, so maybe the guy's just touchy about starving. Also, yeah, her hair is currently a disaster and she knows it. Adriana isn't fully buying the excuse. Doesn't Rainelle have a spirit watching her back at all times? How'd she still end up getting jumped? Rainelle hesitates, trying to figure out how to explain the awkward truth. Turns out spirits are creatures of nature through and through, which makes them hopeless at spotting danger from anything that also belongs to nature. Like, say, a crow. She reaches for her glowing pendant to prove the point. Out pops Mui, her little water spirit, curled up and utterly dejected that he couldn't protect his own person. Adriana quickly backpedals, insisting she wasn't trying to guilt-trip the little guy. She was just curious. Rainelle cuddles Mui close, reassuring him it's fine. She barely got scratched. See, not a mark on her. Adriana can't help getting a little flustered watching the two of them fuss over each other, fixing herself up mid-conversation. The mood lifts fast when Rainelle scoops a small white bird out of the air with pure delight. It's Mui, shapeshifted and back on courier duty, while Adriana laughs that she's sure he'll nail the next delivery. Relieved to see Rainelle in better spirits, Adriana admits she can finally stop worrying so much about her secret letters getting through, then asks when she wants a reply sent back. Probably the day after tomorrow, Adriana figures. For now, she just wants to be careful with her wording, anything to avoid accidentally setting off Namiel's curse. In her mind's eye, she's already picturing the two of them strolling together through some sunlit garden, butterflies and all. Rainelle's mind drifts back to her own unresolved mess, Duke Howard's shocking proposal still hanging over her, and her own quiet vow that she needs time to think it through. I see, so that's what this was, she murmurs, before deciding she'll swing back by the day after tomorrow. And with that she's off again, feathers scattering in her wake. Back in the air, Rainelle can't stop grinning about it. Watching Adriana and Namiel fall for each other is honestly the most fun she's had in ages. Honestly, all she wants at this point is for the two of them to just be happy together already. She can practically picture the wedding bells already, petals and all. For a second, flying over the city, she lets herself daydream about a life with zero palace politics and zero curses to worry about. Just normal, like all these regular people bustling around down there worrying about regular things. When's a day like that ever going to come for me, she sighs, watching the ordinary world drift by below. Then out of nowhere, someone yells at her mid-flight, "Hey you, female," and Rainelle's stomach drops. It's him, the same guy from before, barreling straight at her, and she's frantically calling for him to wait. She has something to say. Bracing for round 2 of the beatdown, she's relieved to remember she's got backup this time. Mui's on high alert and ready to fight back. Up close, she gets a good look at him for the first time, sleek black feathers with a striking blue sheen, and real intensity behind those eyes. Turns out he hasn't even been in this territory long. He was living somewhere else entirely until recently. An old crow had asked him to help out a human friend of hers, so he'd relocated here for a while as a favor. Problem was that household already had a full house of crows, and the friend in question turned out to be human, which honestly sounded awkward as hell to him. So he bailed, promising he'd come back the moment he was actually needed. Living solo turned out to be rougher than expected though. Humans are terrified of crows on sight, so scavenging nearby was basically impossible. And to make it worse, the local crows started bullying him for being an outsider. He fought back hard, feathers flying in every direction. By his own count, he once single-handedly took down 17 rival crows in one go, and yeah, he really wants credit for that. As it turns out, this whole mess traces back to Granny Murden, quietly rounding up crows from all over to study one very specific question. What changes in a crow that's eaten the mysterious Croban rock versus one that hasn't? Rainelle puts it together fast. Wait, was he one of those recruited crows? So basically, this guy's been drafted as an assistant in the effort to break Namiel's curse. Fair enough then, apology accepted. He thanks her, visibly relieved, and swears he won't make that mistake again. Privately, Rainelle's a little shaken. She had no idea there was a crow out here who'd left his own territory and ended up suffering like this just trying to help. She makes a mental note to bring it up with Granny Hempel and Granny Murden. And honestly, unspoken but obvious, crows just don't have the best reputation around this empire to begin with. Herself included, she thinks bitterly. Hearing that another crow's been struggling out here 2 hits closer to home than she expected. She resolves to work harder at turning that reputation around, one exhausted crow at a time. For now, though, she figures it's time to head back and fill Camute in on everything. Well, I'll get going then, she tosses over her shoulder. Before she can fly off though, she pauses. Why, do you have anything else to say? He just stares, doesn't say a word. Rainelle's getting seriously weirded out now. Why is this guy just staring at her after he's the one who started talking? He finally breaks the silence with one single, loaded word. You. Rainelle blinks, caught completely off guard as he keeps going. You are truly a beautiful female, he says, dead serious. By chance, will you become my mate? Rainelle short-circuits completely, every feather puffing up in pure shock. What is genuinely all she's got left in her? And then, against every ounce of her better judgment, one traitorous thought creeps in. That guy, in his actual crow form, is kind of exactly her type. Her whole face lights up bright red just thinking it, horrified at herself and a little delighted all at once. What she screeches internally one more time because honestly, same. Light and feathers explode outward as we're reminded what's really going on here. Rainelle, trapped inside the body of a crow, magic circle and all. She admits there's another side of her that took over more than once while she was stuck as a bird, and it caused some seriously cringe moments like getting weirdly obsessed with Camute's jewelry mid-date. Camute about chokes hearing that one. Exhibit A, snacking on bugs at a garden party in front of her horrified attendants. Not her finest hour. Exhibit B, fixing her own hair with her beak or, well, her mouth in full view of the staff. The dignity was not preserved. And then that other side of her looks at some random male crow and decides, yep, he's totally her type. The crow in question is just as stunned as the rest of us. She's swooning over his muscles, his feathers, the whole package. This crow crush is escalating fast. That aggressive little personality has her practically ready to propose on the spot, straight up asking him to be her mate. And of course, above all else, it's that handsome face that seals the deal for her. Cut to the real Rainelle watching all this happen from inside her own head. The actual Rainelle is baffled. She's human, she doesn't get crow standards of attractiveness at all, and yet here's this other presence inside her losing her mind over some bird. The male crow, cocky as ever, tells her not to hesitate. A beauty like her chasing him isn't exactly common. That other side of her is ready to say yes immediately. Rainelle scrambles to stop this before it happens. Wait, no, hold on. She wrestles back control mid-sentence, trying to shut the whole embarrassing declaration down before it's too late. Right as the words "I will become" start to leave her beak, something slams into her out of nowhere. A sudden gust rips through the scene, knocking the whole moment sideways. She's sent tumbling through the air, feathers scattering everywhere. What is with this unexpected wind, she wonders, getting knocked completely off course. She spirals downward, completely at the mercy of whatever just hit her. The wind swirls around her like it's carrying her somewhere on purpose. She's swept clean across the city, whisked away from that whole crowmate disaster. She lands somewhere else entirely, blinking in confusion. Back where she left him, the male crow realizes she's just vanished into thin air. He shrugs it off, figuring a beauty like that would never just accept a proposal that easily. Meanwhile, a hooded figure hustles through the streets, out of breath. Feathers drift down as the hooded figure lets out an exasperated groan. God. It's Rainelle, back in human form now, clutching her pendant and blushing a little at the whole mess she just escaped. If it wasn't for Mui, she admits, she'd have been in serious trouble. Turns out that gust of wind was no accident at all. Laughter rings out from inside the manor as Rainelle gets grilled, so she really got confessed to by a male crow. An older woman with a wild mane of silver curls cackles at her, teasing that Rainelle really is popular. Ah, to be young. Rainelle just sighs, insisting nobody understands how confused the whole thing left her. Granny Hempel tells her to just enjoy being popular for once. Rainelle immediately shuts that down. She only wants Camute, and extra attention is the last thing she needs. Granny Hempel just laughs it off, saying she's had plenty of her own popularity headaches back in the day. Turns out young Granny Hempel had actual crows brawling over her. She's mine, no mine, the whole 9 yards, and it only got worse after she ate some kind of sparkly fruit. Those fights nearly turned into full-on wars, and yes, apparently eating a Croban rock made her even more popular. Rainelle can barely process it. It got so bad, Granny Hempel says, that other species of birds started jumping into the fight too. A massive bird of prey screeches into the memory, and all Rainelle can manage is incredible. Rainelle admits her own drama doesn't even come close, and figures Granny Hempel must have been a legendary beauty back then. Granny Hempel brushes it off, then points out the real reason Rainelle doesn't get more attention now: that golden wolf scent clings to her and it scares off most other birds. Still, she says, plenty of birds are quietly interested in courting Rainelle. Even now, Granny Hempel says, there are birds keeping a wistful eye on her from a distance, wishing they could just get one look at her wings up close. Cut to Camute daydreaming about getting to snuggle her just once, then freezing when he realizes someone's onto him. Granny Hempel calls the confessing crow a genuinely brave bird. Camute chokes on that compliment, muttering he wishes the guy had a lot less bravery, honestly. Even birds who never approach her directly, Granny Hempel explains, will listen closely to anything Rainelle asks of them. It seems that sparkly fruit really does make other birds fall in line behind whoever eats it. Rainelle drifts off into her own thoughts after hearing all that, wondering what it would mean for her. She starts wondering if she might be sitting on some kind of special power she just hasn't discovered yet. If she could actually awaken something like that one day, she thinks everything could change. Maybe, just maybe, it would finally let her be more help to Camute. She pictures him, imagining a power that could actually lighten his load for once. Sparks and flame flicker to life around her hand as she imagines it taking shape. Could she really carry some of his burdens for him for once? The light flares brighter around her, half hope, half daydream. But she catches herself, she can't be sure of any of this yet. So she tells herself not to get her hopes up too high and takes off into the evening sky, pendants swinging at her neck. It's like expecting cookies in the tin and finding sewing supplies instead, she thinks, a little deflated. And well, moving on. She shakes it off, there's something more pressing to deal with right now. She spots him again, that same persistent crow, perched right there like he owns the place. No, how many times is she going to run into this guy in one single day? Does he really have nothing better to do? She groans, eyeing whatever he's holding out to her warily. He tells her his confession went sideways last time, showing up with nothing in his hands and no proper apology. He admits it flat out, that really was the worst confession he's ever given. So to make up for such a ridiculous mistake, he says, he went looking for her. He tracked her clear across the chaotic city just to find her again. Lucky for him, he says, he finally managed to catch up with her here, under the cherry blossoms no less. Wings beat softly against the drifting petals. As if she scoffs, brushing off his claim that it was fate. Sure it was. That bastard, she mutters to herself, side-eyeing him and his ridiculous charm offensive. Wait, no, is her heart actually racing over this? She can't believe what's happening to her. She snaps herself out of it hard. Get it together, Crow, she's a faithful one. Even if he's handsome, she tells him, that's not enough to win her over. She already has a mate she's promised herself to forever, so he needs to go find another crow. He just shrugs that off as the typical brush-off line everyone uses. Can't she just give him a single chance? Why won't she believe he's telling the truth? She's officially losing it. A little aside here, drawn extra cute for your sake, because honestly this whole crow soap opera needed the sugarcoating. She's had it, something in her finally snaps, crackling with pure frustration. She lets out a full-on shriek. With one long, mortified scream she bolts, wings pumping as fast as they'll go. She tears across the skyline, putting as much distance as possible between herself and that whole mess. She finally touches down, panting, relieved to have shaken him for now. Back where she left him, the male crow realizes she's disappeared on him again. He slumps, alone with a leaf full of worms nobody wanted, sighing at his rotten luck. She really is a complicated lady, he concludes, watching the leaves fall around him. Meanwhile, Rainelle finally makes it back home, catching her breath by a tray of sweets. She flew here at full speed, she gasps, completely worn out, collapsing straight into Camute's waiting arms. Camute asks what's wrong, was someone chasing her? Between huffs, she tells him some handsome crow won't stop asking her to be his mate. So she pants she just ran. Camute can't help but chuckle, gently smoothing down her ruffled feathers. A handsome crow? Camute freezes, jealousy written all over his face while a tiny, sheepish Rainelle tries not to make it worse. It's the dead of night, but a strange call goes out across the capital under a lone midnight moon, never a good sign. The palace lights up as everyone's dragged in, muttering that His Majesty picked a very odd hour to summon them all. Nobody has a clue why they're here. No fires, no invasions, nothing. The confusion is real. One noble, still fixing his cufflinks, grumbles that he's not even palace staff and was basically ripped straight out of bed. More bleary-eyed courtiers shuffle in through the dark halls, all wondering the exact same thing, why tonight? Finally, the emperor himself steps up, all business, and calls the room to attention. He warns them the situation is dead serious, serious enough that he needs every single one of them. One noble nearly jumps out of his skin. Someone guesses the worst. Have the demonic beasts finally started their invasion? Nope, worse, apparently. A rival crow has confessed his feelings to Rainelle, and that somehow is tonight's national emergency. One stone-faced advisor just stares off into the middle distance, clearly regretting every choice that led him to this meeting. The room reacts in stunned disbelief. Apparently they really are expected to treat this like a crisis. The emperor orders them to fix this immediately, while one unimpressed advisor quietly tries to excuse himself from the whole ordeal. Another noble tries to bail too, joking he might just crash at Rainelle's place since it's so late, which, understandably, does not go over well. Camute isn't having it, snapping at everyone trying to sneak out that this is serious business. Thank you very much. Someone finally points out the obvious. There's zero chance Rainelle looks twice at anyone but him. Cue the eye rolls. Cut to Camute's imagination in full dramatic overdrive. The rival is a crow too, just like Rainelle. The horror. It gets worse in his head. Rainelle apparently called the guy handsome, and now imaginary Camute is sobbing that he's just a plain, featherless wolf by comparison. His fantasy spirals further, guilt-tripping himself over every hardship he's ever put Rainelle through. In the daydream, a mysterious stranger sweeps Rainelle away entirely, and dream Rainelle tearfully chooses reality over love. Truly tragic stuff. Even imaginary Rainelle picks the open sky over palace life, soaring off while fantasy Camute wails after her. He even imagines a future where she'll tell their grandkids about some other man's fiery, passionate love instead of his. The onlookers are openly horrified. One mutters that his example got weirdly specific, but Camute insists he simply can't ignore this. One advisor starts reading off an absurdly over-the-top tribute to the most perfect, wisest king to ever shine from head to toe, clearly buttering him up. Another declares himself ready to act as Camute's sworn sword and settle this personally, drawing his blade with way more drama than necessary. Before he can do anything rash, he gets physically tackled, emergency prevention in full effect. Someone reminds him he can't just wipe out an entire species over jealousy. Every crow in the empire is technically Rainelle's kin now. A calmer voice suggests something far less murder-y, maybe just spend more quality time with her. The advisors immediately disagree on what actually counts as enough effort, bickering while Camute just watches. Camute, dead serious, decides he needs to pull off something so special it goes down in the history books. Everyone else is just left staring, quietly admitting His Majesty's feelings are honestly a lot to keep up with. Then a new voice cuts through the noise, unimpressed. If they think this is about grand gestures, they don't understand Rainelle at all. Listen up. Forget cooking up brand new plans, she says, striding down the stairs like she owns the place. The real move, she announces, is to lean into Camute's single greatest asset. Camute blinks, utterly lost. His what, exactly? One word, dead serious, face. It is, she insists, entirely about His Majesty's face, just his face. Camute touches his own chin like he's never considered this before. My face, he repeats, genuinely baffled that his looks are apparently the Empire's secret weapon. Morning breaks over the palace grounds as the new plan gets underway. The scene drifts down toward a quieter wing of the estate, closer to home. Meanwhile, Rainelle, human again and hair loose, lets out a long, exhausted sigh. She's losing it, honestly. She's fuming, demanding to know how that bastard even found out where she lives to leave gifts on her doorstep. Turns out her admirer tracked her down again overnight. The devotion, she admits, is honestly a little terrifying. Worse, the gifts he keeps leaving behind are tempting the actual crow instincts buried in her, and something is whispering that it's totally fine to eat. She catches herself right at the edge, half convinced no one would even notice, then panics that she might lose her human self completely. She grits her teeth and refuses to let herself become nothing but a crow over some gifted worms. Standards, people. Her resolve hardens. She needs to make this guy give up and fast. Right on cue, her maid announces a much more welcome visitor. Camute has arrived to see her. She tells her maid to let him in, but not before mentally running through the rest of her day's to-do list first. Priorities. He greets her with a gift in hand and a warm good morning. Did you sleep well last night? He asks, decked out notably in a jaw-dropping set of formal robes. He can't resist a little flirting either, telling her he couldn't stop thinking about her even in his sleep. That whole look, it turns out, was built on second-hand advice from the two people Rainelle vents to most, recreated as faithfully as humanly possible. Shine as bright as you can, they told him, and now he's just hoping nervously that she actually likes it. Rainelle just stares, speechless, taking in the sheer spectacle standing in front of her. She's genuinely lost for words, eyes wide. Like you're headed to some huge event? She finally manages because he is, quite frankly, dressed like royalty going to war with a jewelry store. Cue full panic mode. She's convinced she forgot something huge on today's schedule and starts scrambling for a dress of her own. Her maid tries desperately to explain that's not actually what's happening while Rainelle just keeps spiraling. Ball, gala, what is it? Camute, half amused, gently tries to talk her down before she works herself into a real frenzy. Truth is, he tells her, there's no event at all behind the outfit. He simply wore what he thought she'd like, no obligations, no formalities, just that. It hits her harder than expected. If she's this rattled by him dressing up once, how much has he quietly carried under all that usual formal weight? He tells her gently not to worry about anything else today. His only job now is making sure she actually rests. For a moment they just stay close, and he admits quietly that just this right now is who he really is. She asks just as softly if he can't just let her enjoy it, the gesture and him, without overthinking it. It dawns on her how long she's let herself get distracted by everything except him. Every gem on that ridiculous outfit suddenly looks dull next to him, and she realizes she hasn't truly seen him not properly in a long while. For the first time in a while, she looks past the face and the jewels and sees the whole of him, shining soul and all. It's all too much. Feathers burst out as her emotions get the better of her and she flips straight into crow form. A tiny crow lands featherlight right on his ornate collar. He blinks, utterly baffled by his sudden new houseguest. Then it clicks. Rainelle. She answers by smooshing her face all over his, affection completely unfiltered now. It only escalates from there, smoosh after smoosh after smoosh, total pandemonium in the making. Actual pandemonium. He's begging her to calm down while her maid tries badly to peel the love-struck crow off him. Her maid just laughs it off, wishing them a wonderful time together as she makes a very tactful exit. Rainelle, mortified in hindsight, admits she turned into a complete disaster by the end of it all. Still, Camute figures if she's happy like this, that's honestly more than enough for him. So for the rest of the day, he decides to drop every formality entirely and just spend it quietly wrapped up with her. The palace goes still around them as he finally gets a peaceful moment to rest, feathers drifting softly by. But nearby, out on a branch, another crow watches quietly and not nearly as innocently. It's her admirer perched close, saying nothing, just watching. His expression darkens as the pieces click into place. That guy must be. Deep in the palace, curled up as a crow on a windowsill, Rainelle catches a strange tapping noise echoing through the halls. She perks up, straining to figure out exactly where that ominous tap-tap is coming from. Then she spots it, a sleek black crow gliding right past the palace windows while she's curled up cozy on her sleeping wolf prince's fur. Rainelle's eyes go wide, she knows that crow. Feathers ruffle and sparks practically fly. This is not shaping up to be a friendly reunion. You again, she squawks because this smooth-talking, jewel-collared crow just cannot take a hint. Camute stirs awake mid-thought, realizing this must be the handsome crow she's mentioned before, and oh, he does not look thrilled. She teases that maybe that's the real reason he bothered dressing to the nines today, because deep down he was worried. Camute sputters, insisting he is absolutely not intimidated by some overgrown pigeon with a fancy necklace. Back in human form and radiating main character energy, Camute squares up to the rival crow, face to face. You've got good taste, he admits through gritted teeth, but Rainelle's mine, so back off. The crow just blinks, baffled that he's taking this so seriously. Scooped up mid-rant, the crow eyes Camute with sudden interest. Huh, a wolf who turns human, didn't see that coming. Undeterred, he decides he's still the one truly worthy of this beautiful crow, thank you very much. No way is he backing down to some overgrown mutt, he vows, puffing his feathers out in defiance. That's all it takes. Camute shifts into his full golden wolf form, done talking and very ready to settle this the hard way. The crow throws down the gauntlet, a contest right here right now to prove once and for all who deserves her. Camute just stares, unimpressed, wondering out loud what exactly is wrong with this bird. Rainelle waves it off, telling him not to bother, but the word duel has already lit a fire in Camute's eyes. I accept, he says flatly, and just like that the challenge is on. Everyone within earshot has the exact same reaction. What, why? Even the rival crow looks a little spooked that Camute is taking this seriously. Rainelle, meanwhile, is not mad about it at all, secretly delighted that someone as flawless as Camute is jealous over her. Still, as a former novel reader, she can't help but think, shouldn't the rival be some brooding archduke, not, a crow? The whole cliché is falling apart in real time, and honestly she's just as confused as everyone else. As Camute storms off to prep, even the onlookers start rating his looks like this is some kind of pageant. Yes, apparently it's officially a beauty competition now. Nobody asked, but here we are. The crow leans in, cooing that Camute's sheer sparkle alone might be enough to seduce even him, which, fair, but also what is happening right now. Someone points out that technically in the right light, Camute's hair does look kind of black, so maybe the old trope still counts. The competition title drops in full, and even the bystanders can't stop laughing at how ridiculous this all is. Rainelle finally steps in and shuts it down. She's engaged to Camute, so what exactly is this whole duel supposed to prove? Camute, riding high on vindication, jabs a finger at the crow like he's already won. Rainelle backs it up loud and clear. Camute is her mate, full stop, and no duel is going to change that. The message finally lands, time for this crow to accept defeat gracefully. Still, he can't help but sulk, utterly wounded that she picked the wolf over him. He tries one more pitch, nudging closer, insisting there's really no good reason to turn him down. Rainelle lets him down easy. He's a great crow, sure, but her reasons for choosing Camute run a lot deeper than looks. He goes for broke with his best offer yet, free food forever, plus he's easy on the eyes. But nothing beats what she and Camute have actually been through together, all the trust they've built side by side. To her, his heart honestly outshines every jewel in the palace. It's the kind of bond you can't fake and definitely can't win in a beauty pageant. Camute just melts a little, catching every word. A shining soul seduced this crow, she says with a smile, and honestly that's the whole story right there. Her mind drifts back to how they actually got here in the first place. If Camute had been just some ordinary beast, she's pretty sure he'd have ended her on sight. Instead, he took her seriously from day one. He never once underestimated her, not even when she was just a scrawny crow. Back in the present, the rival crow finally exhales, admitting he lost this one before it even started. Camute asks flat out if he's giving up, while onlookers just marvel at how these two even understand each other. Not giving up, the crow clarifies, just acknowledging you. His feelings, he insists, aren't so easily put out. Still, there's a flicker of quiet respect passing between them now. Rainelle finally calls him by the name she's given him all along, Handsome Crow. Curious, she asks if he ate the same shining fruit that let an old crow before him turn human too. He admits he might have feelings for her, but he'd rather stay a crow and keep his identity than chase a human life. She explains she only asked because she was worried he might be losing himself somewhere along the way. It's the same fear she carries about her own double life, honestly. The crow turns to Camute with one last piece of business. Shining Wolf, he says, promise me you'll never let this beautiful crow forget how to fly. It's a surprisingly tender request from a bird who was throwing hands 10 minutes ago. A bird, he says, is most beautiful when it's free in the air, not caged by anyone's expectations. He promises he'll swing by every now and then just to check in. Just to make sure she's doing all right, he says, before finally taking off for good. Once he's gone, Camute quietly admits he's wrestled with those same fears himself. Rainelle looks over, surprised he even understood a word the crow was saying. Not exactly, she laughs, but I can read the vibe, call it the power of love. Camute goes instantly red, and for once he's the one at a loss for words. He just says her name, quiet and warm, and it says everything. Then he makes it official. They'll set aside a few days every week just for her to be a crow, no questions asked. He points out she spent her whole life adjusting herself to fit into a human world. Now, he figures, it's about time humans started adjusting to her instead. She agrees quietly, thinking of the human life she lived before all this, one she can never fully let go of. But like he said, she doesn't have to bury that part of herself forever. Okay, Camute, she says, finally at peace with both halves of who she is. And just like that, the deal is sealed. One day, she figures, her two selves, crow and human, will fully become one. From then on, she splits her time, staying a crow 2 or 3 days a week, just like they planned. The rest of the week, it's back to work, meeting people and handling the mountain of palace paperwork. She even sits in on meetings as a crow, and word gets around fast that the future empress just showed up as a bird. Slowly but surely, the staff who once flinched at the sight of her start warming up. And it's not just the palace staff she's looking out for. She starts reaching out to the other crows of the empire too, looking for ways to actually help. She knows full acceptance won't happen overnight, but she checks in on them anyway. They tell her they're doing just fine and thank her for caring enough to ask. It fills her with quiet pride watching things slowly get better. Then she asks if anything's wrong. One of the crows hesitates before answering. Now that they mention it, something strange has been stirring in the forests lately. We open deep in the woods inside the head of a certain crow, mid-thought, now that she thinks about it recently in these forests. The trees themselves seem to twitch with dread, like the whole forest is holding its breath. Word is, strange and downright scary creatures have been prowling through here lately. Even the local crows have noticed. Whole flocks of them have been pouring into the city, fleeing whatever is out there. One bystander pauses on a quiet street, feeling a strange little prickle down their spine they can't quite explain. Whatever is happening out there, it is definitely not just wild animals wandering off and back again. Then two hulking, red-eyed monsters peel out of the shadows, jaws stretched into something between a grin and a threat. Whatever they are bad news. Cut to the palace where Hempel, a sharp, silver-haired power player with claws and a smirk, looks like he already knows exactly how bad this is going to get. A soldier kneels before the throne, reporting he found some of these beasts already subdued in chains out along the empire's borders. The grim verdict, the legendary threat known as Bupelos, is stirring again, and these demonic beasts are just the opening act. Deep in some holding cell, one of those very beasts thrashes against its chains, wounded and furious. If that is really what is coming, the court agrees they will need some serious countermeasures and fast. One nervous official swallows hard and finally asks the question everyone has been dancing around. Could they call in the heavenly beast for help? Hempel shuts that down cold. That is not possible, he says, no room for debate. His reasoning, if a demonic beast is a wildfire, a heavenly beast is a full-blown tsunami. And if those two forces ever actually collided head-on, nobody wants to find out what would be left standing. Bottom line, there's no use even asking. That kind of help just is not on the table. Which leaves the room staring down the real problem. How do they handle this themselves? Rainelle, watching quietly, gives a small nod. This one they are going to have to solve on their own. Time skips forward, and a low hum of anxiety starts spreading through the whole empire. Galinos throws himself into whipping the knights into fighting shape, drilling them harder than ever. Miel calls on his small army of spirits, teaming up with Lady Murden to reinforce the empire's borders. Namiel buries himself in research, chasing down anything that might give them an edge. Between letters flying out to mages across the empire, he's also cranking out battle artifacts and scrolls like a one-man war factory. And Camute himself steps up in full imperial glory, gearing the whole empire to weather whatever storm is coming. Every inch of him says he's ready to lead from the front lines himself. Meanwhile, over on Rainelle's side of things, she's got her own battle to fight. She's throwing everything she has into drawing more power out of the Croban rock buried inside her. Problem is, it just is not working. The frustrating part, Hempel apparently pulled enough power to fully heal someone else's failing health without breaking a sweat. So what exactly is she doing wrong? She wonders if it has just been too long since she ate the fruit that gave her these powers in the first place. It really has not been that long, though. Maybe she just needs more time, or maybe someone gently suggests she can't focus because she's simply too impatient. Maybe, she admits, a little caught out, but nobody knows when these demonic beasts will actually show up, so time might be the one thing she does not have. Someone points out she has already got a head start. She has been using her flock of birds to gather intel this whole time, hasn't she, Miss Crow? Still, Rainelle admits it does not feel like enough to actually keep her safe. The nerves are creeping in. Because if even one thing goes wrong out there, she could lose Camute. That thought alone is enough to wreck her. So if she can't get stronger fast enough on her own, she's just not going to be able to relax, not for a second. Someone gently calls her name, snapping her out of the spiral. She blinks up, caught off guard. Yes. The advice lands soft but firm. Do not let herself get obsessed with power. After all, it was not that long ago crows were just wild animals in these parts. Nobody expects her to master this overnight. Hempel, ever the showman, tosses her a different trick instead. Use tools just like a real crow would. Sure enough, a crow dips its beak into a jug, proving the point. Work smarter, not just harder. Aren't we the type to find a way no matter what? Rainelle muses, turning the idea over. That's right, she decides, a little steadier now. Even without some jaw-dropping surge of power, she's talked her way out of every tight spot so far. No reason to panic just because she has come this far. With that, she heads off, footsteps quick and purposeful. She glances back at her two training partners with a half-formed thought, then decides against saying it out loud. Namiel insists he is not giving up on the power problem either, he's just remembered something else he urgently needs to go do. Same time tomorrow for practice. Good luck, one of them calls out. Thanks, see you both tomorrow, she calls back. Left alone, Namiel and Hempel watch her go, grinning. She's always so lively, one says. I'm too old for that kind of energy myself, the other laughs. I agree, comes the reply, but someone who throws herself into everything the way she does. Elsewhere, feathers drift down as Rainelle shifts back into her crow form, ready to get moving. Whatever happens, she tells herself, things are going to be all right. And with that, she takes off, wings cutting straight through the open sky. Because she has just remembered something useful, a detail buried deep in what she knows about the original story. There is a piece of information she still has not put to use. Time to finally cash it in. She banks hard through the clouds, a plan clicking into place. Her flight path lands her at a familiar mansion. Over tea and cake, the small talk barely gets started before the real question comes out. Did something happen? Her hostess asks, sensing this is not just a social visit. Rainelle is sitting across from Gwynnel, her fellow transmigrated friend who remembers this world's original story just as well as she does. I need your help, Rainelle admits, cutting straight to it. Her plan, recruit more people to their side before the demonic beasts show up in force. Specifically, she is after a hidden bonus character, one that only unlocks once you've maxed out intimacy with all four of the story's main love interests. The idea alone sends a spark of hope through her. The fifth secret target character, if anyone can turn this fight around, it's him. As Rainelle remembers it, this guy was an absurdly strong assassin back in the story. Not just combat either, he's stacked with other abilities too, exactly the kind of ace they would need against the demonic beasts. But how are you even going to hit max intimacy with all four target characters? Gwynnel asks. That sounds rough. Rainelle just laughs it off. Loosen the definition of intimacy past pure romance, she figures, and honestly, she has probably already cleared it. Loyalty and friendship count too, after all, and she has got plenty of both with this crew. Camute is a given, obviously, and she is plenty close with the others besides. The real snag, she is not even sure where she is supposed to run into this hidden character in the first place. That is exactly why she tracked Gwynnel down, hoping two heads and two sets of story knowledge beat one. But Gwynnel's face falls. I'm sorry, Rainelle. That's honestly something you're going to have to figure out on your own. I can't help you with this one. Rainelle admits she has no clue where she's even supposed to meet this so-called hidden character, so she drags Gwynnel in to brainstorm since Gwynnel apparently remembers their old game a lot better than she does. Over tea, Gwynnel just hums, turning the puzzle over in her head. Then comes the bad news delivered with maximum melodrama. She's sorry, Rainelle, but she's got nothing. Whatever this hidden character is, Gwynnel says, it's something Rainelle's going to have to crack on her own. Rainelle can only stand there and let that sink in, no help coming from this corner. Because Gwynnel starts working her way up to the actual reason. Turns out she went full tunnel vision playing the game. She never raised her affection with anyone except Namiel, not once. She never even glimpsed this hidden character's route, not so much as a strand of his hair, so your guess is as good as hers. Rainelle faceplants right onto the table. It's fine, totally fine. It is, in fact, not fine. Off in her own head, she wonders if there's another way to crack this since area's out of leads. Then someone calls her name. Don't talk to me right now, she grumbles into the tablecloth. I'm thinking. Gwynnel leans in with an idea. Why not focus on jogging that memory back instead? She's already cleared every route in the game after all. Rainelle's already tried and it flopped, though Gwynnel points out she'd basically be unstoppable if she could just remember everything. Cut to the real problem, she played that game once, ages ago, then binged every other game, movie, webtoon, and novel under the sun after that. No wonder it's all a blur now. Gwynnel isn't giving up though. Sure, it's harder now, but has she really tried every trick in the book? Rainelle has to admit she hasn't. Then Gwynnel declares, eyes lighting up, let's start right here. First up, amateur hypnosis. Gwynnel swings a pendant in front of her, purring that she's always wanted to try this. You feel yourself getting sleepy. Next up, a full aromatherapy setup, complete with mystery books and a candle for the vibes. Memory-reviving scent and candle, also a total bust. Undeterred, Gwynnel pivots to art therapy, draw a tree, draw a house, unlock the subconscious. Rainelle is losing patience fast. This, Rainelle mutters, drawing away, is just some random internet psychology test. There's no way this works. Don't be picky, Gwynnel scolds, then breaks out blood types and star charts next. The scientific method has officially left the chat. Rainelle's about ready to admit they're just doing horoscopes at this point and call the whole thing off, when something cuts her off mid-sentence. Gwynnel isn't done? Hello, there's actual magic and otherworldly creatures running around this world and she wants to lean on pseudoscience. When in a fantasy world, do as the fantasy world does. Time to think fantastical, not scientific. Okay, that actually kind of lands, Rainelle's sold. So obvious follow-up, why not just ask an actual mage? Doctor for sickness, pharmacist for medicine, mage for the fantastical. Simple logic, really. Gwynnel can't believe it took this long, teasing that Rainelle's still stuck thinking like she's back on Earth. Alright, new plan, stop trying to brute force this themselves. We'll just ask Murden, Rainelle decides, snapping a fan open with way too much flair, before Gwynnel yanks her right back. What now? Rainelle blinks. If it's a mage they need, Gwynnel points out, isn't Namiel right there? Cue a wildly dramatic sigh about how it's been simply forever since anyone's laid eyes on the guy. Cut to Namiel's study, quill in hand and glasses on, raising an eyebrow at the request. Magic to bring back lost memories. Rainelle apologizes for the intrusion, but insists this one's actually important. He waves it off. If it's her, she can ask for help anytime, he still owes her one. Unfortunately, he adds that particular magic happens to be banned. Gwynnel's eavesdropping from the doorway, keeping a very deliberate safe distance thanks to Namiel's curse, and can't help blurting out, "Wait, banned why?" Too many side effects, Namiel explains. A person's mind, it turns out, is an extremely delicate thing. There's no cherry-picking with this spell either. You can't just call up the memories you actually want. It drags up every unwanted memory along with it, agonizing pain included, and plenty of powerful mages who tried it before the ban ended up completely losing their minds. Gwynnel isn't buying the doom and gloom. Isn't it fine as long as nobody abuses it? Please, Namiel, she begs, pulling out the full puppy dog eyes. There's something Rainelle genuinely needs to remember. Can't he do anything at all? He goes quiet for a beat. He can't use the ban spell itself, that much is non-negotiable. But he admits he's cooked up all sorts of potions over the years just to manage his own curse. One of them happens to mimic the memory spell pretty closely. This might actually work. Same nasty side effects apply though, he warns, handing it over. She'd better brace herself. She points out he banned this exact magic and yet is awfully willing to hand out the potion version. He just dabs at a fake tear and calls it a bit of a gray area. Bold of him to admit it, but between the curse knocking his morals down about 38.5% and his curiosity taking the wheel, he'll allow it, so long as she writes him a review roughly 100 pages long. He's still got 61.5% of his morals intact though, so here's a free antidote to shut the potion's effects off whenever she needs it. Does that come with its own homework assignment too? He generously knocks it down to a mere 50 pages. 150 pages combined total. Rainelle and Gwynnel just stare at him. Gwynnel, meanwhile, wants to know if there's anything she can do for him in return. He handed over something this precious for free, and she's determined to pay him back somehow. Namiel just says her name, quiet and a little too soft for a guy who claims he's not into her. Well, if she insists, then maybe she could keep doing one particular thing. He trails off, letting the moment and the flowers around them do the talking. Gwynnel goes bright red, completely caught off guard. Rainelle grabs her by the collar before this turns into a whole scene. All right, let's not keep the man from his work. Gwynnel calls back over her shoulder that she'll absolutely be writing to him. Be careful heading back, he tells them, as the door closes on the moment. Left alone, Namiel just stands there for a second, somewhere between pleased and rattled. Something about all this feels strange to him, and he can't quite place it. Every time he thinks of Gwynnel lately, his chest just tightens up out of nowhere. Must be his curse acting up again, he decides. Mr. Male Lead, ladies and gentlemen, still has a long way to go before he clocks what's actually happening to him. Back home, Rainelle measures out the strange little potion, ready to give it a shot. One whiff and she's already regretting everything. This stuff reeks. But compared to the alternative, some horrible ending with Camute down the line, a little pain is nothing. She steels herself and knocks it back. The potion hits instantly, dragging her down into something dark and overwhelming. Her eyes go glassy as the spell locks in. She's pulled under, spinning through her own scattered memories. Feathers and fragments swirl past, crow memories tangled up with everything else. Someone screams her name in pure panic. Gwynnel drops everything and rushes to her side. Is she okay? Rainelle stirs weakly, barely able to get a word out. Then the real pain hits and she screams. Of all things, the first memory that surfaces is a vase on a table, not exactly the reveal she was hoping for. Gwynnel holds her through it, gently pointing out, about that a moment of pain is nothing line, there was a reason this got banned. Instead of anything useful, she gets a highlight reel of her most cringeworthy past life moments, belting out a song thinking no one was around only for her boss to be right there clapping, and that one unforgettable time she called her professor mom mid-presentation. Years of buried embarrassment come flooding back all at once. She genuinely forgotten all of it and swears if she ever drinks this stuff again, she's coming back a caterpillar, not a bird. Through the screaming, Gwynnel manages to ask the actual important question. Does she at least remember what she needed to? Rainelle has to admit she panicked and took the antidote too soon to actually get anything solid out of it. Still, she says, catching her breath, she did walk away with one small clue. And with that clue hanging in the air, the chapter closes on a city gone quiet under a blood-red sky. Whatever's coming next, it's already stirring. The memory drops us straight into a packed fantasy tavern, the noise and the smell of roasted food cranked all the way up. Random patrons brag about bar fights nobody asked about, just background noise while the girls scope the place out. Her companion just gapes at the crowd, a little overwhelmed by how packed this place is. Wide-eyed and buzzing with excitement, Rainelle admits she has never set foot in a fantasy tavern before, and this is supposedly where the trail to the game's hidden character begins. Her friend confirms it with a simple nod. Yeah, this is the place. What we are watching, it turns out, is a memory, one that came flooding back out of nowhere. The plan sounds simple enough. Order the right item off the menu and the staff will supposedly lead them straight to the hidden character. One small problem, neither of them has any idea which menu item is the actual trigger. There are way too many options to just take a wild guess, and Rainelle knows it. Back in the present, a very familiar blonde face, that is Camute, gently asks if Rainelle can stomach taking that memory potion just one more time. Rainelle short-circuits. Take it again, one more dose and she is pretty sure she will die of second-hand embarrassment. And here is the part she really hates admitting. Because along with the important memories, all the cringiest ones came flooding back too. She cannot undo what already happened, so she has been trying hard not to think about it, except now it will not leave her alone. Back in the memory, Rainelle flips through the menu again, hunting for any clue she might have missed. For a second, something about the pages just feels off, a weird itch of wrongness she cannot quite explain. A tavern waitress swings by, asking again what they would actually like to order. Rainelle waves off the small talk. Right now, cracking this menu puzzle matters way more than table manners. She stares down at the page and honestly just blanks. She cannot even remember what she meant to order. Fine, she will just give up trying to remember the exact item. New plan forming, she leans in with a request for the waiter. Just bring everything, every single dish on the menu, front page to back. And she slams a small fortune down on the table to make sure it happens. Subtlety was never really her thing. The food starts arriving in an avalanche, and her friend can only get out a nervous half-word. The look on her face says it all. This plan might be getting a little out of hand. Now there is a literal tower of food and drink on the table, and even her friend has to ask if this is really the best idea she had. Rainelle is not totally sure either, but hey, they cannot exactly eat a mountain of food by themselves, so damage control first. She flags down the waiter and asks if he can just share all this food out among everyone in the tavern. Turns out ordering absolutely everything did not magically summon the hidden character after all. Back to the drawing board, her friend rubs his temples while Rainelle buries herself back in the menu. No, she decides, there has to be something else they are missing. And there it is, they ordered everything on the menu technically except for one dish that was never actually served, Owl's Tears. She flags the waiter down again and asks straight up for Owl's Tears. He hesitates. That is a very special item, he says, not something he can serve out here in the open. Instead, he simply asks them to follow him. He leads them down a hidden staircase, deeper into the building than any regular customer would ever go. Just the creak of old wood and a lantern held up to light the way. The two of them follow close behind, cloaks pulled tight, clearly stepping somewhere they are not really supposed to be. Her friend cannot help but admit this is getting a little creepy. Are they sure they are not walking into danger? Rainelle just grins, it will probably be fine. A faint detail floats back to her. The Assassination Guild, the hidden character, works for doubles as an information broker on the outside. And if things go sideways, she is confident her spirit friend Mui will step in to protect them. She pushes open a set of heavy glowing doors, still turning over how exactly to convince this hidden character to help them. Light spills out as the door cracks open and both of them freeze, bracing for whatever is on the other side. Except there is nobody there at all. The room is completely empty. Just a long, silent banquet table, set for guests who never showed up. Somewhere else entirely, the tavern worker quietly hangs a glowing charm on the wall, a signal, maybe, or a summons. Meanwhile, footsteps and the glint of a blade cut through the dark. A voice rises out of the shadows, low and pointed. What, it asks, brings such important guests all the way down here? Then a strange detail surfaces from nowhere. A name and a title, Gwynnel von Adriana, future Empress. Someone steps out of the shadows to meet them face to face. Is there information you cannot get with your own authority, the figure asks, or is there someone you actually want dead? Whatever it is you are after. The guild is confident it can deliver, the mysterious figure promises. Rainelle steadies herself and gets to the point. They want to hire one specific guild member and the request stays between just the three of them. I see, the figure replies coolly. This is clearly their first time doing business here. Let us just say we have our own information too, straight from the game apparently, which, weirdly, is not even wrong. So go on, name who you want. Rainelle steels herself and finally says the name. She wants Kaine's dagger. Turns out that is just a nickname, the hidden character's own self-given alias. He gave himself that name after a battle he barely walked away from, leaping clear of the flames in one desperate move. Also, he would never forget the person who saved his life, back in a place called Kaine. Back upstairs, someone barks an order at the tavern worker to step outside. Yes, Guildmaster, he answers instantly. Footsteps echo as a hooded figure finally steps forward to address them directly. He is not sure where exactly they got their information, he says, but it is clearly missing a few pieces. Both of them freeze. Wait, what does that mean? You did not need to come all the way down here for this, he tells them. You could have just asked my savior, Sir Camute. He explains himself plainly. Everything he does now is to repay a debt he owes that man. He works like Camute's own shadow, he adds, which means they clearly already had inside information straight from Camute himself. Both women just stare, completely stunned, as the truth loads in real time. The hidden character they went through all this trouble to track down is already Camute's man. For a second, Rainelle's mind flashes to Namiel and the rest of Camute's inner circle, the actual team already standing behind him. She had genuinely thought the Emperor and his men's affection stats had something to do with unlocking some hidden system mechanic. Nope, it was just this. Rainelle sinks straight to the floor. Wait, so then, all that scheming just to recruit someone who was already on their side the whole time? She did not need to relive a single one of those memories for this. She collapses dramatically into her friend's arms, groaning about her terrible, terrible fate. Ah, right, her friend says, catching on. Rainelle is worried about a possible invasion from that direction. They figured having someone that's strong on their side would only help, Rainelle explains to the silent, unreadable assassin. I did say we are confident we can satisfy whatever you want, he tells them, then pauses. But, unfortunately, he says flatly, that is one thing we cannot do for you. He trails off, choosing his next words carefully. His expression stays cold and unreadable behind the hood. Under cover of night, Rainelle admits to herself that this is going to be rough. She's trying to win over someone who wants nothing to do with any of it. She knew going in it wouldn't be easy, she thinks. She just didn't expect it to be quite this hard. The reason why becomes clear fast. A masked, hooded stranger tells her flat out he has absolutely no desire to protect the Empire. What do you mean? Rainelle stammers, caught completely off guard by how blunt he's being. He doesn't budge. This, he says, is a totally different situation from whatever she thinks she knows. In a strange, glowing vow, he makes one thing clear. He's only willing to give his life to protect Sir Camute. Just Camute's life, nobody else's. Protecting the whole empire, he says dryly, doesn't really fit the criteria, does it? He holds up his fingers like he's doing the math, muttering that setting a fair price on saving an entire empire is trickier than it sounds. Behind him, gold coins rain down over a burning city, but money isn't really the point here. Lit by the flames, he says it plainly. He's actually someone a lot closer to hating this empire than loving it. Rainelle reacts with a stunned what, as he keeps going unbothered, laying out exactly where he stands. If the empire were ever in real danger, he says, he'd only step in to save Camute. Debt repaid, nothing more. Everyone else can fend for themselves, he shrugs, though he supposes he'd technically have to save Rainelle too, since golden wolves die if they lose their mate. He admits it's really not for some noble reason. Turns out he was born with the strange ability to move through shadows and got kidnapped by an assassin's guild when he was just a little kid. He learned to wield a knife before he even learned to read. The moment he was old enough to realize how wrong that was, he got his revenge on the people who took him, but by then, there was no turning back. He never knew how to live as anything but an assassin, so naturally he ended up running the whole guild himself. And every client who came to him after that only confirmed it. Humans, in his experience, tend to be sinful and dark. Case in point, someone hires him just to kill a so-called friend. Then there's the client who wants his own father dead, plus a forged will to go with it, all because dear old dad thought he was better than him. Isn't that enough, he asks quietly, for anyone to hate this whole empire? But buried in his darkest years is one memory of him holding someone close, proof that maybe not every human he crossed paths with turned out rotten. Back in the present, he tells Rainelle plainly, please don't bother trying to convince him otherwise. Expecting anything noble out of a twisted human like him, he warns her, will only end in her disappointment. And with that, he melts back into the shadows without another word, leaving her with nothing but silence and a very hard problem. Back home, Camute walks arm in arm with Rainelle, clearly turning the whole conversation over in his head. Rainelle just goes quiet, worry written all over her face. Camute finally asks her outright, so what's the plan, Rainelle? Are you actually going to try to talk that shadowy bastard into helping? She's not about to just sit back and give up, she admits. If anything, this whole situation is making her more stubborn about it. Something about it feels off, she adds. If he really had zero interest, why bother explaining himself to them at all? Camute agrees. The guy went out of his way to lay out his whole tragic backstory too, which is a lot more effort than a flat no requires. Which means, Rainelle figures, he's basically daring them to come up with a better reason for him to protect the empire. Elsewhere, Camute cradles her close, a reminder that this same shadow once worked as his own personal spy, so the guy already knows exactly how Rainelle thinks. Rainelle turns it over in her head. Maybe she realizes this whole thing really is some kind of test. Still in disguise for their outing, she wonders aloud just what it's actually going to take to change his mind. Camute, ever the optimist, tells her that's exactly why she can't give up now. He's given her a test, and folding at the first no would be pointless. A third hooded friend chimes in with a cheer, count her in too, let's crack this thing together. Then, out of nowhere, a message comes flying in, and Rainelle can't quite believe what she's looking at. Gwynnel recognizes it instantly. It's a magic letter from Namiel, and he never sends one of these unless his curse has made things urgent. Alarmed, they agree to read it immediately. What could possibly have happened? Namiel's letter gets straight to the point. His research has finally paid off, and he couldn't wait to tell Gwynnel first. He's been testing Rainelle's feathers, Carmute's wolf fur, and feathers from the Empire's other crows. And the results point to one thing: a Croban rock has the best shot yet at curing his curse. Getting his hands on one won't be easy, he admits, but for the first time there's an actual glimmer of hope. So he's wrapping up loose ends fast. In a week, he plans to set out himself to go track one down. But before he leaves, there's one thing he wants first: to see Gwynnel just once. Cut to Gwynnel breaking her own news. She's the one who's leaving to chase down the Croban rock, and Namiel is floored. Cue a full meltdown. Didn't she promise she'd help him, and now she's just taking off without him? She apologizes hard, but insists this is genuinely her only shot at the right timing. See, she remembers something from her past life. In the game she used to play, missing this exact moment came with consequences. And Namiel, it turns out, is the character she has the highest bond with in that game, the same one now begging for a Croban rock. Miss this window, she realizes with a chill, and a straight-up bad ending could be waiting for both of them. So she turns to Rainelle, practically in tears, apologizing from the bottom of her heart for running off like this. Rainelle just tells her to be careful and come home safe. She'll handle everything back here. They hug it out tight before Gwynnel takes off, and just like that, Rainelle is down one very important friend. Alone again, Rainelle paces back and forth, stuck on one big question: what on earth is she supposed to do about this shadow problem? She's so frustrated she's half tempted to just take the easy way out and be done with it. But no, she catches herself. She'd very much like to stay healthy for a long, long time, thank you very much. Enter Carmute, sneaking up behind her mid-pace and calling her name. He asks point blank, what exactly has her so lost in thought? She turns, caught red-handed, and just says his name. Turns out he'd been watching her the whole time from his office window. And let's be honest, pacing back and forth in the exact same spot doesn't exactly scream casual evening stroll. Busted, Rainelle admits he saw right through her, so now what? She worries that if she keeps stalling, he'll think she just doesn't trust him with it, especially with him already giving her those big, anxious puppy dog eyes. So she figures might as well just say it. There's someone specific she wants to recruit. Though she admits up front, she doesn't think winning this particular guy over is going to be easy at all. Carmute, close now, just echoes that yeah, that's exactly the problem they're both stuck on, saying her name softly. Just the sound of her sighing seems to set something off somewhere nearby. Because somewhere in the castle someone loudly clocks it. Rainelle is sighing, uh-oh. Cut to someone slamming a fist down, furious that anyone would dare make Rainelle worry in the first place. And there's Carmute himself, dramatically face down on a table, grumbling that she's already been through enough thanks to that awful Duke and his noble faction, and he's not about to let it happen again. Fired up, he demands they find out exactly who's behind this and force the guy into line. Quick correction from Rainelle: not force him, convince him. Meanwhile, safely out of sight, the shadowy stranger himself just smirks, clearly enjoying the show. Under a heavy black hood, a mystery man corners Rainelle with one nervous question: did she happen to mention him to Carmute? She swears up and down she never said it was about him, though her expression gives her away instantly. Turns out that little fib backfired big time. Carmute is now hunting down the guy who dared refuse Rainelle's offer, and this cloaked fellow is catching all the heat. Rainelle just shrugs it off with a laugh over tea, admitting she didn't mean to rile her fiancé up this bad, but she's clearly not losing sleep over it. He tracked her down anyway, sheepishly apologizing for whatever trouble he's caused her. He insists he's only looking out for her, since the future empress shouldn't waste her time chasing down a nobody like him. Then, in a swirl of red petals, he throws down the real challenge. Does she honestly think she can talk him into this? She just flushes at whatever he says next about her personality, clearly not the reaction he was expecting. He's stumped. For a guy hiding under a hood, he's suddenly very out of his depth around her. So he asks the real question: why is she even bothering to protect an empire that's given her nothing but grief? Her answer hits close to home: he's suffered because of this empire too, just like she has. The empire's prejudice, she says, has practically been a death sentence for people like him. Everyone around him has only ever tried to use him, putting him in danger while pretending it's for his own good. So she turns the question back on him: after everything, why hasn't he given up on people yet? That question lands somewhere deep. His gloved hand trembles, glowing faintly with whatever power he's been hiding. He admits he gave up on people a long time ago. So how, he asks, is she still standing here shining like nothing ever touched her? A memory surfaces. Watching her walk arm in arm with someone else, he confesses he used to envy her endlessly. He just couldn't stomach it anymore. He admits that constant gnawing envy every time he saw her. Watching her rise while he stayed stuck in the shadows wore him down more than he'd ever say out loud. The memory fades into soft light spilling through a palace window, heavy with everything left unsaid. That's exactly why, he confesses, he kept his distance from Lady Rainelle for so long. The second it's out of his mouth, he panics, begging her to just forget she ever heard it. Rainelle just softens and offers to share a bit about herself instead, easing the awkward moment. She reaches a hand toward him, gentle and unguarded, closing the distance he's spent so long keeping. Then, out of nowhere, he asks for her name outright and she blinks, caught completely off guard. He answers first instead, finally giving up the name he's kept hidden this whole time. She stands there a moment, turning the name over in her head like it means more than he realizes. Back at the palace, she can't stop puzzling over it. If he's so dead set on refusing her offer, why bother telling her his name at all? Strange guy, she decides with a laugh, then turns to ask what her audience of one thinks of him. Camute, apparently listening this whole time, dramatically keels over the second he realizes exactly who she means. He grills her on it. How does she even know a guy who supposedly never leaves the shadows? Pure chance, she insists, though the twinkle in her eye suggests there's more to that story. Still not convinced, Camute asks point blank if she really thinks she can talk this guy into anything. Apparently, the mystery man once hid under a literal desk just so he could objectively judge their conversation, and Camute is never letting that go. Camute starts rambling about his own big plan to convince the guy himself, then catches himself getting a little too worked up about it. He nurses a scrape on his arm, muttering that it looks like she's got this handled without him anyway. Is it because the guy's a lost cause, Camute wonders? Rainelle just shakes her head. It's actually the opposite. A beat of quiet passes between them, the kind that says more than either of them is ready to. Camute muses about the kind of tree that refuses to fall no matter how hard the storm hits it. You can't help but be drawn to something that's stubborn, he admits, without even realizing why. And once you notice it, he says, you can't stop thinking about it. Maybe, even in a world this rough, there's still some hope worth holding onto. Alone at his desk, the mystery man quietly tends to a small plant, like he's trying to prove that same point to himself. Rainelle decides that just a little opening is all she needs, and then her hair starts turning to feathers mid-sentence. Camute yelps and catches her just as she mid-transforms into her crow form, right there in his arms. Feathers and cherry blossoms swirl together in the chaos of the moment. She just grins up at him, completely unbothered by her own sudden bird problem. In her head, she admits that not having real power or talent used to leave her feeling completely overwhelmed. But the wings she's used to keep moving forward, one small flap at a time, have quietly changed everything around her, more than she ever gave herself credit for. Somewhere below, the hooded stranger watches her crow form soar overhead, transfixed. Back with Camute, he's got both hands full of very insistent crow, begging her to quit flapping her wings in his face. The moment softens into something a lot more tender between them. Somewhere nearby, a certain jealous rival is cackling about how he can't stand having competition for her attention anymore. Camute just pulls her closer, declaring she's his while she teases that she's basically a magical crow now, thank you very much. She admits all this affection is honestly giving her quite the confidence boost. But her smile fades a little as she thinks of someone she couldn't help the way she wanted to, a girl named Arya. Is Arya even doing okay these days, she wonders quietly. Her thoughts drift out across the palace grounds, carried off on the wind. Far from the palace, a quiet little town goes about its business, unaware it's about to become the center of the story. Someone new hurries through its streets, chasing down a lead of her own. It's Gwynnel, tracking down exactly where a certain quest giver is supposed to be. Her target, the Croban Rock, a legendary item straight out of the game she remembers from her old life. Problem is, it's tied to an achievement so rare not even the Emperor managed to unlock it back in the game. She face plants onto the bed, groaning about failing the quest again. In the game, it all hinged on getting the right NPC to trust her first. That NPC keeps asking if she's really serious about helping, and there's a whole mess of minigames standing in her way too. Out here in the real world, there's no tutorial, and she's visibly nervous as she scours the market for the right spot. Someone spots her coming and does an absolute double take. Turns out the girl she's looking for is already in the middle of a crisis of her own. Somebody trashed her flower stock as a prank, and just like that, Gwynnel realizes she's found exactly who she's been looking for. The flower seller, Arya, stares at her ruined stock, panicking about how she's supposed to cover rent now. Then a gentle voice cuts through her panic, offering a hand. Two strangers, both hiding under hoods, size each other up in the quiet street. Would she mind a little help, the newcomer asks, already rolling up her sleeves. Arya can barely believe her luck. But something about this stranger makes her pause, like she's putting a face to a name she's heard before. Still cautious, she double-checks. Is this stranger really willing to help someone like her, no strings attached? And strangely enough, for the first time in a while, it feels like the answer is yes. Arya's face finally breaks into a real smile, one small kindness turning her whole day around. Our recap opens with Gwynnel roped into helping a flower seller stock up for the day. When she says she just needs a hand picking flowers, Gwynnel figures, how hard can it be? Famous last words, she quickly realizes this easy little favor is anything but. Sweaty, hunched over and losing her patience fast, she mutters that this job is, in her exact words, fucking difficult. The sun is merciless, her back is screaming from all the bending, and at this point she's ready to fight the flowers themselves. Her mysterious hooded boss isn't impressed either, tossing aside a flower for being bug-bitten and apparently just not pretty enough. A blunt verdict comes down, pick the flowers again, no appeals. At this rate, Gwynnel groans, someone's going to have to carry her out of here before she ever gets her hands on this legendary Croban Rock. The flower seller doesn't budge an inch. Yes, of course she has to redo it. Wouldn't it be sadder, the woman reasons, if all that hard work just got tossed aside and ignored? Gwynnel can't really argue with that logic. Her face, though, says everything her mouth won't. She is absolutely not enjoying this. She remembers this quest from her old life. Back in the game, getting a Croban Rock only took a couple of puzzle or rhythm minigames. Sure, those minigames were brutal to score well on, but at least she got to sit down while doing it. Looking back, that whole system suddenly feels like a gift from heaven, because at least it didn't involve hours of real sunburn. Cue the tears, this is not the glamorous fantasy quest she signed up for. The flower seller just watches her fall apart, giving absolutely nothing away. Finally, mercy, she decides they've picked more than enough for today. I survived, Gwynnel cheers, basket in hand, ready to bolt the second she's given the okay. Then comes a surprise, genuine praise. Gwynnel's eyes go wide. Freshly recovered from her meltdown, she plays it cool, shrugging that picking flowers is just something she's always done. The flower seller explains that this particular field blooms so thick thanks to all the sunlight it gets. But that abundance has a price. When the soil runs short on nutrients, plenty of these flowers end up suffering for it. And because of that, she adds quietly, this whole field has earned itself a bit of a frightening reputation. This place, she says, is her responsibility now. Life without death, she muses, is nothing but meaningless pain, an oddly heavy line from a woman who just sells flowers on the street. But heavy or not, one thing is non-negotiable. She will not let this flower field go up in flames. All she wants, she says, is for every flower to find happiness in its short life, so how dare anything come along and ruin that? The catch is she can't personally step in and meddle with every flower's fate herself. So instead she tucks a small blue bloom into Gwynelle's hair, naming her the butterfly who will stand in and protect the flowers when she can't. Wait, what exactly does that mean? Gwynelle asks, suddenly a lot less comfortable with this whole arrangement. She touches the flower gently, sensing there's more weight behind this gesture than she's being told. The woman's answer does nothing to reassure her. It means that "I am sorry," cryptic much. She just laughs it off. "You'll know when the time comes" is all she offers, and that's apparently that. Time to move, she announces, since nobody buys flowers once the sun goes down. And despite how delicate she looks, this woman power walks like she's late for something, leaving Gwynelle scrambling to keep up. It gets Gwynelle thinking. Back when this was just a character in the game she used to play, this NPC never struck her as strange. But now that she's really paying attention, there's more than one or two things about this woman that don't add up. Case in point, how does a random street flower seller own a Croban rock that not even an emperor could ever get his hands on? And that's not the only red flag. This woman keeps saying things Gwynelle simply cannot wrap her head around. Funnier still, back in the game this character was just a faceless illustration, now that Gwynelle's seeing her in person. The pieces start clicking together, and the realization hits like a slow, unsettling chill. Because this stranger's face is an exact match for Rainelle's. And that should not even be possible. Rainelle only became human at all after eating a Croban rock, so a total stranger walking around with that exact same face is a lot more than coincidence. This person, Gwynelle realizes with a chill, might be exactly what she's afraid she is. What the hell is she? Gwynelle blurts out loud, staring at the golden-eyed stranger like she's seeing a ghost. The mystery woman just keeps arranging her flowers, cool as ever, giving absolutely nothing away. And just like that, she's already walking off, leaving Gwynelle with a whole lot more questions than answers. Cut to the palace later that evening, where a much fancier, much cozier scene is about to unfold. Rainelle blinks down at a ring being pressed into her hand. "A ring?" she asks, clearly reading into it. Camute immediately turns red and backpedals hard, insisting it is absolutely not that kind of ring, so don't misunderstand. Turns out it's just his summoning charm for a spirit named Sedarin. One flick of mana on it and the guy comes running. He's still visibly sweating over the whole misunderstanding, honestly. He explains he shaped it into a ring purely for convenience, though he admits now, looking at it, the whole thing does read a little differently than he intended. Rainelle, ever the tease, dangles it right at her collar. "So do I put it on here or not?" Camute short-circuits on the spot. "Rainelle, I'm begging you," he panics, "that's not a left ring finger kind of ring, that finger means something." She just laughs, tells him to relax, she was only kidding, and slides it onto a different finger instead. Funny enough, she figured his ring would swim on her hand, but it actually fits closer than she expected. "So summoning him right now?" Camute asks. Rainelle just hums, already scheming. Before that she grins, "Let's plan this out a little first." The two put their heads together plotting something mischievous, and honestly Camute is fully on board. "All right," she declares, raising her hand, "let's call him in right now." Magic swirls to life around her fingers. And out of the surging dark energy, a hooded figure steps through, fully summoned. "Did you call for me, Sir Camute?" he asks warily, already bracing himself because apparently today's orders aren't coming from his usual boss. They're coming from Rainelle instead. And if he thinks about refusing and making a run for it, Camute warns with a grin. "Well, he'll just leave that to the imagination," Camute smirks. Sedarin groans, "I can't believe you're actually using Sir Camute against me." Rainelle giggles, utterly delighted with herself, while Sedarin eyes her with equal parts dread and suspicion, bracing for whatever comes next. Our chapter opens mid-battle at the Empire's border, where a massive winged spirit and a roaring, dragon-shaped blaze collide in the sky. One of Marquis Miel's summoned spirits coils through the air like water given form, smashing straight into the enemy's firestorm. Down below, Marquis Miel watches it all unfold without so much as flinching, cool and completely in control. Someone spots newcomers arriving with a start, Lady Rainelle and His Majesty Camute himself. What are they doing all the way out here? We're just here to check on how things are going, Marquis Miel, Rainelle explains simply. Camute adds that Miel can lean on him for anything he needs. Miel, a little flustered, admits that honestly since the Empire's under pressure. The front is so wide it's slow going to fully fortify and nobody can predict when the enemy will strike. Still, he says they haven't hit real trouble yet thanks to careful prep. The friends I've got out here are doing everything they can to help me, Miel says with quiet pride. It's not just Master Murden backing him up either. A whole crew of mages and summoners are on the job so the difficulties they're facing are manageable. You really don't have to worry too much, Miel assures Camute and Rainelle. Camute is relieved to hear it. Off to the side though, a hooded figure trailing behind them, Sedarin, goes quiet, staring off at the sky. Camute notices and calls him out. What exactly are you doing, Sedarin? You're supposed to be handling the task Rainelle gave you, he presses. Don't tell me you're. Ignoring it, Camute finishes, catching him red-handed. Fine, Sedarin mutters, I'll get to it, just quit pressuring me. Privately, he can't figure out why, but this so-called crow Rainelle saddled him with what she swears is an easy little task. Flashback to earlier that day when Rainelle laid out the rules. Ask every single person you run into today one question, she told him. Doesn't matter what the question is, Sedarin grumbles, repeating it back. It could be about what they ate for breakfast for all she cares, she says, just ask each person something. Do that today and I won't ask you for another thing, she promises. Sedarin just can't figure out what on earth she was thinking cooking up this favor. Does she really think I'm naive enough to have a change of heart just from doing this? He scoffs to himself. Well, whatever, he shrugs, it's not exactly hard and drops down to get started. If I just knock this out today, she'll finally stop bugging me, he reasons, walking up to his first target. May I ask you something, Marquis Miel, he says. Sure, what's your question? Miel replies easily. Sedarin recalls Miel openly works alongside other mages and summoners, so he aims right for it. You. Miel's expression shifts as the question lands. Honestly, he admits, it'd be a lie to say it hasn't gotten to him. There are plenty of people who look down on where he came from, he says, jealous of him getting ahead purely on talent, but none of it bothers him one bit, he adds with a small, confident smile. Because he says, I've got people who believe in me. The kind of people who'd stand by him no matter what, like the ones welcoming him with open arms right now. So for their sake, he refuses to cave to the handful of rotten people who don't. And honestly, if they're going to write him off anyway, he's happy to write them off right back, mostly because he's dying to see their faces once he pulls this off. And successfully defends this empire, exactly the way he always pictured it. So don't worry about me, Sir Sedarin, Miel says with a smile, I'm not some helpless person anymore. This guy, Sedarin thinks, caught off guard, because their pasts lined up, he'd figured Miel would think exactly like he does. That's exactly why he'd picked a question meant to shake his confidence in protecting the Empire in the first place. Guess he's got a far steadier will than I gave him credit for, Sedarin admits, grudgingly impressed. Somewhere above, a lone crow cuts through the sky as the scene shifts. Walking on with the group, Rainelle grins. I'm glad Miel was the first person we ran into today, she says. The way she sees it, Sedarin is like a bird just starting to crack its way out of its shell. Camute already put the first big crack in that shell, she figures. And Sedarin's the type who can't just ignore the light, wind, and scent leaking through. Through the cracks, even while he still hates the world, fears it, and keeps hesitating. So if he's ever going to find his confidence in all that darkness and actually step outside it, someone's got to be the one tapping on his shell, she reasons, because that's just who he is. Maybe the key word he stumbles on doesn't even need to be the word tears, she muses, glancing at a scrap of parchment marked Owl's Tears. Or she could just use the nickname Chinese Dagger and out him as Camute's shadow entirely. Even though he flatly turned down her request to help protect the Empire, she figures he was either letting go of his past, or finally letting people know his real name. Either way works for her and she watches him walk off, a faint, satisfied smile on her face. Either way, she notes he keeps informing himself, just always through the back door. So she says, picking the thought back up, on they go. Replaying it in her head, That doesn't bother me one bit because I've got people who believe in me, Miel had said. No way, Sedarin mutters to himself, unconvinced. There's no way, he insists, picturing a cracked shell in his mind. This has to just be because Miel's an unusual case. Somebody else out there is bound to get flustered and doubt themselves over this question, he decides, and heads off to find them. New target found, a silver-haired man with a scarf pulled up high answers carefully. You're asking if I regret taking His Majesty's curse for him, Sedarin presses. Aren't you struggling because of it? How exactly should I answer this? The man hesitates, glancing toward Camute seated across the table. Don't mind me, just answer comfortably, Camute tells him. I've actually been curious myself. All right then, he says, I'll give you an honest answer. I certainly didn't regret it, not at first, he begins, but I came to regret it gravely, so I guess, he adds, if it happened again, you'd choose differently. Sedarin braces for the same speech as before, figuring Miel really was just the outlier here. Nope, the man answers flatly. I'd make that exact same choice over and over again, he says without a shred of hesitation. No matter how much I regret it. I'd still do anything, even the smallest thing, to make this world a little better. Because he admits there's someone he wants to live safely and comfortably, no matter what it costs him. That's how I can confidently call myself a true friend, he finishes. Camute, smirking, cuts in, no Marquis, that's. Hey, Rainelle teases, leaning in, that is definitely not just a friend talking. No way, Sedarin thinks, stunned. He actually admitted flat out that he regretted it. No, Sedarin repeats to himself, still processing what he just heard. Still, he decides, I think I can work with this. At least he's finally pulled a different answer out of somebody. Elsewhere, an old plan of his echoes back, use the demonic realm invasion right, and every enemy bothering His Majesty could be wiped out in one clean sweep. He tests the idea on Knight Garlinos standing behind him. What do you think, he asks. It's a pretty tempting idea, Garlinos admits, considering it. But honestly, not even worth answering, he adds. Sedarin just smirks, expecting exactly that. How so, he presses. Aren't you the guy who hates His Majesty's enemies more than literally anyone, Knight Garlinos? Why even ask something so obvious? Garlinos fires back, annoyed. I could wipe them out myself, bare hands, no help needed, fair and square. Borrowing someone else's hands for it just feels flat out wrong to him, and he says so, loudly. Don't make me laugh, Sedarin mutters, stepping back, equal parts amused and unbothered. Don't be ridiculous, he thinks, walking off. Why is it that everyone he asks isn't being eaten alive by their own shadows the way he feels like he constantly is? Don't run away, Sedarin, Rainelle calls out, catching up before he can slip off. There's still one more person you need to ask, she reminds him, gesturing back toward the group. You haven't asked me a question yet, Camute points out, arms crossed. Don't you think so, Chinese dagger, he adds with a smug grin, using the nickname just to needle him. Ask each person you encounter one question, Rainelle recites back at him. That includes me, she says pointedly. Sedarin lets out a long, resigned breath. There's no getting out of this one. Later, alone with Camute, the two walk together as the sky burns orange with sunset. Sedarin finally asks it, why don't you ever order me to protect the Empire? Until now, he explains, he'd always assumed Sir Camute understood him well enough to know not to push, which is why he never gave that order. But now, for the first time, he's starting to think that might not be the real reason at all. Deep among bare winter branches, a hooded stranger's sharp eye catches the light. Someone's about to have a very heavy conversation. A muffled voice escapes the hood, just one aching word, why? Turns out she's been sitting on one question this whole time, finally working up the nerve to ask it. So she plants herself right in front of Camute, the Wolf Emperor himself, ready to get her answer. Why won't you just order me to protect the Empire, she demands, done pretending everything's fine. Until now, she admits, she always figured he understood her too well to ever ask that of her. That he was holding back out of respect for her, not indifference. But now she's honestly not so sure that's the real reason at all. Camute's mind drifts back to the day they first crossed paths back in Kaini. Surely she remembers it too. The memory settles over him like the fading light of that afternoon. Because that was the day she came at him with a blade hired muscle for some noble tied to the Llewellyn family who wanted him gone. It gets bloody fast, young Camute fending off her attack mid-fight. Blades cross in the dark, and neither one of them is backing down. And even mid-swing, he says, she was looking at him with nothing but doubt in her eyes. He could tell right away, he says. He'd faced down plenty of people sent to kill him before, but this one distrusted the entire world and blamed herself for all of it. He could just tell. Their blades clash one more time before the memory fades out. That, he goes on, is the truth of it. She genuinely didn't want to keep living the life she'd been living. So instead of striking back, Camute just held out his hand. Because deep down, he could tell she wanted an entirely different kind of life. He held that hand out so she'd finally have a reason to trust someone. Have faith in me, he told her, right there in that sunset-lit street. Except he admits now, he was never really able to hand her a brand new life either. Even the fallen Prince Llewellyn, watching from his own dark path, once understood that same despair. He just never managed to offer her anything better either. All Camute could really do was plant one small seed in her heart and promise to walk beside her through the dark. Cut nearer to the present, the hooded woman gives her report, cool and businesslike. Sir Camute, the remnants of the Llewellyn family have been dealt with. But Camute isn't just thinking about loose ends anymore. What they've built together, he says, isn't some fragile little seedling now, it's grown into a full tree. The two of them walk together through golden light, Rainelle trailing along just behind. The mood shifts, dreamlike color bleeding across the scene as magic stirs nearby. A tree that can withstand any storm, he says, and he clearly means every word. So now, he continues, working his way up to the real reason he called her out here. It's time, Camute tells her, for you to come out of the darkness and meet the sun. The reason I never ordered you to protect the Empire, Cederin, he tells her, finally giving her a name, is because, he goes on. It's because you've always longed for the light, he finally admits. Something shifts in Cederin, sparks crackling as her walls start coming down. So stop hiding in that shell, Camute tells her. Come out already, Cederin, you're already ready to fly. And there she is, hood down at last, warm brown hair loose around her face, grinning like she can't quite believe this is real. Ready to fly indeed, you can practically see the weight lifting off her shoulders. She steps forward into the light, no longer needing to hide in anyone's shadow. Even her dress seems to catch the glow differently now. Cut to something else entirely, a letter addressed simply to Cederin. It opens by admitting that saying the world's full of good people or full of hope probably sounds completely absurd to her. But he writes that if he'd only had the chance to sit down properly with the good people already watching over him and actually hear them out, and in the process of actually doing that, if he ever came face to face with the sincerity he'd been hoping for all along, then he'd know for certain. The letter trails off into silence, Cederin's hood dipping low as she reads it over. From the very start, she realizes she never actually had a choice in any of this. Snap back to present day proper, Camute, Rainelle and Cederin standing together, and he's needling her about something. That's why you kept asking everyone the same questions, right, Rainelle? I told you to ask normal things like what people had for breakfast, Rainelle protests. I never told you to ask that, Camute just smirks, Cederin blinks, caught off guard. Are you satisfied now that you've gotten the answer you wanted, she throws back at him. She crosses her arms, playing it cool for about half a second. Then she just breaks into a huge grin. Only if you're satisfied, she laughs. The three of them share a warm moment together, the weight of that whole flashback finally lifting. Elsewhere, someone's watching all this warmth with a lot less joy. Hope you can't actually see, he mutters, is just vague noise. But when it gets shoved right in front of my eyes like this, the despair I've been drowning in, he says, honestly just makes me want to laugh. It's the corrupted third Prince Llewellyn smirking through the shadows. That's too bad then, he says. Because you, he warns, are never going to be satisfied. Not exactly a great sign for anyone's happy ending. Back with the happy trio, Gallinos looks thoroughly done with life. Ugh, my rivals just keep multiplying, he groans. Looks like he's fallen for your charms too. And he's got his eye on you now, Gallinos adds, side-eyeing Camute's very smug outfit. What are you even talking about, Carmute? Rainelle sputters while Carmute just leans in, smirking. Heemp, you clearly don't know the first thing about your own charm, Rainelle. Galinos just smirks off to the side, thoroughly enjoying the chaos he started. Could you two please leave me out of your lover's quarrel, he sighs. The scene cuts to a quiet countryside house somewhere else entirely. Meanwhile, and we do mean meanwhile, our other female lead of sorts, Gwynnel Fawn Adriana, is having quite a day. Someone's practically shoving a plate at her. Please don't hesitate, dig in, eat. She stares down at a pile of squirming, candy-colored little critters. This, she asks, deeply regretting several recent life choices. In her head, this counts as a full-blown crisis. A small, admittedly kind of cute one, but a crisis nonetheless. Is she really serious about making me eat this? Panic sets in. She's just messing with me, right? Please tell me she's just messing with me. You don't like the meal, comes the reply as Gwynnel forces down a bite, but it's actually really good. Oh no, she's completely serious about this. What do I even do here? Gwynnel panics, spiraling fast. They definitely did not cover this scenario in the game. What if I refuse and everything goes wrong? Her host gasps, mock offended. I can't believe you'd refuse my hospitality. Fine then, you get nothing. Cue a full BADEND warning flashing through her brain. No, I actually need that Croban rock. Gwynnel wails, tearing up over what is very clearly video game fetch quest logic applied to real life. Her brain helpfully renders the whole thing as a dating sim choice screen. Happy ending with my bias versus bad ending. No pressure. Because of course her brain drags Namiel into this too, silver hair swishing dramatically through her imagination. Can you, Lady Gwynnel, imaginary Namiel purrs, really do anything for me? Down, girl. This has never happened, she informs everyone, mortified, slamming the brakes on that particular daydream. Back in reality, she's actually just been handed a perfectly normal, delicious-looking plate of pasta. She exhales like she just survived a war, sigh. One bite in and she's internally screaming, I love you, Namiel, for absolutely no reason anyone asked for. Her fork moves with the intensity of a dramatic sword duel. Somewhere, a flock of little cartoon chicks materializes to celebrate, if it's this good. Back at the actual table, someone reaches for the last of that questionable dish. Oh, were you really about to eat that? Her hooded host asks, clearly amused. No, Gwynnel backpedals fast. Would you look at that, I've suddenly got a cramp in my arm. I almost became someone who abandons all human decency, all in the name of love, she reflects solemnly, staring down her plate. Here's your steak, her host says instead, handing over something far more recognizable. You can actually eat this one, right? It's a bit undercooked, but compared to caterpillars. This is way better, Gwynnel practically inhales it, munching happily. Glad to hear it, her host smiles, relieved it wasn't a total miss. But then her hooded companion's expression shifts, something heavier welling up behind that one visible, glassy eye. While we're eating, she says quietly, mind if I ask you something? If you... Who would you choose? The question just hangs there in the golden light, and that's exactly where this chapter decides to leave us. Dinner's barely started when the man across the table, hooded and quiet, looks like he's building up to something big. While we're having this meal, he says, may I ask you a question? Then he lays out the terms, like he's holding the scales of fate itself. If you could only save one, your loved ones or this whole world, who would you choose? Her fork nearly slips right out of her hand, bold move dropping that between bites of dinner. This isn't anything from the story she remembers, this is happening for real right now. It's strange, she thinks, hands trembling, too strange to be a coincidence. She can't just brush this one off, the answer isn't coming easy. That stare he's giving her from under the hood, sharp and golden, isn't just curiosity. This overwhelming feeling crawling up her spine feels a whole lot like being tested. He just keeps eating, calm as ever, watching her squirm. And it clicks, maybe this is a test to see if she's even qualified to get her hands on the Croban rock. So no, she's not answering this one carelessly. The whole world is riding on this question. Which answer actually gets her what she wants? What answer would actually satisfy him, she wonders, turning it over one more time. On his end of the table he's thinking the same thing, whatever happens he can't let this flower field burn. And he doesn't owe her the real reason he's asking, not yet. Not her of all people. Usually there's a nice, safe answer you're supposed to give here. One that gets you exactly what you came for. She opens her mouth. Don't just recycle something you saw somewhere, she tells herself. Answer honestly and treat the person across from you with real respect. Here it comes. I think your question is wrong, she says flatly. Why do I have to choose only one in the first place? This isn't some game with a limited menu of options. This world only matters to me because the person I love is in it. And a world without them would mean nothing to me at all, so forcing me to pick just one is ridiculous. He goes quiet, actually taking that in. But I know it doesn't always work out that cleanly, she admits. If you really had to choose just one, would you still answer the same way? Of course not, she fires back. When that moment actually comes, she says. His eyes go wide, gold catching the light, like her answer landed somewhere he wasn't ready for. Before either of them realizes it, he's pulled her into a hug. I really can do anything for the person I love, he says. And if I happen to get a happy ending out of it too, well, that's just the icing on the cake. He pulls back, suddenly very aware of what he just did. She's cracking up at him. Ho ho, yeah well, he mutters, completely flustered. I asked a genuinely pointless question, he admits, rubbing the back of his neck. Hands still linked, he adds, I'm sorry I tested you like that. But I was pretty desperate myself, couldn't help it. Can you forgive me, he asks, and something warm starts glowing right between their hands. What is this? A magic circle blooms out of nowhere. He can't believe what he's watching. She's forming the Croban rock out of thin air, no help needed. He presses a finger to his lips, already backing away. Well, I shouldn't get involved any further, time for me to go. Take care of the rest, Gwynnel Fawn Adriana, he says, and just like that, he knows her real name. Wait a minute, she calls out, I still have questions for you. But he's already walking off, thinking to himself that meeting her here was the best call he ever made. Left behind on the floor, a small glittering crystal, the Croban rock finished and real. She scoops it up carefully. Wait, did I even tell him my? No way to know now, she sighs, watching his boots vanish around the corner. What in the world just happened, she mutters, sprawled out and completely wiped. Elsewhere, a familiar figure paces by a window late at night, clearly on edge. Silver hair, sharp green eyes, it's Namiel, and he looks like he hasn't slept. Lady Gwynnel, he murmurs, I haven't heard a word from her since my last message. Maybe she's upset I asked her to just come by whenever, he frets. What if cutting off contact like this actually dark marks start creeping across his skin? No, he stammers, the curse spreading faster the more he spirals. I just wanted to be friends with Lady Gwyn Marquis, someone shouts. Marquis, are you in there? He's barely holding it together. Gwynnel comes sprinting up, pounding on the door. Marquis Namiel, it's me, Adriana. He opens it with magic, keeping his distance, still shaken. Lady Gwynnel, what brings you here? Sorry for showing up this late, she says, but this couldn't wait until morning. She holds something out to him and his whole expression cracks open. Lady Gwynnel. You said you needed this, right, Marquis? She says, grinning. I went looking for it because I wanted to help, and got lucky enough to actually find it. That's why I rushed straight over, she adds. Ho-how is all he can get out, completely stunned. You actually got your hands on this? Honestly, I never thought I'd see this thing again. Sitting in the bottle in his hands, a glowing blue fruit, impossibly rare. He'd already used up his one shot at a Croban rock years ago, giving that one to His Highness instead. Just in case he ever regretted that choice, he admits quietly, not that he'd ever say it out loud to anyone. He'd spent years secretly terrified he'd end up corrupted, blaming himself for giving that first one away. You worked yourself to the bone to pull off a miracle, he says. And then you just smile about it like it was nothing at all. I feel like I could never turn this down. I'll definitely break my curse, or maybe not, he thinks, smiling anyway. And after that he says, there's something I need to tell you. I don't want to say no to this either, can you? Lend me your ear for a second. Whatever he whispers, it turns her whole face red. I'll be waiting for you, Marquis, she says, and heads off with a smile. Afterward, Namiel starts prepping for something dangerous, an awakening kept far from any civilians. He heads out to a deserted stretch of land called Milborun to do it properly. Back home, Rainelle and Camute are still stuck on it, Someone who looks exactly like me made a Croban rock out of thin air, that's even possible. Honestly, I still half think I dreamed the whole thing, one of them mutters, going a little cross-eyed over it. With basically zero leads and nobody to actually ask, they finally just shelve the mystery for later. A messenger bird gets released into the sky, carrying word back to the palace. It finds Camute and Rainelle out in the garden, wings beating fast. "What news did the birds bring, Rainelle?" Camute asks. "No sign of aggression from the demonic realm," she reports, and even Duke Howard, who's had nothing but complaints lately, has gone eerily quiet. Camute doesn't look relieved. If anything, the silence bothers him more. "Why does all of this," Rainelle murmurs, watching a bird settle nearby, "feel like something crouched low, just waiting to pounce on its prey? Somewhere in the dark, something with glowing eyes is already stirring. And whatever it isn't finished yet." Night settles over the palace grounds, storm clouds rolling in above the spires. And somewhere in that dark, someone is creeping around exactly where they should not be. You can just about hear the whispering under the trees. Whoever's watching who tonight, they are being very careful about it. One of the guards on watch mutters that Duke Howard has been the picture of innocence lately. No scheming, no tricks, nothing. He wonders out loud if the old Duke has finally given up trying to grab more power. Watching a man do absolutely nothing is starting to feel like a waste of a stakeout. But get this, the guild leader has suddenly gotten a lot more fired up these days. That has somebody's attention. Turns out he is sick of just spreading his guild thin across the country on standing orders. He wants to actually do something. Everyone is bracing for round 2 with the demonic realm, so watch on Llewellyn has been cranked way up, just in case that monster Bupellos comes sniffing around him again. Meanwhile, somewhere in the palace, one very stressed attendant is just trying to survive his job, feather duster in hand and dignity nowhere in sight. A couple of staff members still cannot get over it either. The corrupted wolf prince causing all this chaos actually used to be royalty. The palace towers stand quiet against the night, though that is not stopping the gossip going on right underneath them. One household guard just wants this dull surveillance duty to be over already. Watching the boss act cool around the clock is not exactly thrilling work. Elsewhere, someone is calmly getting dressed in front of a mirror. Someone who either has no idea eyes are on him, or every idea. Now that it has come to this, he murmurs to himself, might as well go all in. It is Duke Howard admiring his own reflection. Nothing says totally harmless nobleman like knowing exactly how to dodge a surveillance detail. So he says with a small, satisfied smile, "Feel free to fill me in." A hooded figure looms in the dark, dripping with power. "How ready is the recent plan?" it asks. "Everything is ready," comes the answer, as a massive magic circle flares to life overhead. Howard tilts his chin up, smug as ever. Turns out reformed nobleman was just a really good look on him. "Sounds good," he says. "Then we should bring back the aristocrats we sent off to go traveling, because nothing says exile like a mysterious extended vacation. Once the timing is right," he adds, "they will finally put the real plan into motion." A ring changes hands, some kind of pact being sealed, sparks and all. "I will give you a signal," the hooded figure promises. Howard straightens his collar, cool as ever. "Then I hope you keep your promise," he says. "Master Bupellos," and there it is. The demon's name said out loud for the first time, so that is who Duke Howard has been playing nice with. His own reflection stares back at him in the dark mirror, giving absolutely nothing away. "Okay, Duke," the shadow answers, drifting off into the dark. Thorned vines and demonic wings ripple through the shadows. Whatever Bupellos really is, subtle is not the word for it. In a truer form, a purple-haired, bearded figure smiles thinly. "I will most certainly pay you back for this help," he says. The dark magic churns on, thorns and all, like it has somewhere important to be. Cut to a bright, gilded hall. It is meeting time again, and you already know exactly how thrilling those get. Paperwork gets shuffled and plans get scribbled down, the machinery of empire grinding along like always. Someone lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Honestly, Mood, how many of these meetings has it even been already? Camute and Rainelle call the room to order. Please, everyone be seated. This is the 220th Demonic Realm Invasion Countermeasures meeting, 220. Let that sink in. Word is, once guild leader Sedarin threw himself into the effort in earnest, his whole crew followed suit and got moving too. Every single one of these meetings exists for one reason: getting the Empire ready for Bupelos's next move. These days it is not just Camute's own people at the table either. Nobles from all over have piled in, each handed their own little job to do. Of course, pack that many egos into one room and the bickering starts fast. Not enough nights to go around, somebody complains. Everyone insists their own territory needs more support than the next guy's, and a few nobles are clearly milking the whole crisis for personal gain. Rainelle can feel the whole thing getting more tangled by the day. It is turning into a real problem. And honestly, the biggest problem of all might just be that both she and Camute are running on completely empty. Slowly but surely, the two of them are getting worn down by prep work nobody actually planned for. As Rainelle puts it, reality is not a video game. No skip button, no fast forward, nothing. You just have to sit through every single meeting. No skipping the long narration here either, folks. Welcome to the grind. Worse yet, they are burning all these hours building up defenses without even knowing when the enemy is actually going to strike. Camute props his head on his hand, looking every bit as drained as he feels. Turns out even the strongest man alive has a limit to how far pure willpower can carry him. In her head, Rainelle imagines the whole cast whining like tiny chibis. Can we just do nothing? Yeah, let's leave it to the mages. Relatable, honestly, but she still cannot believe she got stuck running this circus too. If she is this exhausted, she figures, Camute must be doing even worse. Didn't I already say there is a limit to how many mages we have and what they can actually do? Someone reminds the room. We cannot just dump everything on them. Because right now, the mages and summoners, Lady Murden and Marquis Miel included, are already working themselves to the bone. Cue another chibi daydream, tiny exhausted mages begging to clock out, groaning about being too old for this, pleading to be saved. Rainelle's sympathies are entirely with them. One dramatic hand practically begs to be put out of its misery right before somebody snaps back. Are you seriously the nobles who are supposed to be protecting this empire? Quit wasting time. 10-minute recess, finally a breather. Camute calls after the crowd as they file out. I want this meeting wrapped up today, so stay sharp and actually do your jobs, all right? The second the room clears, he lets his guard down completely, resting his head right against Rainelle. You okay, Camute? She asks softly. Honestly, no, he admits, and I cannot even fake it right now. Just let me stay like this a minute. She lets him lean on her, murmuring that she knows he has been struggling. There have already been so many exhausting arguments to referee. It only got worse once the exiled aristocrats came back, all of them piling on nonsense demands. Duke Howard included, and not in a good way. The head of the aristocratic party, one blushing Duke Howard, keeps making a show of shuffling off apologetically, playing the reformed man like this whole thing is just self-reflection and not a smokescreen. Sure it is, Duke. He is genuinely not helping at all. Rainelle sighs. If anything, he is just piling more weight on you. It is not just Camute carrying that weight either. Rainelle is buckling under it too, and it does not help that she does not exactly have backup right now, not since Gwynnel left the capital. See, after handing off the mysterious Croban rock to Namiel, Gwynnel packed her bags. Turns out she headed straight for Milborune, ready in case Namiel's power spirals out of control while he awakens it. I am sorry, Rainelle, she says before she goes, for leaving you behind to handle all this. Rainelle just waves it off. Come on, you are not exactly off having fun. Being upfront about everything is a good thing, do not worry about it too much. Still, she adds, half joking, if you are really that worried, just work hard for a happy ending. I do not ever want to see Camute die. Okay, got it, Gwynnel promises. You do your best out there in Milborune, Rainelle tells her, squeezing her hand. And I will do mine here with the imperial family, Gwynnel answers, all for everyone's happy ending. Rainelle blinks back tears with a real smile. I am okay, she says, and I will be. Back in the meeting room, recess is winding down and the two of them are still tangled up together. A hand clamps over someone's mouth mid-yelp. Looks like a couple of attendants just got caught trying to interrupt at exactly the wrong moment. Sir Garlinos hauls two panicking pages back by the collar. Recess is almost over. Should I let them know you are extending it? No, sir. Smooth save, boys. Ahem. Someone loudly clears their throat and ushers the nobles back to their seats, while Camute and Rainelle both go a little red trying to act like nothing happened. Rainelle gives herself a little pep talk. Focus, meeting time, except she absolutely cannot stop thinking about literally anything else right now. She was so busy losing her concentration a second ago that she almost missed it. Something feels off among the assembled nobles. A strange, uneasy feeling ripples through the crowd of aristocrats. Something is very wrong. It feels weirdly familiar too. Lord Camute, comes an urgent voice. I have an urgent report. Camute straightens up. What is it, Ceterin? You know I have had eyes on Llewellyn ramping up for a while now. Ceterin does not waste time. A man has approached Llewellyn. Yeah, that is exactly as bad as it sounds. Meanwhile, somewhere far quieter, someone is just sweeping up, minding his own business, blissfully unaware his peaceful afternoon is about to get interrupted. He looks up startled, clearly not expecting company. What brings you to me again? He asks warily, like this is a visit he has had before and did not love. The answer lands like a gut punch. Duke Howard. Oh, we are so not done with this guy. Howard just smiles, cool and pleased with himself, bathed in that eerie glow. Whatever he is here for, it is definitely not a social call. Meet Llewellyn. Once upon a time, this guy had the whole empire in his sights. First of the 4 imperial siblings to awaken his power, and the heir everyone assumed would take the throne. Then he lost a duel to his own cheating, cowardly big brother, the man now known as Camute, and kissed that throne goodbye. Cue the meltdown. Stripped of his throne and his rights in one shot, Llewellyn loses it, screaming that he only lost because the villain cheated. Careful though, this whole flashback is a warped memory. Somewhere along the way, Llewellyn got caught up in a nightmare as some kind of enslaved magic tool. Chained to a device soaked in heavenly power, he's forced to kneel and obey Camute and everyone else who used to answer to him. Fast forward and the one Sire is out here pushing a broom, ignored by every servant who passes. Even the palace staff have jokes about him now, snickering behind their hands like he's the punchline of the century. Same guy, same broom, still stewing about how tight the surveillance on him has gotten lately. Then footsteps, someone's coming. Llewellyn looks up, sweating, and asks the visitor flat out what brings them back to him again. It's Duke Howard, the guy everyone's been whispering has just fallen out of Camute's good graces. Something about this reunion already reeks of trouble. In his head, Llewellyn fantasizes about courtiers groveling, begging forgiveness for ever abandoning the great Llewellyn. It's just a delusion though, a distorted memory his pride keeps replaying, still keeping score of everyone who chose Camute over him. In the memory, an old power player toys with picking a side in the succession fight, like it's a game of chess. Back in reality, Llewellyn eyes Howard warily, wondering if that's exactly why he's here. Word on the street is that Duke Howard just lost Camute's trust entirely. Llewellyn clocks the gossip and files it away. He figures Howard's here to butter him up now that he's been dumped by Camute. Question is, does he even bother listening? The two of them finally get down to talking. Howard needles him first, guessing out loud how much of a shock all this must have been. Then he leans in. The reason I've come to you like this, Howard says, is. Cut to the palace gala, where Camute's political meeting has hit its recess. A noblewoman in the crowd reacts, startled by something stirring in the room. One of Camute's men hushes her. The recess should be over by now, so why hasn't the meeting resumed? Back among the guests, Camute mingles, seemingly at ease. Then someone mentions Duke Howard's name, and his whole expression tightens. Word spreads fast. Howard actually approached Llewellyn. Rainelle points out the obvious. Howard has to know Llewellyn's under watch. She warns Camute not to get played, whatever Howard's angle is. For now, they agree to sit tight and watch. Quietly, Camute gives an order to his hooded spirit. keep a personal eye on the Duke, said Aaron. Understood, Lord Carmute. Leave it to me, said Aaron sighs, and the reluctant genie clocks in for another shift of babysitting nobles. Carmute and Rainelle linger at the table as Sedarin dissolves into smoke and slips away. Rainelle's face says it all, something about tonight has her on edge. That uneasy feeling from earlier just keeps growing. She can only hope it amounts to nothing. The smoke clears on someone else keeping watch from the shadows. It's Namiel, quietly relieved that Llewellyn's under surveillance, unnerved that yet another player has taken an interest in him. Whatever move Howard makes next, Namiel swears he won't miss it. Back with Howard and Llewellyn, the Duke opens with fake sympathy, guessing this whole situation must have been a shock. The reason I've come to you like this, Howard says again, finally about to get to the point. He twists the knife instead, sneering that he wanted to see with his own eyes the words of a man who reached for a throne that was never his to take. Howard leads him down a corridor, keeping up the act. The tension keeps climbing with every step Llewellyn takes beside him. Rattled, Llewellyn finally snaps, "What are you saying?" His fists clench, he's had enough of the games and wants Howard to just spit it out. Howard mocks him outright, wondering if losing even with help wasn't enough, and if clinging to a miserable life like this really counts as living. Then comes the gut punch, cold and deliberate. "Why didn't you just die?" Something monstrous ripples up Llewellyn's throat, his corrupted side clawing to the surface. He snaps and lunges at Howard, roaring in fury. Howard barely flinches. "Guess you've gone crazy enough to want to die, huh?" Llewellyn's fully transformed now, a snarling, corrupted wolf bearing down on him. Out of nowhere, golden chains crack through the air. They slam down and restrain the beast mid-strike. Turns out Howard was testing the leash the whole time, smug that the people who wronged Llewellyn are still walking around just fine. He muses that Carmute must be remarkably merciful, since even someone he clearly dislikes, meaning Howard himself, wasn't cut out of the protection. Llewellyn's wolf eye burns, even he's furious to admit it. The mercy is basically a trap, damn it. He howls out his despair. What did he even do to deserve this? His whole body convulses. How did it come to this? Worst part, the restrictions mean he can't even kill Howard or die himself. He's stuck permanently. Back in human form, hollow and disheveled, he asks himself why he has to be this miserable. He spirals, blaming Carmute, the so-called coward, for absolutely everything. Then he corrects himself. No, it's also Wilhelm, the one who dared to betray him. A flashback within the flashback, a hooded advisor once hushed him, the same one who swore he could actually win that duel. That advisor bailed the second the fight turned against him. Carmute stands untouched in golden light, completely oblivious to just how much venom is aimed his way. Back in the present, Llewellyn seethes. There are simply too many people on his list to even count. He's right on the edge of breaking down completely. Then a new voice cuts through it all. What the hell is this fuss about? A noblewoman arrives, asking Howard point blank why he skipped the meeting to come cause a scene here. Howard recognizes her instantly. Ah, kin of Lady Rainelle. And just like that he flips the script, playing the humble, loyal subject worried he'd been acting too suspicious of His Majesty lately. He adds that the people already watching him have surely seen enough by now, but hey, the more witnesses the better. Unseen nearby, Sedarin watches Howard lie so smoothly it might as well be breathing for him. It clicks for the reluctant genie. Howard staged this entire scene on purpose just to draw a crowd. Which begs the question, why would someone already under this much suspicion risk a public spectacle like this? Howard turns his charm on the noblewoman, guilt-tripping her that everyone's been picking on this guy regularly. Surely she gets his standpoint. She's cornered. On the surface, Howard hasn't technically done anything wrong, so what is she even supposed to do? A quiet beat passes as the moment settles. Alone again, Howard grumbles that everyone's grown far too wary of him these days, can't even get a glass of water in peace. Cry us a river. Elsewhere, a hooded figure looms in purple light over someone kneeling before them. Back at the gala, Carmute wraps things up, promising the rest of the meeting will pick up tomorrow. Surprised it ended so early, Galinos gets a quiet order instead: send the knights straight to Llewellyn's location. Galinos agrees to send them and hold a few back, while Rainelle can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong. Camute and Galinos seem calm enough about it all, so why does her anxiety keep climbing? Somewhere in the shadows, a figure murmurs that nobody saw this coming. Back among the crowd, Duke Howard launches into a grand public declaration. I, Howard, Duke of the Empire and head of the aristocracy. He keeps playing the devoted loyalist for everyone watching. Turns out the entire speech was just bait, one big move to grab everyone's attention. And then it happens, someone lunges straight at the Emperor, screaming, "Die, Emperor." Howard watches it all unfold with a slow, satisfied smile, wondering just how soon his plan is going to pay off. Chaos erupts as the attack collides with Camute's defenses, power and thorns tearing through the room. And somewhere in all that chaos, someone is about to notice the one hidden truth that was never supposed to see daylight. Picture the imperial court, dazzling banquets, glittering titles, and almost no muscle behind any of it. Unless a noble's got a knight backing them up, they're basically decoration. Most nobles who carry a sword only ever use it to look dashing at dinner. When push comes to shove, all they can really wield is a butter knife. These pampered aristocrats are too soft to even rough up a single escort, let alone pull off a real attack. So even when a noble gets close enough to the emperor himself, through some council meeting or a fancy appearance at court, the palace mages barely bother to check them, only enchanted gear gets searched. Everything else just slides right through. So while the guards obsess over swords, someone in that very ballroom already has a blade drawn, and it's already drawn blood. The first strike lands fast and ugly. In the middle of the ballroom, the emperor himself, Balfric, snaps into action the second chaos breaks loose. Whoever planned this already knows these attackers won't make it. They're not meant to win, just to cause enough panic to matter. Something dark and fast cuts through the golden light of the ballroom, crow instincts kicking in hard. Balfric's ever-loyal blade, Galinos, throws himself into the fray, steel meeting steel. Guests scream and scatter as swords flash. This ball just turned into a battlefield. More nobles are drawing weapons out of nowhere and the crowd is losing it. Why would they do this? Someone shouts right before spotting yet another attacker. A guard captain, watching noble after noble lose their minds, can only ask the obvious question. Have they all gone completely mad? His answer is just to start tying people up. Someone screams for help as another attacker gets wrestled to the ground. The whole hall is dissolving into a scramble. But even in all that confusion, whoever's really behind this hasn't gotten anywhere near what they actually came for. Turns out none of it matters anyway. These panicked nobles can't even scratch the wolf underneath the crown. Balfric's still the strongest thing in the room. He catches one of the attackers by the wrist before she can do any real damage, twisting the blade right out of her grip. Her stolen power drains right out of the blade, useless now. Meanwhile, Rainelle, watching all this unfold, feels something crawling under her skin that has nothing to do with the fighting. This whole mess reeks of a setup, and every single attacker she's spotted so far is a noble. This has Duke Howard written all over it. Speak of the devil, the mustachioed grump himself is right there in the crowd, looking a little too rattled for someone who supposedly has nothing to do with any of this. Whoever sent these weak nobles in clearly expected them to fail. Guards start hauling the attackers away in ropes. The real question now is who's still hiding in that ballroom, pulling the strings from the shadows. Nobody's leaving this room until answers show up. Every exit gets sealed. Balfric stares down at whatever these attackers dropped, and none of it adds up. This isn't sloppy enough to be one of Llewellyn's usual stunts. Rainelle isn't buying the crisis-averted vibe either. She's certain there's more still lurking, unseen. Even with every attacker pinned to the floor, something about this whole disaster still doesn't sit right with her. A cold, gnawing feeling won't let go of her, and she can't explain why. It's like the danger never actually left the room. Even with the attackers hog-tied and helpless, she can feel some strange energy inside them just building. Nobody else seems to notice it. So is she losing it, or is everyone else just missing something huge? Balfric isn't in a mood for mercy either, tearing into the captured nobles for being reckless enough to risk their entire families over this. But Rainelle's instincts are screaming too loud to ignore. Whatever she's feeling, it's real. We were forced into this, one of the nobles pleads. Balfric isn't impressed. Risking your whole bloodline's extinction because someone threatened you still makes you an idiot in his book. And that's when it hits Rainelle, this feeling, she's felt it before. It's uncomfortably familiar, dragging up something from way back. One of the restrained nobles suddenly panics, screaming that it has started, begging for a chance he clearly isn't getting. Whatever's happening to him is dredging up memories Rainelle spent a long time trying to bury. The feeling clings to her anyway. She's being pulled straight back into it, whether she wants to be or not. Somewhere in her memory, she's still that terrified kid who never got saved in time. Back in her old life, what actually attacked her wasn't just some wild animal that got loose. Zoos are supposed to keep those things properly contained, full stop. She remembers the keepers casually locking the enclosure back up like nothing happened, more concerned with cleaning up the mess than anything else. Back in the present, Balfric catches her as she nearly goes down, desperate to know what actually hurt her back then. "Rainelle, are you okay?" he asks, real fear cracking through his usual confidence. He wants her to rest immediately, she's having none of it. There's no time for that right now. What matters right now, she insists, is the instinct screaming inside her, the crow half of her picking up on something everyone else is missing. Whatever hurt her in that past life left her wired to sense the same kind of danger the second it's nearby. And right on cue, one of the restrained nobles suddenly drops out cold. Nobody buys it as an act, not yet anyway. "Hey, wake up, playing sick won't get you out of this," someone snaps, completely missing what's actually going on. Then Rainelle screams for everyone to get out right now. Galinos doesn't need to be told twice, something's very wrong. Because the thing about to crawl out of that fainted noble is the exact same kind of creature that killed her in her last life. Dark, jagged tendrils burst out of him, thrashing through the ballroom. Galinos barely gets out of the way in time, stunned by what he's looking at. He swings back hard, hacking through the writhing mass before it can reach anyone else. The strain of holding it back is written all over his face. Balfric pulls Rainelle back, staring down the monster now standing in the middle of his own ballroom. It's not just him. More of the restrained nobles start twisting into monsters too, while the rest scramble to swear they had nothing to do with any of it. One of them, still half-human, begs for someone to save him before it's too late. But the transformation doesn't stop for anyone's pleading. Miles away, the spiritualist Miel goes rigid, sensing something massive just tore loose. An older mage beside her, Lord Murden, goes pale the second he feels it too. Demonic realm energy pouring straight out of the palace. That shouldn't be possible. He's certain he sealed that barrier airtight himself. So how did something from the demonic realm punch straight through it? There's no time to figure it out from a distance. He orders everyone to prep for teleportation immediately. Before he can even move, someone grabs his arm. There's something else they need to see first. If they leave now, whatever's left of that barrier might tear apart completely. Murden curses under his breath, forced to weigh a bad option against an even worse one. Then the real fear kicks in. What if this monstrous outbreak is just a diversion for something worse? Back at the palace, Duke Howard watches the chaos he apparently helped cause, and even he looks shaken by how far it's gone. Because this was never really his plan alone. Somewhere else entirely, someone's been playing a much longer game, the kind where losing a few pawns barely even registers. Who would have guessed the very head of the aristocracy would offer up his own peers as sacrifices to the demonic realm? Duke Howard, cool as ever, explains he's already sending his own loyal followers safely out of the Empire, just in case. "Can you actually pull off the infiltration using the ones staying behind?" he asks. The answer comes without hesitation, of course. Human bodies, it turns out, are disturbingly good hiding spots, resilient enough to carry something monstrous inside without breaking. No spell, no divine power, nothing can sniff it out. It's not about how strong the detector is, it's baked into the nature of the trick itself. Short of being an actual god, nobody's finding this, guaranteed. And how exactly are you so sure of that? Duke Howard presses. The answer lands like ice water. He's already pulled this exact trick off before. "So don't worry about it," the voice adds, cool as anything, while the palace behind them lights up in chaos. And there he finally is, the man behind the hood, unmasked at last, declaring it's about time he and his partner started reshaping this entire world to their liking. Into our own hands he finishes, right as the fighting back at the ball takes a brutal turn. The battle inside spirals even further out of control. Now the villain's voice echoes over all of it as something closes in on Rainelle from behind. "He can stop us," he finishes, and for the first time all chapter that threat doesn't sound the least bit empty. Rainelle's eyes go wide with pure shock as it finally catches up to her. A last burst of magic flares through the dark, and the chapter cuts out right there mid-fight. Somewhere in the shadows outside the palace, a hooded figure keeps watch, sure that Lord Camute promised to send knights his way by now. But they are taking way too long to show up, and the delay has him wondering if something already went wrong. Used to be just watching from the shadows and holding his breath was second nature to him, not anymore. Cut to Rainelle, glowing and laughing without a care in the world. Funny how getting your motivation back can also hand you a brand new set of nerves. He wants to go check things out himself, but if he leaves his post now and Duke Howard makes a move, or something happens while he's gone, this whole operation could fall apart. Everything, he mutters to himself, could get messed up so easily. All he can do now is hope his worries stay just that, worries. Turns out those worries were about to get very real. Across the grounds, Galinos is already knee-deep in a fight, blades swinging, teeth gritted. Blood on his cheek, eyes blazing, he is not backing down an inch. "Damn it," he growls, "these things keep regenerating no matter how many times he cuts them down. Even with every mage and priest the Empire can spare throwing everything they have got, the monsters will not stay down. It is just like the one they fought before." Steel and spell fire clash across the palace grounds as the fight drags on with no end in sight. Somebody voices what everyone is thinking. Is this connected to the demonic realm or to that shadowy figure named Bupelos? Down below, panic spreads through the crowd. Moving carelessly right now could get somebody killed. "I don't want to die like this," someone screams, begging the guards to hold the line and keep them safe. Camute throws himself right into the fray, and when things get dire enough, he can shift into that towering golden wolf of his. But there is a catch. If even one of these panicking aristocrats manages to slip away and ends up turning into a monster themselves out there, the entire royal family could get dragged into total chaos. So really, there is no choice but to let the aristocrats slow them down. If only Lady Murden were around, they might have found a smarter way through this. And here is the thing, the one person who should be feeling all this demonic energy is nowhere to be found. That absence alone says something happened or someone is hiding. Elsewhere, Namiel finally lets his power off the leash, magic crackling to life around him like something has been building for a long, long time. Was Duke Howard behind this the whole time? Somewhere in a quiet corner, the old Duke's expression says more than he would like it to. Honestly, he thinks to himself, all this chaos could be sorted out so easily. Just leave every one of those aristocrats to their fate and let the crown focus entirely on the demonic realm. And clearing out these monsters would be a breeze, except he smirks. Camute would never actually go through with something so cold. Because underneath that crown, he is still the same beast in human form he has always been. A good, wise king through and through, and to Duke Howard that is exactly the weakness worth exploiting. Let him struggle to the very end, Howard sneers to himself, that poor, silly little thing. Just like any beast that ever fell into human hands. In exchange for trying to rule over them. Back in the chaos, terrified aristocrats cling to each other, begging Camute to protect them. Camute lets out a massive howl in wolf form while Galinos and Rainelle rush in to back him up. Sweat and grit, Galinos is running on fumes but refuses to let up. Nearby, Rainelle watches Camute's back, worry creeping into her thoughts. He is slowing down, she realizes, but even exhausted and outnumbered, he is still fighting to keep her safe. She is not just standing by either, she is lending her own strength through the power of Mui. And something ancient and glowing answers the call, flaring to life right beside her. This is not looking good, she thinks, if this keeps up. A sharp, painful strain crosses her face. Something inside her is stirring and it hurts. There are just too many of these things out there, all eerily similar to the very creature that killed her in her old life. Her crow instincts are on a hair trigger now, and she is barely holding them back. "You okay?" someone calls out. All she can think is that if she faints now, she will be nothing but dead weight to Camute. Then Camute grabs her, shouting her name like the world is about to end. For just a moment, everything around her goes strange and still. She finds herself wondering why. Was it her own rationality slipping, or was it the crow instinct inside her finally breaking loose? As every sound around her fades to nothing, and without even realizing what she is doing, she throws herself in front of Camute and takes the hit meant for him. Power surges through her, raw and untamed, as she meets the attack head-on. She knows full well that Camute is far stronger than she is, but she just cannot stand the thought of him suffering the same way she once did. Tears well up despite herself as the weight of the moment finally catches up with her. "So yeah," she admits, "I acted like a total fool." Camute can only shout her name and she manages a small, guilty "I'm sorry." "No," he practically yells, "I never wanted to be the reason you cry." Then it hits her, if she dies here, Camute might not be able to go on living much longer either. "No," she insists, refusing to let go of his hand while someone else is already shouting for everyone to hurry. That, she decides, cannot be allowed to happen. So what is she supposed to do? What can she possibly do to survive this? More importantly, what does it take to end this whole nightmare once and for all? If nothing changes, more people are going to die. She is done waiting to find out what happens next. Power erupts around her in a blinding surge as she rises to face down every last monster in the palace. "Begone," she roars, and the whole courtyard lights up with her fury. A stunned bystander can only stammer, "Wow, what is this?" as the light show unfolds above them. Galinos freezes mid-swing, staring in disbelief as the monsters start falling apart right in front of him. The monsters, someone shouts, they are actually disappearing. Camute's face goes pale. "Rainelle," he manages, voice cracking. Then he is sprinting, screaming her name at the top of his lungs. He scoops her limp body into his arms, terror written all over his face. "Where is the priest?" he demands, refusing to slow down for anyone. "Hurry, Rainelle," is someone starts, and a healer's hands are already glowing before the sentence even finishes. "Rainelle, hang in there just a little longer," Camute murmurs. "You'll be healed in no time." Right as he says it, the priest's face changes. "Your Majesty," he starts, hesitating. There is a big problem. The healing prayer, he admits, is not working on Lady Rainelle at all. And there she lies, pale and still in Camute's arms, the reason still a total mystery. "We're dropping straight into chaos tonight." A priest just told Camute flat out that the healing prayer is not working on Rainelle, and his face says this is already the worst night of his life. He scoops her up and takes the stairs at a dead run, Rainelle limp in his arms, blood streaking down his own face from whatever fight put her here. Her hand just hangs there, lifeless, not a twitch. That is exactly the kind of detail that tells you how bad this really is. "Lies," Camute chokes out. How could this be happening? He is not asking anyone, he is just refusing to believe it. Her signature pendant glints against his glove as a stray feather drifts down, and all he can think is that he might actually have to watch her slip away. "Call another priest," he roars. "Call every priest in the Empire if you have to." "I refuse to accept that," someone snaps. A mage steps in too, insisting they do not need priests specifically, just anyone who can actually help. Even Duke Howard and the silver-haired mage Namiel come sprinting in. Word is spreading through the whole palace, get anyone at all who can save Rainelle. Camute, the actual emperor of this empire, is out here begging, offering literally any wish in the world to whoever manages to save her. And the answer keeps coming back the same. Neither the priest's prayers nor the mage's magic are doing a single thing. Turns out her body is outright rejecting divine power and magic both, like she is allergic to the exact things meant to save her. Her hand stays limp against the floor. All Camute can manage is one word: no. "This cannot be happening," he whispers. "I cannot exist without you." And from somewhere in the haze, barely conscious, Rainelle is asking herself the same question: does she really have to lose everything like this for nothing? No words left, just tears falling freely down Camute's face. "It is all my fault," he says. "I was too greedy. I was so busy protecting everyone else, he admits, that I let this happen to the one person who actually matters most. Rainelle lies completely still, dark feathers scattering around her like her crow half is coming apart at the seams. Camute just breaks, a raw scream tears out of him into the empty air. It does not stop. His wolf side flares up right along with the grief, eyes blazing gold through the tears. Somewhere under all that noise, one thought just keeps looping. What was any of it even for if it ends like this? He just holds her tighter, wishing uselessly there was anything at all he could actually do. Out in the ballroom, the crowd is realizing something has gone horribly wrong, and Galinos comes sprinting the second he sees it. Someone tries to reach him, but Camute is not hearing any of it. He would trade his own life for hers without a second thought if it actually worked that way. I wish I could rip my own heart out right now, he says, if it meant giving it to her. And then, quieter, the part that really guts him, for everything it can do, his heart is useless exactly when it matters most. Then something shifts. A strange shimmer ripples clean across the ballroom ceiling like the room itself just noticed something. A tiny winged spirit comes flitting straight through the stunned, grieving crowd, and somehow nobody else even notices it. It drifts right up to Rainelle's face, chirping away like it has somewhere very specific to be. It settles on her cheek like it has done this 100 times before. Camute goes still. Mui, he breathes out like he actually recognizes this little visitor. Something asks almost gently whether he carries the same regret it does, because the spirit Rainelle is bonded to has not gone back to the spirit world either. Which means maybe, just maybe, there is still a way to bring her back. Wait, a hushed voice cuts through everything. Camute can barely get the word out, a spirit here now. Someone else steps forward, insisting it is far too early to start mourning anybody. It is Namiel, the pale-haired mage, and he is holding a spirit stone Miel once gave him, realizing it might be exactly what this moment needs. Kneeling beside her, he reasons it out loud. Rainelle is not fully human, she is tied to nature just as much as anything else. So maybe, he figures, whatever divine power and magic could not touch, nature itself can still reach. It is worth a shot. Divine power and magic already failed, this might actually work. He channels everything that stone has got, pouring it straight toward her. And her whole body lights up in response, like something in her is finally listening. Namiel keeps whispering it under his breath, over and over, please. Please, just once more. Light floods the room, swallowing everything else whole. And through it all, Camute just wants one thing, to see her smile again. But Rainelle is not really in that ballroom anymore. She is drifting somewhere else entirely, feathers falling around her like she is caught between two worlds. The space around her is just dark and endless, her signature pendant the only spot of color left in the whole void. Somewhere far off, a voice is calling out half of her name. It gets clearer. Rainelle, hurry up and get up already. Golden light and feathers swirl around her like the whole universe is trying to physically drag her back. Her eyes finally open in this other place, wherever it is, and she does not recognize the voice at all. Who are you? A strange presence wrapped in starlight tells her she almost came to its side too early and in the wrong way. Apparently there is a proper way to almost die. Who knew? A massive shadow flares into view behind it, wrapped in fire, wings unfurling like something enormous just woke up. I have a lot to tell you, it says. You already know how. To what exactly it does not bother explaining. Pardon, wait, what are you even talking about? Rainelle manages, completely lost. Well then, it says, I will be waiting. No explanation, it just vanishes. And just like that, she is yanked back toward the world of the living, feathers scattering in her wake. Half a name breaks through the dark, closer now than before. It is Camute's voice, cutting straight through the void, calling her back by name. Can you hear me? He begs, and this time somehow she actually does. Her lips move first, the start of his name. Camute whole, she is back. The relief that floods Camute's face could probably power the entire palace by itself. Pure relief just washes straight over him. His hand is shaking so hard, he can barely hold onto her pendant. He pulls her into the tightest hug he has got in him. It is a relief, is all he can manage to say. Over and over, I am so glad you are alive. Rainelle, still catching her breath, apologizes for scaring him half to death. He tells her none of that matters as long as she is breathing, but she cannot shake the guilt over making him cry like this. She vows never to pull anything that dangerous again while he just melts into her hand, still crying. Because he admits he hates seeing her cry more than almost anything else in this world. Ever the one thinking about everyone else first, Rainelle asks about the rest of the guests. He tells her not to worry, everyone made it out fine, his eyes flashing gold the second he says it. Except, he adds grimly, for the ones who turned into monsters. Camute, she asks, do you know what those monsters actually are? Yeah, he says, they look just like the demonic realm creatures Lady Murden showed us before. And just like that, the knight's hard-won crisis-averted moment curdles right back into dread. Back on his feet, Camute wastes exactly 0 time. Seize Duke Howard, he orders. Immediately, no debate, no delay. Rainelle is stunned, she clearly was not expecting that name. Elsewhere, someone recognizes a very familiar signature of magic in motion, teleportation. The exact same kind Namiel once saw used by Lady Murden's own grandmother. The magic keeps building, bright and green and urgent. Reinforcements finally show up, apologizing for the delay. But one look around says they are already behind. The situation has gone from bad to worse in the time it took to get here. Someone starts to say exactly what they need. Reinforcements, and that is exactly where the chapter cuts us off, mid-scramble, no answers, cliffhanger and all. We open on a grand hall in the imperial palace. Guards and nobles gathered like it is just another ordinary day at court. That calm does not last. In a smaller room nearby, panic ripples through the guests, everyone bracing for whatever news just landed. Here is why. Marquis Miel, the Empire's blue-haired spiritualist, staggers in bloodied and out of breath, barely able to force the words out. Camute and Rainelle rush straight to his side as the room closes in around them, the weight of whatever he is about to say already sinking in. A guard peels off to clear the corridor as the bad news starts spreading through the palace like wildfire. Rainelle presses a hand to her pendant, eyes brimming. Whatever just happened, it is bad enough to rattle even her. Turns out Miel came straight from the front with the worst possible update. The entire empire is now completely surrounded by the demonic realm. According to him, the enemy just keeps regenerating no matter how many go down, and there are a whole lot of them. Worse, the defense division is stretched painfully thin. Things only improved a little, and only because Lady Murden took quick command of the chaos. That is exactly why Miel got sent out there in the first place, standing in for someone else who could not make the trip himself. That someone was Camute. Once the demonic energy he sensed inside the palace mysteriously vanished, he handed the job to Miel and told him to assess things and call in reinforcements if needed. The safety of everyone inside these walls comes first, Camute had told him. I am trusting you with that. Miel wraps up his report. Camute just nods, quietly impressed. You did a great job out there. Nearby, Galinos looks like he aged 5 years in 5 minutes. I did not know it would come to this, he mutters. Camute does not waste time falling apart, though. Sir Galinos split the knights into 3 groups. One holds this area, another heads to the Order of Knights to gather reinforcements. Yes, Your Majesty. Galinos snaps a salute and gets moving. No time to spiral when there is an empire to defend. Meanwhile, someone else's day is about to get a lot worse. Duke Howard has finally been cornered. Guards drag him off while he squawks his innocence. Let go of me, I did not do anything. Sure, Duke, nobody actually innocent yells that loud. One of the knights is not buying it either. He says flatly, there must be some misunderstanding here. Translation, there is absolutely no misunderstanding. Howard straightens his jacket, all wounded dignity. You do not have to drag me, I will walk there myself. So he does, marching off toward his own reckoning with as much swagger as he can fake. The grand hall empties out behind him, chandeliers glittering like nothing at all just happened. Because here is what everyone has been piecing together. Duke Howard has been up to something for a while now, doing things nobody could quite explain. That is exactly why he paid Llewellyn that suspicious little visit in the first place. The whole point was getting everyone to stare at him so that while all eyes were on his antics, he could throw the conference room into chaos and set up a surprise attack. Then, to top it off, he insulted Llewellyn outright and engineered a scene where he himself nearly got attacked, making it look like he was the victim all along. Back in the present, the interrogation magic comes down hard, prying at whatever Howard has been hiding. He gasps, and for once that smug composure actually cracks. Elsewhere, Miel finally gets patched up. "I am done healing you, Marquis," the court healer tells him, worried. "Please do not push yourself so hard." "Sorry," he says, "I cannot promise that, not with things this bad." As for Howard, the verdict comes down. No hard proof of ties to the demonic realm yet, so he stays a suspect on circumstantial evidence, held in a private room instead of a cell. The trial happens once this crisis is handled, Camute declares, a magic circle flaring under his hand. Justice can wait its turn. A courtier pipes up, "Your Majesty, what about Llewellyn?" Camute keeps it short. For now, he does not seem to have much to do with this. Privately, though, he is less sure. "Still, better safe than sorry," he mutters. "Rather than keep him here, it is safer for everyone if he is moved out to the front lines separately." Plan set, the group heads out, the weight of the coming fight settling over everyone in the hall. Rainelle catches up to him, worry written all over her face. "Camute, are you going to the front lines?" He freezes mid-step, caught completely off guard. "Smooth, Camute, real smooth." Rainelle, "I," he starts and just trails off while she buries her face against him, shaking her head like she already knows the answer. "Do not tell me you are staying because of me," she says quietly. "You are the Emperor. You have to protect everyone," she reminds him, voice steady even though it clearly costs her something to say it. "All I really wanted to say is just," she starts and cannot quite finish. In his own head, Camute is losing an entirely different battle. "I want to tell you not to go. I want to ask you to just run away with me instead, but if I actually held on to you like that, I would never forgive myself." Duty wins, even when it is the last thing he actually wants. Out loud, all Rainelle manages is, "Please come back safely." In her head, there is a lot more she is not letting herself say. "Rainelle," Camute says her name like it is the only thing steadying him right now. "No matter what," he promises, "I will return safe and sound." He presses her hand to his lips just for a second before he has to let go. And then that is it. Petals drift, footsteps fade, and the goodbye is over before either of them feels ready for it. Word comes in fast, "Your Majesty, all reinforcements have been called." "Good, get the mages teleporting," Camute orders. "But leave Marquis Miel and a few men behind to escort Rainelle and the nobles." Someone dares to ask if he is really leaving Lady Rainelle behind. His answer is ice cold. "Do not tell me you want me to drag someone who nearly died out to the front lines." Galino's backpedals fast. "That is not what I meant, Your Majesty, I just think it would honestly be easier to defend the Empire with the power that wiped out an entire wave of demonic creatures in one go," he finishes. Camute goes quiet. "You saw that too, huh?" Because everyone in that room saw it. Some blinding, unexplainable force from Rainelle just erasing the enemy outright. "Regardless of my own feelings about Rainelle," Camute says firmly, "I cannot build a battle plan around a power nobody understands. Because whatever that surge of hers was, it was not magic and it was not divine power either. It was something else entirely. And if it is really that strong, nobody can say what the side effects might be if it goes off again. Even the imperial mages who witnessed it came away rattled." "I am not budging on this," Camute says. Rainelle is not coming to the front lines. Behind him, she just watches him, saying nothing. Her hand curls quietly at her side. There is clearly a lot she wants to argue, and she is holding every bit of it back. In her own head, though, the questions will not quit. What even was that power? Will I finally get an answer if I ever meet whoever it was that spoke to me? Out loud, all she says is, "Right, I understand." But to that mysterious voice in her head, she has got more to say. "Next time, do this the proper way. I have a lot to tell you." One small problem, she has absolutely no idea what the proper way to summon a mystery being even looks like. Out on the front lines, knights brace themselves. Prepare for battle. The moment you arrive, you are in demonic territory, so keep your guard up. Reinelle shakes herself out of it. Right now is not the time to be chasing mysteries. Focus, all the mages are about to move. Teleport, the circle flares to life, and just like that, Camute and the strike team are gone. She watches them vanish from a palace window, that same unanswered question about the voice still tugging at the back of her mind. Reinelle lingers there a moment longer, eyes fixed on the empty sky where they disappeared. Even the crow instinct buried inside her is screaming at her to fly after them. But she shuts that down fast. I cannot be the one holding everyone back again, she tells herself. Back on the field, Gallinos squares his shoulders. From here on out, he says, we are defending this empire. Let us show them, he finishes, that nothing gets to just waltz into our home. And dare set foot in our empire. The battle cry goes up and the front line surges forward. Weapons drawn, Miel and Gallinos take their places, bracing for whatever is about to come crashing through. Camute's eyes flash gold, every bit the wolf underneath the crown. Whatever is out there is about to regret showing up. A wave of golden light rolls out over the palace and the city beyond it, the whole defense snapping into motion at once. Streaks of light and static tear across the sky. Round 2 with the demonic realm has officially begun. Back inside, Miel finds Rainelle at the window. Lady Rainelle, we really do have to get going now. The imperial palace is not safe anymore, she says quietly, then nods. All right, Marquis Miel. Right, no more getting lost in my own head, she tells herself before turning to the crowd of nobles. Everyone, as you already know, we need to evacuate. So from here on, she announces, standing tall in front of them all, I, as the next empress, will be the one guiding you. With proper order, she finishes, hands steady on her pendant. Not bad for someone who spent half this chapter being told to sit the fight out. But the second she is alone with her thoughts again, her pulse starts hammering, and it has nothing to do with the evacuation. Her hand tightens instinctively around the pendant at her throat, like it is reacting to something she cannot quite name. The little blue crystal starts glowing, brighter than it has any business doing, her heartbeat pounding right along with it. The light keeps building, spilling out in a burst that definitely was not there a second ago. Deep in a quiet forest, someone is on the hunt for something the game world left behind. Gwenelle digs through the underbrush, muttering to herself, I think it was around here somewhere, she says. Where was it? Finding this thing is way harder than I thought, she grumbles right before her eyes go wide. I found it. Her whole face lights up with relief as she pulls the prize free from the bushes. A burst of green light confirms it. This is no ordinary trinket, it is a hidden item straight out of the game she used to play. Back in her old life before she got ice-keyed into this body, the producers used to hide secret items in the corners of illustrations, the kind that popped up as a triumphant hidden item discovered notification. Items like that could never be bought with real cash or in-game currency. The only way to get one was to actually go hunting for it yourself. Gwenelle finally slumps down, exhausted. She had to fully clear every single one of Namiel's routes just to unlock this thing. Holding the necklace up to the light, though, something about it nags at her. The pendant glints, and her smile fades into something more uneasy. I got so filthy digging this out of the forest, she thinks, turning the pendant over, its dagger charm catching the light. And yet the item itself is spotless. It is like someone deliberately left it here for me to find. She glances back over her shoulder, uneasy. Why does this remind me of that one NPC, she wonders. Whatever the answer is, it can wait. Right now there are bigger things to worry about. In a world overflowing with magic and raw talent, an ordinary girl like her only has one card left to play. The pendant answers her call, conjuring a winged guardian spirit. This is all I can do, she admits quietly. Ordinary people like her just have to make the most of whatever information they have got. She grips the pendant tight. It would be great if I never actually need this, but, she trails off. Her thoughts drift to Namiel. I wonder how his preparations for the awakening are going, she murmurs, as much as I'd love to check on him. She cannot, not in this timeline, not until he awakens on his own. Even one accidental run-in with him could throw everything off course. She still remembers the one time she tried anyway, a version of events where Namiel spiraled completely out of control. A disaster she never wants to repeat. I can't risk ruining everything just because I'm curious, she tells herself, blinking back tears. Alone in the quiet of the forest, the loneliness creeps in anyway. Cut off from everyone she cares about, she has no way of even knowing how the rest of them are holding up. Still, she squares her shoulders. This is a burden she has to carry alone for now. Cut to the chaos of that ballroom attack, knights barking orders, herding panicked guests toward the exits. Follow the knights and stay calm, don't rush and watch your footing. A little girl clings to Rainelle's hand amid the chaos. Rainelle, unnigh, where are we going? She asks, scared. Rainelle keeps her voice steady for the kids' sake. We're heading somewhere safer, she says gently. Don't worry, Sapphire, Rainelle reassures her, that same warm smile in place even with everything falling apart around them. Little Sapphire steadies herself. I'll do my best, she tells herself. So I won't let Rainelle down, she thinks, gripping that resolve tight, no matter how hard things get. I refuse to let it break me, she finishes, standing a little taller than before. Then let's get ready for whatever comes next, comes the quiet resolve. And with that, Sapphire strides off into the trees, determined to be someone Rainelle can actually count on. Elsewhere, the real fight is raging. A monstrous, corrupted wolf thing looms out of the dark. A blackened, claw-like hand closes around a sword hilt, dripping with cursed energy. Something with leathery wings screeches out of the chaos. Rainelle herself is right in the thick of it, blade drawn, cutting down whatever gets close. Galinos fights beside her, sword flashing, sharp eyes locked on the enemy. Fortunately, we weren't too late, someone calls out. None of our mages or summoners died out here. A summoned spirit flares to life, lending its strength to the defense. With reinforcements buying precious time, the mages manage to shore the barrier back up. From behind, Balfric surveys the field. The creature's regeneration has slowed and their blood isn't cursed anymore, he notes. At this rate, all that's left is mopping up. Rainelle counts off exactly who showed up to hold this line. Numerous knights, first of all. Knight Galinos throwing himself into the fight without hesitation. Herself, obviously. Camute, the emperor himself, tearing through the enemy in his golden wolf form, blood and all. Jaws snap and claws swing as the fight rages on around him. And unbelievably, even Llewellyn is pitching in to help. His corrupted wolf form tears into the enemy right alongside the rest of them. The moment for all our preparation to finally pay off has arrived, someone declares, as the full force of the Empire's army surges forward. But just as victory seems within reach, however, something is watching from somewhere else entirely, and this isn't over yet. Meanwhile, a hooded figure in dark, ornate robes has been combing the area, hunting for someone specific. Nobody could find a single trace of him, he mutters. Where the hell is he? Whoever he's looking for is nowhere near here. Far from prying eyes, tucked away in a quiet house on a hill, someone has been hiding in plain sight. Inside, candles flicker in a room lined with old books, everything arranged just so. Namiel wipes his brow. Preparations are complete, he sighs. This is the most optimal environment for an awakening, he reminds himself. It's been proven to work more than once. Magic circles cover every surface. Conditions this perfect are hard to come by, he thinks. All that's left is to actually ingest the Croban rock. He holds the glowing rock up, steeling himself. Since earlier, I could already feel it working. It's like this curse is calling out to something, he thinks. Did it actually come from a crack into the demonic realm? If that's the case, I need to stay calm through this awakening, he tells himself, if it helps everyone else. Then I'll just be dead weight to my allies while this curse keeps eating away at me, he decides, resolve hardening. He presses the glowing crystal to his chest. If I want to actually help, I need to awaken properly and become a real fighting force. Light floods the room as the ritual finally kicks in. The windows blow wide open under the sheer force of it. Energy engulfs him completely, hair whipping in the storm of power. Ugh, he groans, the strain plainly written on his face. Cracks spread across his skin as something monstrous flickers just under the surface. The pain is coursing through every inch of me, he grits out. But it's working. The cursed marks eating into his right arm are cracking apart before his eyes. Piece by piece, the curse is actually vanishing. This should be enough, he tells himself, eyes still faintly glowing red, as long as nothing gets in my way. I'm done bottling up my feelings, he decides, a warm memory of a certain blonde noblewoman flashing through his mind. For Lady Gwynel, he admits to himself, right as something crashes through nearby. The candlelight flickers as smoke curls through the ritual room. Oh no, comes a voice from the doorway. Gwynel has just walked in on the whole thing. She tilts her head, a knowing little smile creeping across her face. Have I interrupted you? She asks. Namiel, still weak from it all, reaches toward her. Lady, he manages, voice barely holding together. Of all the times for her to show up, why now, right when I'm almost done? He thinks, equal parts panicked and something else entirely. Outside, the little house on the hill practically glows with the sheer force of the magic pouring out of it. A final surge of power erupts, lighting up the night in blinding color. And on that dazzling, unfinished note, this chapter cuts to black. The moment the ball's horror show catches its breath, someone who looks exactly like Lady Gwynel steps into a blood-red doorway, and every instinct in the room screams that something is very wrong. She tilts her head with a smile that has no business being on Gwynel's face, coolly asking if she's interrupted something. Namiel's on the ground, bloodied and reeling, staring up at her like his whole world just cracked open. Lady Gwynel, he chokes out, horror and disbelief colliding as something twisted and web-like curls through the shadows around her. Of all times, why now, she mutters, almost annoyed, like Namiel showing up is nothing but an inconvenience to whatever grim business she's almost done with. Everything freezes for one gut punch beat. Wait. Word spreads fast through the wreckage as onlookers spot her too, whispering in disbelief that that's really Lady Gwynel standing there. Namiel's mind rockets back to a quieter memory, Gwynel, worn out but smiling, having thrown everything she had into helping him fight off his curse. That memory snaps straight into fury. Whoever's wearing her face would never just barge in and interrupt him like this. You, he snarls, magic exploding around his fist. Namiel launches himself at her with everything he's got, demanding to know what she's done to the real Lady Gwynel. He can't just kill her, not with Gwynel's safety on the line. This imposter needs to be taken alive. She just watches him coming, thoroughly entertained, and purrs out a single ho. To think you'd catch on so quickly, she coos, throwing up a wall of golden light to meet his charge head-on. She needles him further, impressed he's fighting through the sheer agony of forcing his cursed power awake, an agony that's supposed to feel like his own body ripping apart with every twitch. His fist clenches around that pain anyway, magic crackling to life across his knuckles. I commend your will, she says, almost sincere, musing that the future of the magic world looks awfully bright with someone like him in it. Then the twist of the knife. As thanks for such a spectacular show, she'll teach him something great. This whole Gwynel was an illusion the entire time, magic that transforms her into whoever her opponent treasures most. She admits she has no idea who the real Lady Gwynel even is, but clearly she's valuable enough to make a perfect hostage. Namiel screams no twice over, the thought of Gwynel paying for his mistake completely unbearable. Ah, don't worry too much, the imposter coos, standing over him. She'd be a pretty useless hostage if she killed the real Gwynel right away, wouldn't she? She'll just pump the real Gwynel full of demonic realm power instead, make her nice and strong. Whether she keeps her humanity through that is apparently a coin flip she's fine leaving to chance. Namiel's own curse answers the threat, dark power tearing through him as fangs and glowing red eyes creep across his face. Even if unleashing this costs him his own mind forever, he decides it's a price he'll pay. If it means killing the thing wearing Gwynel's face standing right in front of him, immediately, no hesitation. He drops into the strike, curse and all, done holding anything back. Somehow she's already changed faces again, some smug blonde stranger now taunting him. Go ahead, kill her looking like this. Namiel's whole body convulses as the curse spreads further across his skin, dark veins crawling up his neck. A clawed shadow hand lashes out at him. As expected, she sighs, it seems he doesn't have it in him. The courage to actually finish her off, that is. Turns out she's been fighting him with harmless magic this entire time, never once meaning to kill. She's delighted with herself, she found his weakness embarrassingly fast. Cut to a lone windmill out in the quiet countryside, an eerily peaceful contrast to the carnage brewing elsewhere. It worked out well, someone murmurs, watching a fresh burst of magic light up the horizon. Her mind drifts to business gone wrong. The subordinates she sent to kill the emperor got vaporized for reasons she still can't explain. That little disaster nearly wrecked her whole plan. So she's improvising, weaving a fresh burst of dark magic into something with teeth. Claws the size of daggers punch straight out of the swirling shadow. A single slitted, glowing eye blinks open inside the darkness. Then it howls, a massive violet-black wolf clawing its way fully into existence. She can barely believe her luck, calling it an absolutely fantastic new chess piece. Whoever's now fused with that beast murmurs that it feels good, finally letting the curse off its leash. Okay then, she says, reaching out with a smile, let's end this. She declares it official, say hello to the new Boskert. The beast throws its head back and roars, jaws wide enough to swallow a person whole. The devastation doesn't stay contained, it rips clean across the open countryside. Caught right in the middle of it, a familiar honey-blonde figure stumbles and goes down hard. Darn, Gwynnel winces, scrambling back up, refusing to stay down. Word of what's happening reaches her in pieces. This might all be tied to Namiel's curse spiraling completely out of control. She can't believe how fast this is unraveling. This is nothing like how it went in the original novel she remembers. Her eyes well up, the fear finally catching up with her. She shoves the fear down hard. No time to spiral, she needs to stop this before it gets any worse. And she's off, sprinting straight toward the danger instead of away from it. Gwynnel tears across the field at a dead run, every ounce of resolve written on her face. If nobody reaches him in time, the warning goes, he'll start killing people completely against his own will and fall apart from the despair of it. Across the palace grounds, Balfric goes rigid. He just felt a massive spike of energy tear through the air. His eyes narrow with cold recognition. It was you, Bupellos, he says. He demands to know if this man actually thought he'd walk away safe after pulling something like this. Balfric's golden wolf form surges into the fight, an ally at his back loosing an arrow of his own. Bupellos, finally stepping fully out of the shadows, just looks amused, admitting he never expected to be hunted down with this much raw power. If you're going to come at me like that, he starts, lightning crackling around his outstretched hand. A massive clawed limb rips out of the shadows behind him, backup he clearly wasn't planning to need yet. He shrugs, if it comes to that, he'll just have to call in his own supporters too. He watches the chaos unfold below with an unreadable, calculating look. Turning his attention elsewhere, he addresses his real pawn directly. Okay, Viscount Charmalt, your stage has been completed. He asks the wolf thing that used to be a nobleman to show off its incredible self one more time. Same audience, same trick. He wants Viscount Charmalt's monster unleashed on the crowd all over again. Far off, a mage reels back in shock. Magic on that scale shouldn't even be possible. This dwarfs even Llewellyn's own corrupted wolf form, and somehow, this monster isn't even running on Bupello's power. It's the Viscount's own power now, spiraling and growing. Troublesome doesn't begin to cover it, especially with most of the mages stuck holding the front line. Someone frets that the elder mage Myrddin will burn out fast trying to hold everything together. Keeping a shield up across the whole empire while also fighting off Viscount Bupellos might just be too much to ask. Is there really no other choice? Someone murmurs. Someone steels herself for a hard call, already dreading how much this is going to hurt Rainelle. Stop, she tells herself, even as the thought keeps circling back. She might just have to give up her own life to fix this. Someone else screams his title into the chaos. Viscount, desperate for him to hear her over the destruction. Gwynnel finally arrives, shouting with everything she's got just to be heard. Come to me, Namiel, she screams, refusing to let him lose himself completely, right as the chapter cuts out. Right out of the gate, brace yourself. This is Namiel, and he's being devoured alive by writhing purple curse magic, his silver hair barely poking through the corruption. This is the end, he chokes out, and yeah, it looks that bad. Turns out he saw this coming. He engineered the optimal environment for this exact awakening just so he'd keep a sliver of his own mind while everything else goes dark. But that sliver's shrinking fast. All that's left, he says, is to let the curse finish swallowing him whole. And once it does, he's not going to sit quietly, he's going to hurt people. Or kill my friends, everyone, he warns, voice breaking. So he begs the one being strong enough to stop him, a massive golden wolf. I leave this to you, he says, while I still have some rationality, please end things. That plea drags him straight into his own memories, his mind grasping for anything before the dark takes over completely. If I had a regret, he thinks, drifting. He remembers a woman standing in a doorway and a gutting realization. His last real look at her wasn't even real, just a magical fake. Her face lingers in his memory anyway, smiling, warm despite everything. Another memory surfaces, someone shouting for a viscount to hurry this way, all smiles and urgency. If I could just see you again before I died, a young woman's memory pleads. Come to me, Namiel, a voice calls out from the past. How nice would that be, he thinks, wistful. The memory flickers and fades, magic sparking at the edges. One last gentle voice cuts through it all. It's okay, Namiel. Back in the present, the wolf isn't having it. Don't give up yet, comes the growled response. He scoops someone up bodily rather than let this end here. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed swordsman spots a familiar face in the chaos. That person, Gwynolfon Adriana. Word spreads fast. Why is Rainelle's friend mixed up in something this dangerous? Wasn't she supposed to be off on a trip? The wolf's ears perk up. Did that place happen to be Milburen? I've got a feeling this isn't a coincidence. At that very place, a monstrous, curse-warped voice sneers that the hostage saved everyone the trouble and walked in on her own 2 feet. To thank you for saving me the hassle of looking for you, the voice purrs. I'll capture you as painlessly as possible. It's Namiel, curse-driven now, hunting the one person he never meant to hurt. Dark runes flare to life around him as the spell takes hold. To think you'd look away from me while I'm right here, someone snarls, sword drawn, refusing to let him get any closer. It's Galinos, grinning through exhaustion. No matter how tired I am, I won't just let you make a move. Steel and curse magic collide in a shockwave of light. Listen carefully, someone warns, right before the whole area detonates in raw magic. Debris and light tear across the sky as the spell rips loose. A lone figure stands dead center of the blast, holding the line. The shockwave keeps rolling outward, swallowing everything in its path. An onlooker whistles low. Even after all that work, she's still got energy to spare. As expected of the head magician of the imperial palace, turns out Gwynol's been hiding a pretty serious job title. However, the corrupted voice growls back, it doesn't matter if there's an interruption. A clawed, curse-marked hand closes in regardless. Namiel stumbles, the corruption flaring worse than ever. Because someone I treasure showed up, he realizes the curse of desire is only going to get stronger. Dark, storm-like clouds of curse energy churn overhead, feeding on the feeling. Something moves through the wreckage, closing the distance. And there she is, held fast, right in the middle of it all, Gwynol. For a second, his own mind claws back through. Lady, Gwynol, I can actually recognize her this time. He's sure of it now, this is really her, not some trick of the curse. Then the panic hits, his hands aren't his own anymore. Wait, no, if it's like this, I might hurt Lady Gwynol, he realizes in horror. The curse only backed off for a moment and it's already clawing to take the wheel back. Gwynol doesn't flinch. Don't worry, she tells him, steady, I'm quite sturdy right now. Cue the reveal, someone's been sitting on a trump card this whole time. With this hidden item, this ancient wolf's tooth, comes a suspiciously slippery explanation. I'm just so impatient, my tongue keeps slipping. If I have this, I can strongly awaken the holy wolf's blood. The plan continues, magic sparking around the relic. Only flaw is you can't activate it before awakening. But after, apparently it's incredibly effective. I might even be able to lift the curse. Namiel takes that in quietly, green eyes tracking every word of the plan that might just save him. So hold on just a bit longer, someone urges him. Someone else reminds their exhausted friend not to shoulder this alone. This place has His Majesty the Emperor and our other friends too. The golden wolf gets hit with a fresh surge of power, bracing hard against the strain. Even Rainelle is doing what she needs to do. The reminder continues, feathers scattering in the blast. Cut to Rainelle herself back in human form, walking hand in hand with a little girl through a quiet hallway, and countless other people too. The thought trails on. Back at the fight, a curse-scarred hand reaches out into the light, and Gwynnel reaches right back, hand glowing, "I'm here too." Namiel, still half swallowed by dark tendrils, strains his hand upward, "In front of your eyes." Tears cut through the curse marks creeping over his face. "Even a little is fine." Their hands almost touch, light pushing back the dark. "So rely on those around you," Gwynnel tells him, smiling through it. "And choose the ending you truly want." The moment settles into something gentler. The scene eases into a quiet hallway somewhere far from the fighting. Someone calls out from behind, a familiar figure with long dark hair. Rainelle. Rainelle turns mid-conversation. "Now all that's left is to teleport everyone to the shelter in an orderly manner," she says. "I see," comes the reply. "Do one last check that no one's missing," she instructs, tugging a small hand along. "Let's go quickly." A pair of sharp green eyes watches her closely, saying nothing yet. That little watcher has clocked something. Rainelle's been staring out the window all day like a bird itching to get out of its cage. The window just keeps drawing her gaze, moment after moment. "Sephia," Rainelle notices the girl watching her. The two of them walk together, Rainelle leading a small blonde girl in twin buns by the hand. "Sister," the little girl says, green eyes serious for someone so small. "You have somewhere you need to be, right?" Sephia asks. "But you can't go because of all these people." "Busted," Sephia has completely caught on. Rainelle tries to brush it off. "Don't worry, Sephia, as the next empress I have to." Sephia cuts her right off. "But you're not the official empress yet. What you're doing right now is actually Sephia's job as the princess." "But since Sephia's too young, sister's covering for me. I've learned enough as a princess to know that much, you know." Rainelle blinks, caught completely off guard. "Sephia." The tiny princess points, dead serious, laying down the law. "I command you, as princess of the Balfric imperial family." Rainelle must leave behind all her tasks and go do what she wants. Rainelle just about short circuits. "See, Sephia." "Wait, what are you saying?" Rainelle sputters. "Are you telling me you'll look after this many people by yourself?" Sephia isn't worried in the slightest, gesturing at the adults already handling logistics nearby. "Besides you, there are plenty of grown-ups who can help me. Sephia won't do anything reckless, and I'll hand things over to the adults. Brother Camute told me kids are supposed to be protected." She adds, very officially. Rainelle isn't sure whether to laugh or worry. Should I be relieved? Footsteps carry her forward anyway, the decision basically made for her. "Now go and fly," Sephia calls up from below, waving her off. "Leave the rest to us," the little princess declares, arms wide. A familiar shimmer builds behind Rainelle's eyes, the change already starting. Wings unfurl from where a girl just stood. "You already," someone below manages, stunned. And just like that, the crow takes off into the golden sky, leaving the shelter behind to go help the people who actually need her most right now. High over the estate grounds, a lone crow cuts through a haze of golden light, wings beating hard against the wind. Somewhere far from the fighting, a pair of sharp green eyes flutter open, taking it all in. A small figure squares her shoulders, dressed for a fight all her own. She strides down the grand hall alone, wrapped head to toe in swirling golden magic. "My goodness," Sapphire gasps, absolutely delighted with herself. Her flustered nanny nearly trips over his own feet. "What did you just do, princess?" He sputters. "You just sent Lady Rainelle away just like that." "Nanny," she says sweetly, utterly unbothered. "I did well, right?" "Pardon," he chokes out while she just shrugs. "You told me to do this before, Nanny." Somewhere, a job description just got a whole lot more complicated. An old legend flickers through her mind. A soul doomed to wander forever unless somebody dares to change its fate. Word has already spread through the court about just how strong Lady Rainelle really is. "That's why I thought it'd be better," Sapphire explains, still grinning, "to send sister out to punish the bad guys instead of keeping her cooped up in here." Her small fists clench, and above all she vows. "Sister Rainelle," she murmurs, a flicker of longing crossing her face. The crow presses on, cutting higher into the open sky. She fits so much better up in the sky than stuck down on the ground, Sapphire thinks, gazing out over the whole estate far below. "So sister, here's what I'm asking of you. fly high into that big, wide sky. And protect my brother, and everyone else too, she finishes, and the crow lets out a low grunt in answer. Riding the wind as a crow, Rainelle turns the whole mess over in her head. I want to follow whatever the crow instinct inside me says is right, she decides. Whether human reason is the right call or animal instinct is. I honestly can't say which side has the answer, but there's one thing I am sure of. Once I actually fly, I just can't seem to stop my wings from flapping, she admits, and then blinks. A small green shape darts along beside her. Wait, isn't that one of Miel's great spirits? So Miel went and sent a spirit just to watch over me, she realizes. Even after wearing herself half to death, Sapphire was still worried about me, of all people. Namiel exhales slowly, Gwynnel still on his mind, before turning his attention back to the fight ahead. The little spirit tags along for the ride, chirping happily beside her. Since it's come to this, Rainelle decides, I'll just ride the wind. She banks through the treetops, the little spirit keeping pace right beside her. In fly faster, higher. And whatever answers waiting at the end of that sky. I'll go find out for myself. The light shifts, and just like that, we're thrown right back into the chaos of war. Back on the battlefield, the enemy isn't giving an inch. A winged horror thrashes through a forest of swords. I'm tired, Camute admits quietly, still locked in his golden wolf form. Just how much more do we have to fight, he wonders, standing atop a literal hill of broken blades. The demonic realm keeps spitting out more monsters, and the enemy mage behind it all shows zero sign of running low on power. That same mage keeps right on casting, cool as ever. Galinos grits his teeth and keeps swinging anyway. Sweat beads down as a pair of glowing eyes narrow with strain. It feels like we've become a dam about to burst against a brutal current, someone mutters. The monster roars, refusing to give up so much as a single step. If we collapse here, Camute thinks, reeling from a hit, everything collapses with us. He drops to one knee, blood dripping, breathing hard. And if everything falls apart, he thinks, eyes hardening, there won't be any place left for Rainelle too. He pictures her instead resting peacefully after a long flight through the sky. I never want to feel the pain of losing you again, he finishes, gripping his blade tight enough to draw blood. He forces himself back up. Listen up, everyone, he bellows. Camute's voice cuts through the chaos, sharp and commanding. Even if the enemy numbers look endless, he shouts, as long as we all take down just one person, this whole thing ends fast. Galinos catches him before he falls. Your Majesty, it's only natural to lose focus after clearing out this many monsters. Camute hauls himself back up anyway, sword drawn, which is exactly why we can't take our eyes off Bupelos. That man has his limits too, he reasons. If we just hold this line, our chance to win will come. The whole battlefield seems to hold its breath. Camute's jaw sets, I won't miss that opening when it comes, definitely not. Golden light surges up through his chest, raw resolve given form. He glances at the bracelet on his wrist. Yes, Rainelle, even if it's for. Off to the side, Bupelos watches him with open contempt. What respectable willpower, he sneers. Rather than weakening, his spirits actually come back stronger. I'd almost laugh at how futile his resistance is. A gloved hand curls, dark magic pooling in his palm. This body's slowly reaching its limit, Bupelos admits to himself. Although I did prepare backup bodies just in case. Transferring my spirit into a fresh one would take far too long right now. And if I miss this opportunity, he reasons, reaching my goal only gets harder. His gaze drifts to a familiar wolf-shaped beast. But why hasn't Viscount Charmalt finished off Emperor Camute by now like he should have? Isn't he supposed to be losing control right about now? Unless that human, Gwynnel Fawn Adriana, matters to him more than I expected. Elsewhere, warmth wins out for a moment, as Namiel and Gwynnel hold each other close. Staff in hand, Namiel steadies himself. I can't just sit around waiting for him to lose control like this. But if I make a move now, the imperial head magician will just get in my way again. I don't have a choice, Bupelos decides. Torn magic crackles around an old, weathered face. A dark ritual circle blooms open beneath him. Camute's eyes go wide with horror, his own right hand. A hand reaches down through the dark, dripping with corrupted magic. "You've made a very big mistake." The mage's voice comes out of a total stranger's face now, stubble and all. "You've brought someone here you really shouldn't have." The circle flares, more of that same corrupted magic pouring out. Dark spikes tear through the air and Namiel goes down hard. "Wait, Bupellos," he gasps, "no. As for how you'll deal with the aftermath of this," Bupellos taunts, the wolf beast lunging in beside him. A final burst of corrupted light rips through the dark. And on that gut punch of a note, the chapter slams shut, leaving everything hanging by a thread. Somewhere in the dark, someone is working powerful magic on a set of glowing shackles, and whatever is chained inside them is about to break free. The restraints shatter in a burst of light. A massive tail flicks free from the wreckage. A huge black wolf steps out of the smoke, eyes glowing. This is Llewellyn, and he has clearly not had a good week. The last sparks of the binding spell crackle off his claws as he shakes himself loose. Nearby, Namiel catches sight of who is really behind all this, and the name that rips out of him belongs to a demon, Bupellos. "Just what have you done?" someone gasps, catching a collapsing ally in his arms. "If you sacrifice yourself like that, your life is on the line too." "Oh well," comes the calm reply. "I have to do this so Myrddin does not get in my way, so why not just watch what an imperial wolf can do?" Once he is finally freed from the shackles that held him back. Across the battlefield, Emperor Balfric bellows orders as winged monsters from the demonic realm pour out of the sky. "Sedirin, Knight Garlinos." "Yes sir." Galinos Akasur Overkill answers, already carving straight through the enemy lines. "I am leaving the demonic realm creatures to you too," Balfric calls, trusting his knights to hold that flank. Then his voice turns dead serious. "Myrddin, focus on holding the barrier along with Bupellos, leave Llewellyn to me." "Understood, your majesty," someone answers, gripping their sword tight. "As long as the barrier holds, you do not have to worry about the curse." Balfric allows himself a grim little smile. "Unlike back during the Boskert, this time I can actually move freely." And with that, he lets the wolf take over. Llewellyn does not wait around either, launching himself straight into the fight. "I figured this would happen," murmurs a stranger, watching Llewellyn's shadow swallow the sky. "Since I am the one who set him loose." He has been on Bupellos' side from the start. He probably saw this coming too. He has nothing left to lose now, and it shows as the stranger stumbles from the blast. He kneels in the wreckage, hands clenched, fully aware of exactly what he just set into motion. So he just might actually go through with it. Llewellyn's snarl says everything that needs saying. "Consider this his last real shot at killing me," the stranger mutters, watching the corrupted wolf rip through the clouds. Overhead, Balfric's golden wolf catches sight of him coming. He digs his paws in and braces for impact. And right at that moment, something absolutely nobody saw coming happens, including him. Llewellyn roars, fangs bared, dark energy boiling off his fur. There is something almost desperate in that one glowing red eye. Because the man who set Llewellyn free in the first place is standing right in the middle of it all. Balfric's wolf freezes midair. What? Elsewhere, a pale silver-haired man stirs on the ground, dazed, with a massive black wolf looming right over him. What is this? "Why did you spare the one you hate and go after him instead?" someone demands. "Shut up, you damned old man," comes the bitter answer. "Not only did you leave me behind and run off on your own," he growls, "now you want me like this to fight and die in your place." Cracks of red spread across his skin as he struggles to even keep standing. "Damn it, this erosion from the demonic realm, whatever it is, it hurts like hell," he pants. He touches the rose pin at his collar, so that warning meant this. Nearby, word spreads that Prince Llewellyn's body has been badly eroded by the demonic realm's energy. Left untreated, he might not survive much longer. "After putting me in this condition," the fallen man mutters darkly, chains rattling somewhere close by. One drags the other back to his feet. Neither one of them looks like they trust the other very much right now. "Is this some kind of internal conflict?" a knight asks, sword raised. He shrugs. "In fighting is pretty standard for villains like that. They are the type you should never expect loyalty from in the first place," the fallen man says quietly, staring off into nothing. Then without warning he screams. Whatever is happening to him, it is tearing through his entire body. I overlooked the fact that you are a pathetic human who only knows how to blame everyone else right to the very end, the fallen man says coldly. The other can only stammer, wah what the. Oh well, the fallen man sighs, dark tendrils already coiling around his rival. Wah what are you doing? Let me go. Now, a magic circle blazes to life beneath the both of them. I need to clean up my own mistake myself, he says, right as the energy around him spirals out of control. Back on the front line, Namiel throws himself forward. Everyone, get behind me. A massive orb of raw magic builds between his hands. It roars outward in a wall of pure force. The barrier holds, straining against everything being thrown at it. Then it flashes blinding white. The entire battlefield lights up at once. Debris rains down through the smoke. The shockwave just keeps rolling outward. And right in the middle of it, Balfric's wolf gets caught mid-leap. Turns out Bupellos, even while dying, still had enough juice left in him to pull off an explosion that big. This could have gone very badly, Balfric thinks, shaking the blast off his fur. Then a silhouette rises out of the smoke, someone who really should not still be standing. Just what was all of this for Bupellos? A low laugh answers instead, hoo. My hypothesis was correct, the voice purrs. Sacrificing one polluted wolf really could produce results like this. In order to get what I truly want, your death will be the final ingredient. Somewhere in the dark behind him, chains rattle. You, the single most noble golden wolf there is, that is exactly what I mean. Far from all of that chaos, something quieter is happening. A lone crow beats its wings against the sky, climbing higher and higher. It is Rainelle, pendant swinging at her throat, the little wind spirit trailing close behind her. The higher I fly, she thinks, the harder it gets to breathe. My body keeps getting colder, she notices. And it hurts more every single time I flap my wings. So why is it that? The higher I climb, the more it feels like I was right to trust my instincts, strangely enough. I feel this pull, this ache, almost like longing. Somewhere in that feeling sits an old memory, a black bird laying an egg that hatched into a creature the world would come to call Crow, scattering broken shell across the earth. So that she could finally. Golden light floods everything and a voice greets her by name, welcome Rainelle. A tiny black shape flies straight into that impossible light. I have been waiting for you, the voice finishes, and everything goes gold. Rainelle's mid-flight as a crow when the sky just splits open. Feathers, gold light everywhere, and a voice booms out, welcome, Rainelle. The whole sky folds into gold wings, dwarfing the tiny black shape of Rainelle drifting straight into it. I've been waiting, the voice says, and the whole sky seems to catch fire in gold. Wah what the? Rainelle panics. Who is this absurdly large bird? Because whatever this is, it is not exactly subtle. She gasps, grabbing for her pendant. Wait, I can't see a thing, the whole world's gone white. Maybe it's Miel's great spirit, whatever's been summoned here. Rainelle's mind is racing. Something clearly just happened, but what? A familiar voice cuts through the chaos. Calm down, Rainelle. That amber gold stare belongs to Camute, watching her from the real world. The bird voice continues unbothered, it's just that they can't enter this place, you see. Only those who have eaten Croban rocks can meet me, it explains, wings spreading clean across the sky. Rainelle's brain short-circuits, an entity that only rock-eating crows can even meet, that is oddly specific. Then, perhaps, she starts piecing something together, are you perhaps? The divine black bird that's, she trails off, staring the giant crow down. Said to have existed since ages ago, right on cue, the giant bird unfurls into a stunning woman wrapped in midnight blue and gold. Yes, Rainelle, the woman confirms, smiling, you can comfortably call me Aelin. Rainelle just stares. Up close, this supposedly ancient death goddess looks less ominous legend and more runway model. It is about all Rainelle can manage, she is completely speechless. A hand reaches for her through the light, gentle, almost hesitant. I'm sorry for surprising you, Aelin says softly. I didn't exactly plan on sweeping you up like this either. Could you just listen to my inadequate excuses? She asks, almost sheepish for a literal goddess. If you'll let me, I'll help you protect the people you love, Aelin offers, and Rainelle goes rigid with shock. Is all Rainelle can say at first, then a small nod. Thank you, she finally manages. Reinelle says, then sighs, where should I even begin? So she starts from the very top, when the gods created this land. The divine animals who protected the gods' side began leading every living thing the gods had made, Aelin explains. They lent their strength to whoever shared the gods' own appearance, among them the wolves and it turns out the crows too. This was so that as living things faced death the way nature intended, a lone black crow keeps its quiet watch over the dying. If the ones still living wouldn't be haunted by piles of bodies, it let the human entities who carried the gods' own blood live happily. We get a glimpse of that golden age, an ordinary woman quietly living out her days, safe from all the grief the crow was shouldering for her. However, Aelin continues, as all life is limited. The divine animals themselves couldn't dodge their own fixed lifespans. One by one they return to the gods' side. Birds and beasts ascend into blinding light. Only I, Aelin says, the sentence trailing into something heavier. The one left in charge of death stayed behind and kept looking after the humans all on her own. But as time passed, humans forgot I even existed, and with that my influence just faded away. Worse, as the fear of death grew, so did the hatred toward her children, the crows, dark shapes swarming over a crowd below. Amid all that, I saw a future coming where countless people would get hurt or die, Aelin says, so I had to come up with a plan. Due to my restrictions, I couldn't act directly. I needed someone else to do it in my place. I couldn't just tell humans about the future outright either, so what could I actually do? Rainelle puts it together fast. So, you brought people from another world. Correct, just like death itself, dimension hopping isn't exactly hard for me. So I went looking for someone I could actually tell this world's future to, someone who'd help. But she hesitates and Rainelle leans in, waiting for the catch. Turns out every single time she tried explaining herself to a human, they just wrote her off as some kind of cult leader. Not buying it, one guy literally says. Writing the whole future down in one giant book didn't work either. Nobody wanted to slog through that much content. Oh, this isn't it either, she sighs, buried in paperwork. What? Rainelle's jaw hits the floor. Yes, because I was the only developer, Aelin admits. Wait, developer. No wonder this whole world always felt weirdly realistic for a game, and no wonder there were never any handy status windows like other reincarnation stories get. The game I made was, essentially, a prophecy, Aelin explains. Anyway, after way too many complications, I finally finished it. She clears her throat, a little embarrassed. I watched countless players. And out of all of them, I found the one person who loved this world, inside the game, more than anyone else. I wanted the characters to actually be happy, so I slipped into that person's dream and offered them a way in. That person, the current Gwynnel Fawn Adriana, take a second with that one. Somewhere else entirely, blonde hair drifts on the wind, Gwynnel, completely unaware just how deliberately she landed here. The tiny crack that opened when I first crossed into this world let creatures from the demonic realm slip through, Aelin admits. And an innocent person got caught up in it. We flashed to that moment, an ordinary villager, weapon raised, facing down something monstrous and clearly losing. The chaos doesn't let up, claws and shadows swallowing the whole scene. All of this, Rainelle murmurs, gripping the pendant at her throat. By the time I found out it was already too late, Aelin says, so no matter what, I had to take responsibility. But I couldn't undo a life that had already been taken. So I took that soul, brought it into this world and placed it in a body carrying a piece of myself. Rainelle's eyes go wide. Is that why my face in this life looks just like yours? Aelin's eyes well up and she nods, quiet confirmation written all over her face. I wanted to make up for the harm I'd caused you, but I couldn't step in personally, restrictions again, so for plan B. Long before your female lead even showed up, I placed you near whoever would end up with the highest nobility in the empire. Although, Aelin admits that hope was a little optimistic of me. Crows get treated pretty badly in this world. Honestly, I'd have settled for you just not getting hurt. Big sigh, that worry though, totally wasted. I was genuinely shocked when you used your own wits to earn his trust instead, Aelin says, clearly impressed. Cut to the memory, A young, startled Carmute with a small black crow suddenly right in his personal space. That little crow named Rainelle pulled off way more than I ever expected. That's when I actually started hoping. Phew, of course, when you handed off the Croban rock I'd left you straight over to Carmute, my heart genuinely sank. Wait, hold on 1 second, Rainelle cuts in. So that rock was there so I could become human the moment I reincarnated here. Yes, it must have been rough suddenly waking up as a crow, Aelin nods. But wait, now that I think about it. Not long after Carmute made it back to the imperial palace. Turns out Carmute already had his own Croban rock the whole time, a gift from Namiel. Carmute had actually planned to awaken by eating a fruit Namiel gave him instead. And right on cue, in bursts a certain crow to throw that whole plan into chaos. So wait, Rainelle stammers putting it together. Went through all of that trouble for nothing, she shrieks, the realization landing like a truck. She has a full meltdown right there, dissolving into a slightly unhinged ha. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha, no, it's fine, she recovers, it's already in the past anyway. Besides, Aelin adds gently, it's not like you did any of it with bad intentions. You just happened to pair good intentions with a truly impressive streak of bad luck, so don't beat yourself up over it. Rainelle just smiles, wings settling, clearly not holding a single grudge. If anything, I've met someone precious in this life, she says, and made a lot of happy memories because of it. A quiet, tender memory of her and Carmute flickers past, proof she means every word. So all I need from you, Aelin says, is just a little bit of help. So that this happiness of yours can actually last all the way to the end. Yes, Rainelle, I'll do exactly that. Rainelle grins, sly and pleased, like she already knows this is about to get good. Although I can't interfere directly, Aelin says, power crackling around her hands, you just happen to check off every single required condition. So, I'll help you, she declares, golden light building around them both. Rainelle's whole body lights up, hair and feathers whipping in a wind that isn't really there. Awaken your true strength, Aelin commands, and the entire sky ignites in gold. Power screeches through her like something tearing wide open. Her whole silhouette dissolves into pure light and color, mid-transformation. The last of it swirls into a vortex of glowing dust, right on the edge of something huge. And that is exactly where this chapter leaves us. We open on a slow, weightless freefall through a sky full of stars. A quiet voice wonders to itself, how many times has this happened now? Wrapped in feathers and light, the figure just keeps tumbling through the void, strangely calm about the whole thing. I think I'm completely used to it by now, the voice admits. Falling through nothing barely even registers as strange anymore. Even as I fall endlessly, I don't feel anxious, just safe. Whatever this place is, it isn't scary. The world ripples like still water, everything going quiet right before it all changes. Cut to reality, somewhere far from all that starlight, a young man lies face down on the ground, completely out cold. A hand gently brushes through his hair, someone checking to see if he's okay. He can feel it deep down. The conditions someone named Aelin once warned him about are finally kicking in. His eyes crack open, messy brown hair, sharp stare, and he's looking at his own hands like they belong to someone else. They are, he starts and trails off. His fingers twitch on their own, something inside him is stirring and it wants out. He names it human reason and pure animal instinct, both living inside him at the same time. Instead of fighting it, he makes a call right there. This side of him should not be denied, it should be accepted. No matter how anyone else sees him, no matter how messy the situation gets, he's done hiding from it. He wants to move in the direction he actually wants to go for once, and nothing is stopping him now. His life is something only he gets to live through, nobody else's call to make. The ground he's always walked belongs to him and only him. And the sky waiting to be torn open, those wings are his too and only his. The shell that's kept him safe his whole life finally starts to crack. Then it shatters completely. He's stepping out into the world for the very first time as well, whatever he's about to become. Elsewhere, someone else feels that exact same pull, and her eyes go wide. In a quiet room, our silver-haired schemer of a magician goes completely still. A sound, he mutters, he's not imagining it. I can hear a sound, he says, crossing straight to the window. Something is calling to him too, and it's loud. Outside, a pair of birds bolt off their branch like they just heard the exact same signal. Somewhere out there, he murmurs, trying to trace it. Whatever just happened is calling every single bird to attention. Cool, cool, nothing ominous about that at all. Back with our unconscious stranger, we catch someone once warning him by name to be extra careful with whatever this power is. A little late for that now, he can't stop himself from moving. Meanwhile, the magician's own shadow starts sprouting real black wings. Whatever's calling out there, it wants him too. Wings fully spread, he realizes this pull has been carved into the instinct of every bird alive since long, long ago. A very old promise, apparently, is finally coming due. Cut hard to somewhere else entirely, where a corrupted, blood-red haze is swallowing the sky. This fight is not going well. Someone is caught right in the middle of that churning dark magic. A hand strains desperately toward the light, trying to claw free. Our silver-haired magician goes down hard, sword and all, pain ripping straight through him. Dodge, someone yells, and a copper-haired knight barely throws himself clear in time. Darn, someone mutters, sizing up the fight and wondering if their target is finally hitting the wall. That target is our brown-haired stranger, teeth gritted, clearly pushed to his absolute limit. He's breathing hard, one eye blazing through the smoke and chaos. This is trouble, someone growls. We need every last fighter out here right now. Back at the barrier, the real nightmare is unfolding, a storm of dark magic with Camute's golden wolf form right in the thick of it. One of the mages holding the line, Murden, is scraping the very bottom of her mana reserves. A young priest grips his staff with white knuckles, pouring everything he's got into keeping people alive. Someone is snarling and thrashing, and it takes several people shouting his name, Namiel, just to talk him down. Whatever curse he carries is flaring up hard, thanks to the demon Bupello's presence nearby. He can't fight like this at all, someone says grimly. Namiel's condition is rough, though at least elsewhere things are holding barely. Someone else clenches a fist around a sword hilt. If Namiel really is the demon's main target, that might be exactly the opening they need. I have to do it, the copper-haired knight Galinos decides, cloak snapping hard in the wind. He breaks into a dead run, boots pounding the ground. His logic? Llewellyn already landed one hit on Bupello's, so the demon is clearly vulnerable to ambushes. Risk everything now and maybe he can crack that guard wide open. He lets out a short, humorless laugh at his own plan. Great strategy, bit of a one-way trip though. For half a second his mind drifts somewhere softer. He really wanted to see Rainelle and the Emperor's wedding. Guess plans change. He breaks into a full sprint straight toward the fight. Somebody spots him mid-charge and pure shock crosses their face. Turns out he's not going alone. A second, equally reckless volunteer steps up, dryly noting that someone as expendable as him makes the perfect stepping stone. Camute's wolf head snaps around. Are those two seriously about to? He's caught them plotting. Galinos, Seterin, both of you stop, he shouts, already breaking into a sprint of his own. He knows exactly what they're planning, and at this rate, he's about to lose people he can't afford to lose. Meanwhile, Galinos, grinning like an absolute idiot, is already dictating his last will. Tell Rainelle to leave one flower on his grave. Dark humor, right on brand. Camute can't stomach it. Losing his own people like this is simply not an option. Seterin, completely unbothered, turns to scold someone else entirely. Think of your age. What's with your condition? Not exactly the pep talk you'd expect mid-battle. Turns out he's talking to Murden, who spots Hempel nearby and nearly loses it. It's dangerous. Why did you even come? Get back, I'll send you home with magic right now. Calm down, Murden, and don't you dare teleport me out of here, Hempel replies instead. Then, casually, anyway, look over there. He points and something golden starts glowing right where he's aiming. Elsewhere, the black-robed magician turns and starts walking straight toward whatever's been calling him. Golden light floods the sky as something enormous rises up, a shape no ordinary bird could ever take. It's the entity closest to an actual god among them. The one thing every bird alive is fated to bow down to. The light just keeps building, swallowing the whole scene whole. Over on the battlefield, Camute catches sight of it and freezes, completely stunned. A massive dark-feathered shape sweeps down out of the sky, wings wide enough to blot out the storm, cradling someone right in the middle of them. And it's cradling someone unmistakable. Rainelle swept right up into the middle of it all. Something huge has just been born tonight. A new ruler of birds, crows included, has entered the world. The last golden feathers drift down as the dust settles on this wild new turn in our reluctant crow's story. Something answers the chapter's title right here. A blinding gold light rips across the sky, wings thrown wide open. Down below, Camute and Rainelle just freeze, staring up at whatever that is. Everyone forgets they're mid-crisis for a second. Nobody can look away from that sight. Even the monster tearing up the field freezes mid-snarl, too stunned to even think about running. One of the exhausted fighters doubles over, gasping like the pressure alone just knocked the wind out of him. Somewhere in the dark, whoever's steering all this chaos can barely breathe under it either. Just who, he chokes out, is that? Gwynelle's eyes go wide the second that light hits. Rainelle's finally calmed all the way down, and Gwynelle wonders out loud if Rainelle just single-handedly burned off the demonic energy poisoning him. Rainelle now, she whispers, keeping her voice low and steady. Focus and shake this curse loose for good, she tells him. Let's not waste the opening Rainelle just bought us. And there she is, Rainelle, fully awakened, decked out in a look that screams ruler of birds and isn't messing around. Light scatters off her like she's made of stained glass. She flexes her fingers, half marveling at her own hands. Freshly awakened power, it turns out, comes with a break-in period. But that's a problem for later. Camute spots her and just goes still, staring like he's seeing a ghost. She touches down in a rustle of feathers and lace. Camute, she calls out, almost sheepish, I'm not too late, am I? She drops in front of him in full glory, wings and all, like she didn't just casually redefine what she's capable of. Sorry, she admits, I got too worried to just sit around at the palace waiting. So much for that promise to stay put, she admits with a grin. Camute cups her face like he still can't quite believe she's real. Then the relief curdles into a scolding. What was she thinking, flying into a place this dangerous? If you get hurt again like before, he can't even finish the sentence. She just laughs it off midair, wrapped up safe in his arms as he carries her over the rooftops. I'm not, she starts. Weak, not anymore. Cut to the real threat behind all this chaos seething in the dark. It makes no sense, he mutters, don't make me laugh. For me too, he grits out, fist clenched. Get overpowered this easily, by someone who just showed up out of nowhere. Worse, he can't even summon another creature out of the demonic realm anymore. Can't gather mana either, whatever hit him, it hit hard. Don't make me laugh, he spits again, watching it all crumble. Obviously, he snarls to himself, everything he's done, it was all for one goal. He's made so many sacrifices to get here. The mystery mastermind stands alone over the wreckage, replaying every cost he's paid so far. So why does this random nobody get to trample everything he's built without even trying? Answer, because that nobody just unleashed a full wingspan of pure gold light. The beast lunges, jaws wide, now I shall. In this fight, someone shouts back, cutting him off. The creature's jaws snap shut on empty air. This, it registers dimly, is like nothing it's ever felt before. It thrashes anyway, out of pure animal panic. Rainelle, now enormous, drops down like judgment itself. How dare you hurt these gentlemen? Prepare yourself, Bupellos, she roars at the beast by name while onlookers just gape. This is the stuff of myths nobody actually believed in. The mastermind can only stare. A crow this size talking like a person, absurd. Someone's footsteps skid to a stop. Wait. The villain's mind starts racing. If he used her as a sacrifice instead, how much closer would that get him to his goal? After all, freeing Llewellyn from his shackles cost him a piece of his own body. If the price is right, he'll pay it again. Wings snap open fast and sharp. To think a pathetic little spirit could interfere with me, he seethes. In a high-class one at that. One of the summoned guardian spirits streaks past, wings blazing. He does the math out loud. The palace's own spirit magician is conspicuously missing from this fight. She must be busy guarding the nobles back at the palace instead, he figures, while somehow still sending a spirit this powerful all the way out here at the same time. And the spirit's wind magic keeps getting amplified, courtesy of the birds circling overhead. At this rate, the one spell he's barely holding together is about to slip completely out of his hands. He lashes out anyway, dark energy boiling around him. Someone plummets straight into the middle of it. No time to hesitate, a blur of gold dives to intercept. Camute's head snaps up, that energy. He can't let that corruption anywhere near Rainelle, not after everything. One touch and she could end up just like Llewellyn did. So he throws himself into the line of fire without a second thought. Pure instinct, reason never even got a vote. What kind of wolf just stands there and watches his other half fall into danger? So no matter how reckless it was, he couldn't help himself, he just moved. Her pendant swings loose, tangled in golden fur, glowing an ugly purple right where the curse energy caught it. Camute, Rainelle's scream rips through the sky, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. We open mid-flight, a crow tearing through fire and shadow, violet eyes blazing, wings straining like everything's on the line. Every feather is shaking with the effort. Whatever she's flying toward, she is not slowing down. A hand claws through skeletal black branches. Someone, maybe several someones, is fighting for their life. And there he is, Camute, tumbling through the air out cold. A massive, shadow-wreathed maw lunges into view, eyes blazing white with menace. Camute, someone screams, and from the sound of it, things just went very wrong very fast. The scene rips sideways in a blur of white light, straight into a pair of glowing predator eyes. A demonic, black-winged figure has Camute slung in its arms like a prize. No, no, Camute, Rainelle shrieks. She's begging him to wake up, tears in her eyes, voice cracking on every syllable. You promised me you'd come back safe, she cries. Promises, as this show loves to prove, are made to be tested. It's useless, Crow, comes the mocking reply. Somebody's feeling very pleased with themselves. That last spell apparently drained every scrap of darkness this thing had left, and it still worked. The golden wolf, it sneers, let his instincts get the better of him, and now he's fresh sacrifice for the demonic realm, pure nourishment on this thing's climb to godhood. Cue the maniacal cackling. You know a plan is going great when the bad guy starts laughing at the sky. This is it howls for the first time ever. Okay, we get it, somebody's very excited about becoming a god. Cut to a much quieter memory. A young Namiel asked what kind of magician he wants to grow up to be. Obviously, I'm finally able to fulfill my wish, he beams, clutching something precious to his chest. Whatever this dream was, it clearly meant everything to him once. Back in the present, the laughter just keeps going. Wings spread wide, jewelry glinting. This thing is putting on a full victory show. Now no one can stop me from becoming the greatest entity. Nearby, allies watch in horrified disbelief. This is exactly the kind of line a villain should never get to finish. You can all merely witness this historical moment, it gloats, with Camute's unconscious wolf form dangling as the trophy. Rainelle finally gets close enough to pull him in, cradling him against her chest. Her hand tightens around him, petals scattering in the charged air. Her eyes narrow, so she starts, and you can tell she's done being scared. Are you done talking? 10 out of 10 delivery on the most disrespectful comeback of the chapter. She roasts the villain's whole evil scheme as stale, so far past its prime I can't even call it original. Somebody's about to get review bombed mid-monologue. If you have eyes, look properly, she snaps, working something loose at Camute's collar. Even though Camute is clearly hurt, ragged breath and all, he's still breathing, still here. He hasn't become a sacrifice for a bastard like you, Rainelle declares. The villain's confidence cracks instantly. What? Its eye goes wide with disbelief. This makes no sense, you can't stop that magic with anything. Turns out somebody didn't read the fine print. That's absolutely impossible, it stammers as whatever was binding its ritual just gives way. A plain, unassuming little cord floats loose in the light. What is this? Why is that flimsy piece of rope giving off traces of magic obstruction? Never underestimate a girl and her accessories. Turns out that scrap of cord is a small miracle, quite literally. Narration fills in the backstory. Someone who never even realized their own strength made this, purely out of a wish to protect someone they loved. I made this hoping it could protect your heart in place of me, Namiel says in the memory, pressing it into her hands. Just a very small miracle, but paired with a will to sacrifice everything. The one who received it turned it into something so much bigger. The charm erupts, blasting the villain back with pure radiant force. It shrieks in raw pain, fangs bared, wings thrashing against the light. Don't make me laugh, there's no way I failed this pathetically. Buddy, the miracle disagrees. Yeah, I've got plenty more bodies back in the demonic realm anyway. Truly the words of a guy who is totally fine. For a while I can come back to life over and over. Great, a respawn mechanic, just what this fight needed. So just you wait, one day and there it is, the classic villain vow right on cue. We'll definitely crush you, it threatens, already backpedaling into the shadows. Camute's fur ripples in the chaos of it all, still out cold. Rise to the peak and gain the true yeah, I've definitely already heard this speech, Rainelle cuts in flatly, stealing the villain's own comeback line. Whatever's left of that binding cord drifts, glowing faintly in the dark. Just stop with that unoriginal bullshit already, she mutters, eyes glinting with pure done with this energy. Somewhere nearby, a stunned hand freezes mid-motion. Woo what? A lone crow silhouette drifts past a field of dark blossoms, the dust settling on the fight. Something or someone closes around the villain like it's nothing, so easily, it breathes stunned. This must be, the fight is draining out of its voice fast. What I wanted so much, the greatest entity, its final words, and the irony isn't lost on anyone watching it get erased instead of ascending. And just like that, the glow folds shut around it. Silence, an empty, open hand is all that's left where it stood. The story drifts into an old bedtime memory, a nanny warning little Sephia that if she doesn't sleep, a crow might come and steal her away. Old folklore claims crows exist to punish killers, dooming them to wander the nether worlds forever instead of heaven or hell. Feathers drift through golden light, carrying us back to the present. Rainelle looks skyward, wind catching her wings. Sephia's nanny, you were wrong, she says quietly. Turns out this crow isn't here to punish anyone, she's here to save someone. The scene washes out into open sky and sea, calm after the storm. Wind rolls over green hills, the world exhaling. Hands find each other in the light, holding on tight. The moment the demon Bupellos vanished, Murden rushed to call for priests, but even with healers working fast, something's clearly not going right. Camute lies there pale and unmoving, just like me, back then someone recalls. Camute didn't wake up. A wound inflicted by the demonic realm itself, they explain, can't be healed by holy power or ordinary magic. No spell, no prayer, nothing. Rainelle holds him tighter, panic finally breaking through. What should I do? This won't do, she decides. Panic time is over. What do I have to do? Calm down, Rainelle, she coaches herself through it. A memory surfaces unbidden, Granny. She remembers Hempel, an old mentor, telling her that at times like this they need to stay calm together. Do you remember what I said? His voice echoes back to her. Crows should act like crows, he told her once. Lean into what she actually is. Another memory layers in, a golden light gesturing to the pendant at her chest. And use this, don't you think? That's just my gut feeling, the memory admits, but if it's you, someone who's truly awakened, you'll find a way. Something clicks, She remembers her own origin. A being called Aelin took a piece of herself to create Rainelle's body in the first place, which means some of that power might still be hers to use. Perhaps this method might work, she murmurs, hands closing around the pendant. Blue light floods out of her chest, pouring toward Camute's still form. I can take a part of myself, she's not just healing him, she's giving something up. And give it to Camute, no hesitation in that decision. She guides the glowing shard gently to him, close enough to feel his breath. Light floods the whole scene, humming with power. Her wings flare, wrapped in that same radiant blue. Then a jolt of pain hits her. Ugh, miracles it turns out always cost something. Something vital inside her is being cut away, piece by piece. But if it saves you, she whispers, holding him close, I'll give you as much of my lifespan as it takes. No hesitation on that sentence at all. A calm, otherworldly voice answers her from somewhere beyond the moment, as you need. Snowlight particles drift between them as the exchange completes, close as two people can get. For a second everything goes still and white. Then a golden eye flutters open, he's back. Rainelle, his voice is the first thing he reaches for. I'm sorry, he manages. I said I'd come back safe, but I broke my promise. You're so mean, Camute, she scolds, hand tight around his. Angry, he asks. Yeah, super angry, she confirms, not letting go of him for 1 second. To the point where I never want to talk to you again, she adds, and he looks appropriately terrified. Rainelle, he starts, worried he actually pushed it too far, but she cuts back in, softening. And instead of a lecture, she leans in for a kiss. I'll forgive you, she grins, because you're handsome, truly the most honest relationship in this entire kingdom. Camute is doing the big, sappy apology routine, wings and all, swearing up and down that he's truly sorry. Rainelle plays it ice cold, never want to talk to you again, and you can watch his face just shatter. He can barely choke out her name, bracing for the worst. Then that sly grin creeps in. Yeah, she was never actually mad. I'll forgive you, she purrs, because you're handsome, peak shallow, peak iconic. For once, the smoothest man in the empire has absolutely nothing to say back to that. He just laughs it off and pulls her in closer. Thank God I'm handsome, he sighs in relief, and honestly, he's not wrong. Somewhere in all that chaos, the sky cleared, blue skies, birdsong like the war never happened. Turns out, against all odds, not a single soul was lost that day. Every wounded soldier gets patched up, healers working overtime to make sure of it. And the ones running on empty finally get to just rest, someone keeping close watch over them. And this is where it gets good. Namiel's curse, the one that's haunted him for so long, is finally completely gone. Rainelle comes running the second she hears. He holds her close, relieved she'll never have to suffer through that curse alongside him again. But in his head, he's already confessing something else. He's been lying to himself for a long, long time. He kept telling himself all he wanted was friendship, nothing more. A lie, obviously, a pretty big one. He blamed the curse for his feelings and used it as an excuse to keep fooling himself. Whatever he felt for her, he told himself, could never be more than that. He convinced himself those deeper feelings were something ugly, something to keep buried. But staring down what felt like the end of his life changed everything. His only regret was never getting the chance to just tell her the truth. Now that the fighting's over, he's done lying to her and to himself. Lady Rainelle, no, he starts, and you can already feel the confession coming. Can I, he chokes out, barely holding it together. Can someone like me actually love you? There it is. Rainelle just melts, that soft smile saying everything before she even answers. Of course, Namiel, she says, like it was never even a question. And that's it, years of holding back, undone in one hug. It's the happy ending everyone was rooting for. Fair warning though, the curse darkened his hair a little, so they had to cut it short just in case. Somewhere, a certain fan is devastated. Sorry area, long hair or short, apparently he still got it. Love conquers curses and bad haircuts, officially still a happy ending. Meanwhile, back at the palace, it's Judgment Day. Someone's about to answer for everything. Duke Howard, though, isn't done scheming just yet. He's marched down in chains, straight to the courtroom. We are now commencing Duke Howard's trial, the announcement rings out. The whole court packs in to watch him answer for it. He just stands there, unreadable, waiting for the show to start. Turns out there are 2 separate charges stacked against him. Charge 1, using loyal nobles as pawns in a plot to kill the emperor himself. Howard's response, a shrug, literally so what? He's smug about it too, not even bothering to pretend he's scared. He brags that he torched every scrap of evidence before making his move. Burned it all, he claims, nothing left to prove a thing. Except for one item that just refused to burn or break. So he buried it deep in some forest instead, sure nobody would ever find it. And just to be safe, he figured he'd silence anyone who knew. Even planning to kill the worker who buried it, all so he could walk out of here innocent. He even tries the victim card, claiming he's only being persecuted for disagreeing with the emperor politically. Poor him, he says, lost all his political power in a single morning. Devastating, truly. No hard evidence, no real witnesses, he insists, so why's everyone so sure he did it? One nervous noblewoman is already backpedaling, cooing to the emperor that she'd have showered him with gifts if she'd known which way this was going. Howard just stands there looking almost saintly about it, almost. Galinos can't even process what he's hearing. Is he seriously implying he's only a suspect because he never bribed Camute? If annoying people were a superpower, this guy would be the final boss. Galinos wants him gone right now. Camute just tells him to calm down, the slander speaks for itself. Then Camute turns back to Howard with a very pointed question. No evidence, no witnesses. Something or someone is about to prove him very wrong. Enter Exhibit A, that very mirror he swore he'd destroyed. His face just drops. Camute just watches it land, calm as ever. The Magic Tower's elders, who despise politics more than anything, already verified it themselves. Confirmed, this exact mirror was crafted with Bupelos's own magic. And they've got recordings too. Every word he traded with Bupelos conveniently caught mid-wardrobe change. Recordings of him laying out the whole plot, word for word. Use the nobles, kill the emperor. He even asked for promotion if the coup actually worked. The nerve. Somewhere, a group of dignified elder mages are still recovering from having to watch his little private fashion show. Howard insists he hid decoy mirrors everywhere, so how'd they even find the real one? He genuinely wants to know how they pulled this off. Rainelle just smiles. I thought I already told you. That I would become His Majesty's eyes. Turns out being a crow has its perks. Did he really think that was just a throwaway line? Turns out there've been little feathered witnesses perched around him this whole time. Underestimate a bird's ability to snitch at your own risk. Unfortunate for you either way, Duke Howard, Rainelle says, and she's clearly enjoying this. He can't even believe it, beaten by a mere beast, as he puts it. Whatever he wants to call her, his story ends right here. The gavel comes down, guilty. And just like that, every villain in this arc is off the board. Real life doesn't end on a victory though. There's always another villain waiting somewhere. But as long as his hand's laced with hers, she figures she can handle whatever's next. Whatever adversity shows up next. It's not knocking these two down. Not a chance. Cut to Rainelle, absolutely done with life itself. Turns out victory came with a mountain of paperwork nobody warned anyone about. Every department is scrambling to fill the gap Howard's whole faction left behind. Small mercy, not one civilian, knight, or magician actually died in the whole invasion. But with Howard's entire faction suddenly gone, half the palace's offices are just empty. Someone's cursing up a storm trying to cover it all. Even Rainelle's stuck buried in it, wondering why getting rid of the villains didn't also get rid of the workload. Camute isn't handling it much better, reduced to incoherent screaming. Somebody just hand that man a drink. Then something small on a chain catches his eye, and for a second that easy grin of his just stops. Whatever he's just noticed, it's not nothing. Looks like next chapter opens right here. Rainelle's friend corners her with a look every workaholic dreads. Aren't you working too much these days? She's not kidding either. She shows up in person, worried Rainelle's about to faint from overworking. Still buried in paperwork in crow form, Rainelle laughs it off. Her freshly awakened powers came with ridiculous stamina, so fainting's basically off the table now. Her friend isn't buying the manic cackling for a second. Physical stamina's one thing, but Rainelle's sanity looks like it's hanging by a thread. Back in human form, Rainelle waves the whole concern away like it's nothing. Turns out the reason she's grinding herself into the ground is a huge project, opening the noble ranks to talented commoners, birthright be damned. It's a policy overdue by miles. The noble ranks had way too many empty seats for anyone to keep pretending bloodline mattered more than talent. Symbolically, the old chessboard just got smashed. The imperial family is finally letting new blood onto the board. You'd expect the nobility to riot over commoners muscling in. Weirdly, this time nobody put up a fight. There's a good reason. Miel, the palace's quiet powerhouse spiritualist, was the one who saved half the court during the recent crisis. His fire spirit alone leveled threats nobody else in the room could touch. Everyone remembers exactly why that crisis happened. Duke Howard, a man from an old distinguished house, sold the nobility out to the demonic realm. That same corrupted magic still lingers, a reminder of how close the betrayal came to costing everyone everything. Meanwhile, Miel, a man who started life as a slave, was the one actually standing between the nobles and disaster. The nobles who watched him do it couldn't exactly unsee it. Bloodline and a fancy last name meant nothing when a former slave was the one keeping them alive. With public opinion suddenly on side, the crown seized the moment and cracked down hard on the slave trade for good. Cut to a triumphant flash of the new order taking shape, with one very pleased Emperor Carmute basking in it. It's officially a new era, and for once everyone lets themselves feel relieved that things are actually going well. Gwynnel tries the world's oldest lie on herself, just a little more work now and everything gets easier later. She knows better really. Rainelle's sense of duty has curdled into a full-blown obsession and someone needs to intervene. So Gwynnel marches over and flat-out begs Rainelle to actually rest for once. Carmute's work addiction is contagious. Gwynnel wails, squishing Rainelle's cheeks, who just mumbles that she is the next empress, so someone's gotta do it. Gwynnel starts scheming for a distraction, and a lightbulb moment lights up her whole face. She goes for the nuclear option, begging Rainelle for love advice, knowing full well nobody in this palace can resist that bait. Sure enough, the second Namiel's name comes up, Rainelle's full attention snaps into place. Gwynnel knew exactly what she was doing. The two settle in for a real conversation about the strange secret they've quietly carried since arriving in this world. They've kept it hidden from everyone this whole time, mostly to spare people the shock of the truth. Namiel about jumps out of his skin. He'd been told this whole thing was some prophecy from a deity named Aelin, not whatever this actually is. He's still catching his breath processing it. Underneath the shock, Namiel's been sitting on a secret of his own, one he can't keep hidden forever from the person he loves. The truth is going to come out eventually, chains and all. He'd rather it come from him. Rainelle just watches quietly, letting the moment breathe. Gwynnel agrees softly, and their hands find each other. Turns out she's been carrying her own quiet weight lately too, and she's more than ready to finally set it down. Back with Rainelle, the weight of everything catches up with her all at once, tears and all. The story takes a breath, panning out over the sun-drenched palace grounds. Across the palace, Emperor Carmute is up to something. He's frantically juggling secret proposal prep with actual empire business, barking orders to hide the fireworks before anyone notices. Somehow he's multitasking a rose petal ambush and his day job at the same time, and his staff is scrambling to keep up. He can't make the paperwork disappear, but he's done putting off the proposal. Today's the day, ready or not. Then the warning comes in. Rainelle's already on her way over, and the whole plan is about to get a very early test. Cue an all-out palace-wide scramble to hide the evidence before she turns the corner. Carmute barely composes himself in time, sweating through a smile. Rainelle strides up in her full winged form, wearing a very serious expression. Then she says his full formal name, and every alarm bell in his head goes off at once. "Can we talk?" she asks, and somehow that's scarier than anything else she could have said. She insists it's important, and Carmute's stomach drops straight through the floor. His fiancée never uses his full name, not once, not ever. Full name, serious face, urgent request to talk. His brain immediately jumps to the worst-case scenario. Convinced she's about to end things, he resolves right then, he is going to beg and he is not going to be subtle about it. The whole scene explodes into motion before she can even get a word out. Rainelle barely gets a syllable out before Carmute cuts her off entirely, already panicking. He starts apologizing for everything under the sun. The delayed proposal, whatever else she might be unhappy about, he'll fix all of it. In front of a very confused crowd, he blurts out the one thing he's actually terrified of: don't break up with him. It escalates fast into a full-volume declaration that he simply cannot live without her. The whole thing turns into a slapstick chase as his own guards try to catch up with their spiraling emperor. Onlookers start politely echoing his outburst back at him while staff try to clear the crowd, and Rainelle just wants the ground to swallow her whole. She finally gets a word in. This was never a breakup talk, she just wanted to share a secret. The realization hits him like a truck, and his whole face goes red with embarrassment. Somewhere off to the side, the palace staff are already replaying the whole disaster to each other. Everyone silently agrees to never speak of the incident again. Once he's recovered, Carmute's curiosity kicks in. What could possibly warrant that level of seriousness? She confirms it quietly, and this time there's no mistaking how much it means to her. She takes a breath and finally starts telling him the truth. The world seems to hold still around them. Petals drift past like the whole garden is holding its breath too. And just like that, she lays it all out, absolutely everything. How she ended up in this world in the first place. How she became a crow, and everything she pulled off behind the scenes to give both herself and her friend Adriana a real shot at happiness. She apologizes for sitting on it this long. It was never about trust, she insists. It was because she couldn't stand the thought of hurting him with it. He just sits with it for a moment, processing. Honestly, he admits he doesn't fully understand it, and he's not going to pretend this is easy to take in. But he starts putting the pieces together. A woman dropped into a strange new world overnight with nothing familiar to hold on to. Not even a human body to start with. And still, she never once gave up, turning an impossible situation into a miracle for everyone around her. He just looks at her, stunned all over again by everything she's carried. Then he says it plainly. It's exactly because she's this kind of person that he was never getting away from her anyway. He tells her not to apologize for it. He'd have struggled to say it too in her shoes. If anything, he's just grateful she trusted him with the biggest secret she had. He scoops her right up, like the conversation just made him hold on tighter instead of letting go. So don't worry about any of that anymore, he tells her softly. Just stay by his side and do exactly what makes her happy from here on out. He cradles her face like she's the most precious thing in the room, because to him she is. He promises to make her so happy she forgets every bit of suffering it took to get here. And he seals the promise with a kiss, no further explanation needed. Right on cue, the sky lights up around them. Neither of them so much as flinches, they're a little busy. Somewhere backstage, someone is absolutely losing it. Those fireworks were not supposed to go off yet. Turns out that whole display was rigged for the actual proposal, and it just fired off early by accident. Camute just stares up at his own ruined surprise, visibly recalculating. Then he shrugs it off completely. Plans change, but the ring's still in his hand. He drops to one knee right there under the fireworks, mangled timing and all. "Will you marry me?" he asks, completely sincere despite the chaos. Because honestly, as far as he's concerned, their love was already perfect. This is just paperwork. She says yes without a second of hesitation. The sky erupts in celebration right along with them. Cut straight to the wedding, Rainelle in white, wings and all, sealing it with a laugh and a kiss. The whole court roars with approval. Somewhere in that cheering crowd, a hooded stranger with unnervingly familiar golden eyes watches quietly, smiling to herself. Whoever she is, she's watched a lot of different futures play out, and none of them ever looked this good. In most of those futures, she admits, this many people simply didn't make it out alive. Someone was always destined to die, no matter how things played out. Or someone was doomed to a miserable fate instead, until somehow this timeline broke the pattern. Namiel and Adriana get their own quiet happy ending too, bouquet in hand. The hooded stranger applauds from the wings, marveling that this outcome beat even what she thought was possible. Back at the altar, the newlyweds are having the time of their lives. Petals and feathers drift through the golden light of the reception. The hooded woman finally lets herself relax, like a weight she's carried for a very long time just lifted. She lingers a moment longer, taking it all in. "Thank you, everyone," she says quietly to no one in particular. She turns to go, already thinking ahead. "I hope you all keep growing more beautiful from here," she murmurs like a blessing left behind. And with that she slips away, until we meet again, whoever she really is. Thunder splits the sky and rain comes down in sheets. Something's about to kick off, and it does not look pleasant. The storm just keeps building, lightning stacking on lightning like the sky itself is stalling. A caption drops right over the castle. "This is a story that never actually happened, one of the what-if timelines. Consider yourself warned." Even the palace gates look like they're bracing for whatever's coming. A hooded figure lingers at a rain-streaked window, watching the storm like it owes him something. Somewhere close, someone flinches hard, hand half raised to their mouth like they just saw something they can't unsee. Tears, maybe blood, streak down a face caught mid-breakdown. Whatever's happening here, it's bad. A clawed, corrupted hand reaches for the glass while a low, unhinged laugh creeps in behind it. Cozy vibes, truly. Somewhere in the dark, chains rattle around a wrist and a voice tries to make it sound sweet. "It's okay now. it is extremely not okay. Enter the man behind that voice, silver hair, glowing red eyes, blood on his face, grinning like he's already lost the plot. Forget this futile patience, he says. And let me follow my desires, he finishes, surrounded by lilies that feel a lot more ominous than romantic right now. Cut to calmer ground, a familiar blonde head of hair catches the wind, somewhere that looks a lot less cursed. Viscount Charmalt visited, someone asks, and yes, that's Namiel's other name, so buckle up. Without a word, so suddenly, did something happen? Nobody just drops in unannounced for a nice chat. Gwynelle's face says she's already 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room, and none of those steps are good. A door swings open on a wash of light, or, perhaps, she starts before a silhouette steps out into the rain. There he is, holding an umbrella over her like it's the most natural thing in the world. You should have brought an umbrella, you're completely soaked. What if you catch a cold? No, let's go inside, he says, steering her out of the rain like a man who has clearly rehearsed being charming. I'll get people to prepare some clothes for you, so Gwynelle's expression suggests she's only just realizing how deep she's in. Her hair whips in the wind as she's led along, half charmed, half uneasy. Magic sparkles trail off into the storm as the two of them disappear from view. The hooded stranger lowers his hood just enough to let the rain hit his face. Rain and light blur together for a beat, the calm before whatever this actually is. A slow, satisfied smile creeps across his mouth, one eye glinting red under the hood. Sweet dreams, Lady Gwynelle, he says, soft as anything, umbrella still in hand, deeply reassuring, deeply not. Lightning flashes through an unfamiliar window. Wherever Gwynelle is now, it is not her bedroom. She stirs, someone's hands adjusting her collar. These are not the clothes she fell asleep in. Her eyes snap open on wooden ceiling beams that mean nothing to her. This isn't my home, what happened? She bolts upright on the pillow, wide-eyed and clearly rattled. This is all she manages, staring around a room she has never seen before. I changed your clothes using magic, so don't worry, comes a voice way too casual about it. I could have kept you dry in the first place, but this is my first time running away like this, so I'm a little sloppy, he adds with a grin, charming, deeply unsettling. Viscount, she stammers, finally getting a good look at him, you, look. Ah, it's a bit much to look at, right? He says, not bothering to deny it, but running away won't do anything. Turns out this hideaway isn't just remote, it's somewhere not even the Emperor can find, wrapped in not 2 but 3 separate magic barriers. Escape-proof and then some. Since I've gotten to this state, I don't plan on requesting your kindness, he says, turning his back like a man bracing for the rejection he thinks he deserves. Since it's obvious you'll hate me, he goes on, you can hate me as much as you like. No, you can even abhor me, he says. There's no way you'd want something like me after all. So just one thing, he says, reaching for her anyway, just stay by my side. Don't go anywhere, he murmurs, cupping her face, forever. I want to keep even the shell of you, he says, and somehow that bouquet of flowers just got a lot creepier. He closes the last of the distance, smile widening, marked hand outstretched. Her voice shakes, Ria, Ellie. Her trembling voice says it all, how unlucky, he murmurs, yes, really. And then the whole thing swerves hard into fantasy, same scene except Gwynelle is absolutely thrilled about it. This is great, she squeals, heart eyes fully deployed. Roses bloom out of nowhere, because apparently that's just how these fantasies work. Gosh, Viscount, you should have told me earlier, she gushes. If it was anyone else I'd be disgusted, but since it's you, I'm lucky. Anything, she squeals, practically melting. Oh my god, deadly corrupted sexiness is the best, very tasty, Michelin 3-star. Somewhere a romance novel trope just got framed and hung on the wall. Don't worry, Viscount, no Namiel, she coos, batting her eyes. Neither will I hate you nor abhor you. Of course not, she says, like this is the most reasonable response in the world. Staying with you forever is only natural, she declares, fully committed to the bit. Cut to the actual reaction, stunned silence and about 900 question marks. Nobody's buying that one, not even in a dream. Lightning cracks and the whole fantasy dissolves in a flash, yanked straight back toward reality. A young man jolts awake gasping, silver hair, green eyes, not a curse mark in sight. Whoever that was in the dream, it clearly wasn't really him. He blinks at the window, sunlight and birdsong instead of rain and thunder. A dream. Golden light, a set table, an entirely different, much nicer morning. So you had another weird dream, someone asks over a tower of pastries. Yes, Gwynnel starts sipping her coffee, waiting on him to finish the thought. This time again he admits, I think it must be a side effect of the curse, the awakening, or my abilities as a magician. And as a result, he trails off, imagery of falling and light swirling around him. I'm seeing the other variable futures that Aelin saw, he explains. There's definitely that possibility, he muses. After all, when I was lifting your curse, I used the item Aelin left behind, the tool. But Namiel, Gwynnel presses gently that dream. Can't you tell me a bit about it? She asks. You keep saying you've had weird dreams but never say what they are about, and I'm curious. He goes red and stammers, momentarily picturing an entirely different couple's fluff before catching himself. I don't know, so about that. The dreams are always about us falling for each other, one way or another, he admits, clearing his throat and keeping it as PG as humanly possible. Ahaha, really, she laughs, it's like fate. Fate, he echoes, that might be true, in the countless variables I saw in my dreams. I always wanted you. And you always accepted me for it, but in every single one of those other timelines I ended up holding you down instead. By pleading, by clinging, or just imprisoning you outright, he admits quietly, the chains from that nightmare still lingering in the back of his mind. Watching her laugh freely now, he realizes something. She shines brightest when she's actually free. Okay then, shall we head to our next date spot? She grins. We agreed to do everything we couldn't do before we officially tie the knot. Okay, Arya, he says, using the pet name easily now. And thanks to you, I get to be free too. I'll go wherever you want to go, she tells him, and she clearly means it. They walk off hand in hand, butterflies trailing behind them like the universe is showing off. Which is why, compared to all those other variables, he thinks, watching her, I like this one the most. Out of every possible ending, the real one, the boring, sunny, curse-free one, wins. Our story opens on a boy in fine white robes, hugging a big red book like it's treasure, mulling over the biggest question a young magician can ask. What do you actually want to become? Obviously, he says, chin up like he already won an argument no one started, the greatest entity there is. Omniscient, knower of all truths, bold goal for a kid who hasn't hit his growth spurt yet. He can't even finish the thought without grinning at himself. This kid has never once doubted he's destined for something huge. His teacher just about laughs him out of the room. The greatest entity, huh? Ambitious much, Bupellos, yes, that nickname. Remember it because it's going to matter a lot more than anyone in this scene realizes. He shrugs it off with a smirk, straightening his collar like the insult just bounced right off him. Who knows, he says, maybe my ambitions just aren't that great. Sure, kid, nothing says humble like glowing purple eyes and a grin that could sell tickets. Turns out the omniscience thing was only half the pitch. What really lights him up is old things, forgotten relics, buried history, the stuff everyone else stopped caring about. I have a strong conviction, he says, staring up at some grand old building, that those things will. And that's where young him trails off because apparently cliffhangers run in the family. Years later, he's all grown up, out in the wilds with a scroll in hand, and something in it already has him stumped. According to the ancient texts he's been poring over, the legendary Croban rock should be somewhere around here. Should be. Instead, he's staring at a whole lot of ordinary rocks doing absolutely nothing extraordinary. Did he misread the old text, or is the universe just messing with him today? Either way, his solution is very scholarly: shrug it off and keep wandering. This whole trip traces back to one obsession: digging into the existence of forgotten gods nobody worships anymore. Somewhere in that research, one thread grabbed him hard: the legend of the Black Bird. So here he is, boots in the dirt, chasing rumors of the Croban rock across half the map, because apparently that's what counts as a fun weekend for this guy. If he can actually get his hands on that rock, he's convinced he could call back every divine animal that vanished from the Empire generations ago. No pressure. Problem is, his luck has been garbage this entire trip. Nothing but dead ends and wasted mana so far. When is luck ever going to be on my side? He mutters, watching feathers scatter past him in the wind, foreshadowing much. Then he hears something, HM. Perched up on the rocks above him is somebody who very much does not belong out here alone in the snow. Why are you here? She asks, all sharp eyes and windswept dark hair, like she's the one who should be suspicious of him. Human, she says next, sizing him up like that one word explains everything she needs to know. He just kind of stares, one eye peeking out through all that hair, and he is not handling it smoothly. Such beauty, he blurts, completely forgetting he's supposed to be a serious researcher right now. I'm curious about you. To think there's someone with a yeah, he doesn't finish that sentence either. Consistent, at least. A wing, dark as a moonless sky, shifts just enough to remind him she is not entirely human. Because there aren't a lot of annoying birds out here, she says flatly, answering a question he didn't even finish asking, although it does make hunting a pain. I like that it's quiet, she goes on, but it's not like there are zero birds around either, and clearly that's the actual problem. Turns out she's out here specifically to cut down on, quote, annoying events, a wildly polite way to describe whatever's actually bothering her. She perches above him, cloak spread like feathers, while he shoos away some little critter, completely missing how strange this whole encounter already is. Wait a second, something about this conversation isn't adding up, and his brain is finally catching up to his eyes. This whole conversation has been weird since the start, he realizes, a little too late for someone who researches forgotten gods for a living. Now that he actually thinks about it, there's a lot here that doesn't fit a normal traveler. She sizes up his staff. Considering you're carrying a weird stick around, I'm guessing you're one of those humans who can do cool tricks, right? If you mean magician, he says, then yes, correct. Anyway, magician human, she says, already onto business, not even bothering with his actual name. Can you make it so other birds can't get near me? She asks. He blinks, then nods. Yeah, of course, simple enough spell for that. Does she seriously hate birds that much? He wonders, equal parts confused and charmed. How unique. Then please help me, she says, I'll pay you back somehow. His eyes light up like she just handed him a gift, because he's already 3 steps ahead of her. In that case, he says, whipping out a book, have you seen a Croban rock anywhere around here? Looks like this, shines blue, and yes, you can technically eat it. Her eye goes wide. That is not the reaction of someone who has no idea what he's talking about. I know this, she says simply, and just like that, months of dead-end research might finally be paying off. Really, he is instantly unhinged with questions. Where, when, how big does it match the picture? What's the ecosystem like? What did the mana feel like? Honestly, just take me there already, he begs. The spot where I saw the Croban rock, she says, was in a forest nearby. But it's not there anymore. His whole world quietly cracks in half. Why? Cue the full meltdown, screaming into the void, tears and all, over a rock he never even got to touch. Why? Because it looked tasty, she says, chewing happily. Is that a problem? Reader, she ate the legendary artifact like a snack. He's trying so hard to be gracious about it. No, of course, finders keepers. But to just eat something that precious, something even the emperor himself couldn't track down. My research. He can barely get the words out. Yeah, he sighs, I know my research is basically toast now. Somebody give this man a hug or at least a snack of his own. She cuts him off, suddenly serious. No, not that, what you said earlier. You said it belongs to whoever finds it first, she reminds him. I'm not a person, so that logic doesn't actually apply to me. That lands like a bucket of cold water. He goes completely still, processing what she just admitted. Pardon is all he manages to get out. So he finally says, choosing his next words very carefully. You were originally a crow and you became a person after eating the Croban rock? Bit of a leap, but honestly at this point, sure, why not? In answer, she just turns into a crow, a literal cawing, wings-out crow, as you can see, she says. Feathers ripple back into hair as she shifts again, mid-sentence, like it's the easiest thing in the world. I can switch forms whenever I want, she explains. But ever since I ate that shiny little nut, every bird out there has been trying to woo me. So she says, smoothing her dress, it's been a lot to deal with. Truly, the burden of being irresistible to an entire species. He just stares at her, cheeks going pink, absolutely not thinking about how she just casually rearranged his entire understanding of reality. Nope, not at all. "I'll help you," he blurts out, grabbing for her before he's even thought it through. Like I said, simple magic can fix your bird problem completely. He's practically vibrating with enthusiasm at this point. She just kind of blinks at him, thrown by how fast this human went from stranger to volunteer. So, she starts a little wary now, sensing there's a catch coming. "There it is, let me do research on you." Ah, there's the ulterior motive, never trust a magician's free favor. He's practically glowing with excitement, while she looks about as thrilled as someone cornered by a very persistent salesman. "Can't you ask for literally anything else?" she deadpans, already regretting mentioning the whole crow thing. "Nope, can't," he says instantly, zero hesitation, zero shame. "First question of the study, can you actually talk like a human while you're transformed?" The notebook comes out. This man has found his calling. He rattles off a list of possible names for her like he's naming a pet, and she actually picks one, Hempel. Then, of course, he immediately pushes his luck. "Can you try transforming with your clothes still on, pretty please?" "Ask me that again and I will eat every strand of your hair," Hempel warns, fending off yet another one of his little experiments. He cracks up laughing anyway, completely unbothered by the threat. Some men just enjoy playing with fire. And somewhere between the threats and the terrible ideas, something real settles in. This actually feels like friendship. Time slides forward, seasons pass with the two of them just existing together, books open, quiet company, no drama required. Then comes a celebration, dressed to the nines, wings and all, cheers ringing out around them. Whatever this occasion is, it's a big one. He never did manage his original goal of calling back the Empire's lost divine animals, he admits. Funny how research plans work out. But he got to witness something nobody could have predicted instead. The totally unexpected birth of what gets called the King of Birds, and honestly that's not even the best part of the story. Hempel just beams at him, clapping along, clearly proud of whatever they just witnessed together. "Murden," she asks, and there it is, folks. His actual name dropped in casually after this entire chapter. "What are you thinking about?" "Just," Murden says, smiling to himself, "that I picked the right career path way back when." "Huh, random much," she laughs. "I thought you were about to say something actually touching." He just laughs it off, easy and warm. "Right," she teases back, and honestly the two of them look pretty comfortable standing side by side like that. In a hush of golden light through the palace halls, young Balfric comes bounding in, calling out for his mother. Wide-eyed and curious, little Balfric blurts out the question every kid eventually asks: "How exactly did you and father end up married?" His mother blinks, caught off guard, a soft hum escaping her as the old memory stirs. She can't help but smile. Is her little Camute really old enough to be asking about that sort of thing already? Settling in with a book and a lap full of flowers, she's clearly ready to spill the whole story, but a familiar voice interrupts first. Little Llewellyn comes skidding in, desperate not to miss out, with baby Cephia toddling right behind him wanting in too. Mother laughs and promises to indulge them all in a moment, but first, she says, she needs official permission from the story's other lead. Cut to Dad, hopelessly overwhelmed, bouncing a wailing baby and asking, none too confidently, "Right, honey?" Turns out that's not the only chaos he's dealing with. Baby Cephia has decided his hair makes an excellent toy and he is not thrilled about it. Mother just laughs it off, teasing that he still goes soft and careless the second he looks at her, even buried under a pile of kids. Back in the moment, she reminds him he did say there's not much left to hide, which means she's finally free to tell their kids exactly what she first thought of him. Dad's smile freezes. His eyes go wide, sweat beading, because he knows exactly where this story is headed. Can't you just leave that part out?" he pleads, red-faced and desperate. She only laughs harder, cradling the baby, reminding Your Majesty that a promise is a promise, and that setting a good example means owning up to it. Young Balfric leans in hooked. "So what was your first impression of father?" She draws it out for dramatic effect over a pressed flower page, then answers plainly, "He was an absolute scum." She laughs even harder at the memory. Incredibly so, she adds, like it's the fondest compliment in the world. It got so bad, she admits, that she actually slapped him the very first time they met. The story rewinds. A crowded ballroom, a stumble, two strangers colliding for the very first time. She writes herself mortified, snapping what a rude person at the stranger who just embarrassed her in front of everyone. The stranger in question, a strikingly handsome and thoroughly unbothered prince, just stares back unimpressed. And so the story truly begins. Once upon a time there was a prince. Compared to his brothers, this prince walked a different path from the very start. Remarkable since birth, he awakened as a golden wolf at an age when most kids are still afraid of the dark. Naturally, the whole court showered him with praise for it. And it went straight to his head. So much so that, at his very first meeting with a certain young lady, he said something spectacularly rude. "I've never heard of that family name in my life," he sniffs, looking her up and down like she's beneath his notice. "These days, plenty of people just buy their titles with money," he adds, all smug condescension. "Are you one of them?" She freezes, stunned into a small, horrified What? He keeps going, completely oblivious to how badly this is landing, needling her about her ugly clothes and her family's apparent money troubles. Then he simply turns and walks off, footsteps echoing, as if the conversation is already beneath him. Looking down on the royal banquet is wrong too, he tosses over his shoulder. "Go home and tell your parents that." That's the moment her hand finally moves. Trembling with fury, she draws it back. No hesitation left in her now. The slap lands clean across his face, the sound cutting through the entire ballroom. For one dizzying second, the whole room seems to spin around the two of them. "What a rude person," she cries again, tears of pure indignation in her eyes. The prince just stands there, cheeks stinging, utterly floored that anyone dared to hit him. The crowd goes rigid with second-hand shock, whispering behind their fans, "Did she seriously just slap the prince?" She squares her shoulders and refuses to back down. "My family has been recorded in the noble registry for a very long time," she declares. "They may not be as wealthy as they once were," the story gently admits, over a shot of her family's stately but fading estate. Back at the ball, she's still shaking, hand pressed to her chest, trying to catch her breath after that outburst. "I hope a prince like you never becomes the emperor," she spits before she can stop herself. And with that, she bolts, skirts flying, leaving the whole hall staring after her. The prince just watches her go, for once at a complete loss for words. He turns back around slowly, something unreadable crossing his face. His golden eyes narrow in thought. This is clearly not how he expected tonight to go. "How dare she hit me?" he finally sputters, hand still pressed to his cheek, more baffled than angry. Nearby, a couple of nobles murmur behind their fans, wondering aloud whether she'll actually be punished for striking royalty. "There's no way," one of them reasons, "the awakened golden wolf would just let some untrained girl land a hit on him." "Exactly," another agrees. "The prince is famous for his skill, most trained knights can't even touch him." "It really did look too easy when she slapped him," someone else muses, eyeing the prince with new suspicion. The prince, overhearing every word, freezes. "What?" "Wait," he mutters, the gears finally turning. One kind soul tries to spin it charitably, guessing the prince simply let it happen, aware his own words had been too harsh. "What a wonderful prince," she sighs, utterly misreading the entire situation. The prince, hand to his temple, is thinking about none of that. He's stuck on one burning question: just how did I get hit? The scene shifts to the palace library, where a couple of royal advisors are deep in an argument that's clearly been going on a while. "Apologize to that lady later," one finishes, telling the prince plainly it's not too late to focus on his studies and make it right. Not everyone agrees. "I think the prince did well," Marquis Wilhelm, young Duke Howard, cuts in, unbothered. "The selling of titles has been happening quietly for a while now," Howard argues. "Who's to say a family that's fallen on hard times wouldn't stoop to it?" Marquis Wilhelm rounds on him. "Duke Howard, don't teach the prince to think like that. Your influence is half the reason we're dealing with this mess." "I only said what needed saying," Howard snaps back. "Stop acting like I've ruined royal discipline." "Discipline?" someone else erupts. "If we start disciplining royals over things like this, the whole empire won't last." A fist comes down on an open book. There's no way, someone insists, clearly not ready to let this go. Meanwhile, the prince himself is buried in paperwork, muttering that no matter how many times he checks her family tree, there isn't a single knight in it, not even a hobbyist swordsman. Fists clenched, he just can't make sense of it. There's not one ancestor who could have passed her that kind of talent, so how did she hit me? There's no way I would, he mutters to himself, then a slow, mischievous grin spreads across his face. She definitely used some kind of trick, he decides. I'm going to find out her secret. So the prince starts showing up wherever she is, again and again, trailing her through garden parties and receptions. But no matter how closely he watches, he can't find anything suspicious about her at all. If anything, what he finds is the exact opposite of suspicious. Watching her gently rescue a bug instead of squashing it, he realizes she's about as harmless as people come, someone who couldn't hurt a fly, let alone land a real hit on a trained wolf shifter. And yet there he is anyway, leaning against a tree, watching her from a distance a little longer than strictly necessary. Then she must have used some other trick, one that doesn't involve magic. Murden, he presses the young court mage walking beside him. Murden just smiles. I'm not sure about that. I can assure you though she didn't use any tricks at all. The prince's cloak snaps as he turns on his heel. Decision made. Then let's make a bet. If I lose, he declares, striding off with total confidence, I'll serve as your student. He can't figure her out just by watching from afar anymore, so he decides it's finally time to face her head on. In a flash of what's to come, we see her turning, a small bird on her hand as he simply walks up and says, hey. A hand reaches out through drifting petals, an invitation. Dance with me, the future prince asks, and for once there's not a trace of his usual arrogance in it. Skirts swirl in that half-glimpsed future, sparkling and soft. We open on a quiet garden. A woman with soft golden waves has a little bird perched on her hand when someone steps up behind her and says, simply, hey. A gloved hand reaches out toward hers, unhurried, sure of itself. It's a prince decked out for a ball and he's only got one thing on his mind. Dance with me, he says. She lets him pull her in, and for a second the whole garden seems to hold its breath around them. Afterward she's a wreck, hand pressed to her chest, very clearly not okay. Dance, she repeats, stunned. With me? Indeed, he says, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. And just to make sure she gets how big a deal this is, he adds that he rarely asks anyone to dance, so she should feel honored. Subtle, this one is not. Turns out her friends dared her into this. Go dance, they told her, and tell us how it felt, and she stumbles right into it. Her feet nearly give out under her. This is surprising, he says, watching her wobble. Because get this is a woman who can slap an awakened wolf without blinking, and one little push is what takes her down. He catches her clean, and just like that they're dancing for real. Or he teases, did you trip on purpose just to end up in my arms? She shoots back a flat heap. She's breathless, hand braced on his coat, trying to process what just happened. Her face says it all, she is not fine. She thanks him for the catch, agrees to the one dance, but draws a hard line. No misunderstandings, this is the end of it. What an honor, my lady, he says, and somewhere above them the stars seem to agree with him. Butterflies drift through the garden as the moment lingers a little longer than it probably should. Petals and wings everywhere, exactly the kind of scene you'd frame if you weren't trying so hard to act normal. He tugs at his own collar, thrown. What is this, he mutters, it's strange. He'd walked over with a whole list of questions for this woman. But he can feel her pulse through her hand, watch her hair catching the wind. And the second he actually looks into her eyes, the words just refuse to come out. The more he tries, the harder it gets to say anything at all. Just what kind of spell did you cast on me, he finally demands, grabbing her wrist like she's the one who did something wrong. He tells himself he's a man who's never once been hurt fighting the best knights in the royal guard. A man who's never once been stumped by the sharpest scholars in the empire. I object, he all but shouts, playing prosecutor and defendant in his own head. And yet apparently he can't manage a simple bit of magic when she's standing right in front of him. Just what spell did you cast on me? To turn me into this much of a mess, he demands, hair windswept and pride in shreds. Why, he asks her, are you the only exception? She stammers, caught completely off guard. She starts. Prince, she says slowly, do you perhaps have feelings for me? What, he chokes out, completely blindsided by the question. I apologize for the presumptuous words, she backpedals, but the way you've been acting, Prince, kind of looks like a guy going on his very first date, she points out, not wrong. He goes quiet, arms crossed, stung mostly because she isn't exactly lying. What, that can't be, he stammers, his hands visibly sparking with magic he can't control. What am I even lacking, he wonders, right as she points out his hands are trembling way too much for a prince. Their hands hover close together, something crackling in the air between them. He yanks his hand back like he's been burned, thoroughly mortified. And just sits there wide-eyed, completely undone by one girl. She walks off like nothing happened, he of course chases right after her. She glances back, bright and unbothered, like she has no idea what she just did to him. Damn, he mutters to himself, I didn't think I was actually right about this. His face goes red, hand at his collar, fully caught in his own feelings now. Yes, reads the card over the scene, he's made up his mind. Meanwhile, across the estate, a sharp-eyed, dark-haired noblewoman insists she's just passing by. A dark-haired man isn't buying it for a second. Are you here to see your father? He presses, clearly enjoying himself. Pardon me, she sputters, while someone mentions Duke Lumos is currently tied up with the Chancellor. Better to catch him later, the man suggests, and she huffs, insisting she never wanted to see her father anyway. Does she just find her dad that hard to deal with? Either way, she brushes it off, saying she needs to prep for her next match. You're competing too, he asks, clearly interested. I'm not worried about your skills, he tells her, and she reacts like she wasn't expecting that compliment. Of course, she says, it doesn't matter who I'm up against, I don't plan on losing. If you want to watch, feel free, if not, don't bother. She walks off and he just watches her go, turning that invitation over in his head. Watch, huh? Because here's the thing about the wolves of House Balfric, once they fall for someone, that's it. There's no changing their mind, not until they die. Back with our prince, he hasn't slept in days. I'm going insane, he mutters into the dark. I can't sleep. Someone close to him decides enough is enough. I can't let this go on, he says, and starts scheming. So the prince does the only thing left, swallows what's left of his pride and gets ready to beg. Prince, why are you kneeling? She panics, completely blindsided in the middle of everything. He's fully down on one knee, apologizing loudly for judging her without knowing her circumstances. I am deeply repenting for it, he declares. I will become a better man because of this. And I will never make that mistake again, he vows, way too loudly for the room. She stammers, I understand how you feel, but this is a lot, please just stop. Because, plot twist, this is all happening in the middle of a full royal banquet and every guest is staring. The prince kneeling, what incredible content, the crowd whispers, thoroughly entertained. Mortified, she agrees to fix this however she can. Ugh, she groans, why is he being so cute about it right now? No, she tells herself firmly, getting tangled up with the prince is only going to make everything more complicated. Since you insulted my whole family, he informs her, technically the correct move is apologizing to my parents. His wolf ears practically perk up at the idea. She tries to talk herself into it, if I put it this way he'll finally stop, right? A prince surely wouldn't kneel twice. How right of you, he says instead, already deciding to do exactly that. Huh, she blinks and he's already announcing he'll go do it immediately. Cut to her family's estate, grand and imposing in the evening light. He strides toward the front doors, cape billowing, fully committed to groveling in person. Just how many times has he come to kneel here, her mother asks. Is this the 100th? I didn't realize he'd go this far, the mother admits, then grins. Of course, a wolf of House Balfric would do this for someone they adore. Let's go greet him, I want to see you married. The mother laughs it off while her daughter panics. Mother, that man just, she starts, cut off before she can finish. Mother, she calls out, mortified all over again. Prince, you can stop now, the mother tells him gently. You've apologized more than enough, and honestly it's not a good look for the Empire's prince to keep lowering himself like this. Her daughter finally levels with him. Honestly, she says, I don't have feelings for you. So please, she adds, go find someone else. He looks completely gutted. Their hands brush near a bed of flowers, and something quietly shifts between them. She starts clearly wavering. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? She offers, and just like that the door cracks open. He's still down on one knee as she reaches a hand toward him, that same nervous spark crackling in the air. Years later, she's telling this whole story to her own kids, blushing the entire time. "Fine, I'll admit it," she says, ahem. "I completely fell for his face back then," she confesses. "And honestly, maybe I still do," she adds, surrounded by a small army of children. "I mean, look how many kids we ended up with." He teases back, "So if you hadn't liked my face, you're saying you'd have turned me down." "Who knows," she says, smirking, while he holds one of their kids close. That little smirk of hers says she's enjoying this way too much. "It would have depended on what you actually did," she tells him, surrounded by their whole loud, happy family. At the very least, he laughs, "I would have had to kneel a few more times." Listen closely, kids, this is the moral of the story. The scene settles on the two of them, wrapped up in the family they built out of one very persistent apology tour. Because it's better, his father always told him, to lose absolutely everything than to lose that one person, and now it's Camute's turn to stand at the altar. "You were right, father," he says quietly. "I would rather watch the whole world fall apart than lose Rainelle," standing across from him in white, bouquet in hand, looking every bit the bride. "So I will protect her," he vows, "with everything I have." "Do you," the officiant asks, "the groom, Emperor Balfric Ibel de Carmelit, promise to love the bride Rainelle for the rest of your life?" "No," Camute answers, and for 1 second the whole crowd freezes. "Not for the rest of my life," he continues, and the crowd starts cheering before he's even finished. The whole hall erupts, veils and cheers and pure joy flooding the frame. Curled up together like always, Arya kicks things off by asking Rainelle how married life's been treating her lately. Rainelle just shrugs it off. "Nothing special," she says, though her face tells a very different story. Arya isn't buying it. She got married not long ago, surely there's some juicy newlywed story worth stealing for reference. Her eyes go straight to Rainelle's massive golden black wings, purely for research before her own wedding, she insists. Rainelle just sighs. "Honestly," she says, "married life hasn't felt all that different from before." Wrapped up in Camute's arms amid drifting petals, she privately wonders if that's just because they'd already spent so much time together before dating. Turns out being freshly crowned emperor comes with a mountain of paperwork, so their honeymoon keeps getting pushed back and Camute can only apologize for it. "If anything has changed," Rainelle admits, "it's her big awakening," and Arya nods along, already well aware. "She's still getting used to controlling this powerful new body of hers," Arya adds. Turns out she unlocked a whole new transformation to go with it, an enormous, awe-inspiring crow form. It's basically a character select screen at this point: Crow Form 1, Human Form, Crow Form 2, and bonus, she can even talk while she's a bird now. Oh, and she's got actual wings sprouting from her back in Human Form 2, Arya marvels. Rainelle preens a little, admitting the wings just mean she can fangirl over herself in a whole new range of ways now. She goes full unhinged fan mode, nuzzling her own feathers, and honestly, even she looks a little scared of herself right now. Though she admits the wings were pretty uncomfortable to deal with at first. They're huge, hard to control, and more than once they've trashed her room without her even noticing. Arya coos over how gorgeous they look, giving them an admiring tug anyway. Good news, Rainelle says she can just will them away whenever she wants now. And tada, just like that, the wings are gone. Arya whines that it's such a shame, they're so pretty, why can't she just keep them out all the time? Rainelle shoots back that they are a nightmare indoors, especially at Arya's cramped place, which just earns her a teasing "you otaku" in return. Cackling, Rainelle admits there's one creature in particular who's always eyeing her wings like a chew toy. Enter the world's grumpiest fluffy white cat, once raised by none other than disgraced Duke Howard. After his fall at trial, custody of the cat landed with Arya instead. Rainelle admits she'd love to help look after her too, but bird and cat just do not mix one whiff of her, and the poor thing bolts like it's seen a wolf. Since the cat wants nothing to do with her, Arya suggests she just go pet her actual husband's fur instead for a fix. Turning the tables, Rainelle asks how things are actually going with Namiel these days. Arya suddenly looks very, very cornered by that question. Rainelle can't help thinking Arya's been dodging the Camute topic just as hard all along, guess they're even. Arya admits things are going well. The two of them are slowly working through her pre-wedding bucket list. They spent so long tiptoeing around each other before they ever actually started dating, she adds. So she jokes she'll take it slow this time, maybe waiting to marry until Rainelle has a kid first, and Rainelle looks horrified, insisting that'd be way too late. Arya just blinks back, genuinely confused. Late for what exactly? Then she turns it right back around. Is there some kind of problem with Rainelle's own marriage? Caught completely off guard, Rainelle stammers, trying to figure out how to even explain it. She goes quiet, clearly bracing herself to admit something embarrassing. Honestly, she confesses, they still haven't spent their first night together as a married couple. Arya's jaw drops so hard you can practically hear it. Somewhere in the palace, you can practically feel the scandalized gasp echo off the walls. Rainelle hushes her immediately. This room's soundproofing is good, she swears, but even she admits there's a catch. It's not even about desire, she clarifies that's not the problem at all. So then what is? Turns out, she says, it's entirely on her. She's simply never been in a relationship before. Every time things start heating up with Camute, that total lack of experience gets the better of her. One breathless whisper of his name, and she's already melting on the spot. Then, without fail, pure embarrassment kicks in and she involuntarily poofs into a crow mid-moment, and a very patient Camute just tells her he'll wait. Arya buries her face in her hands, begging Camute to just stay strong through all of it. Now it all makes sense to Rainelle. That's why Arya kept dodging the newlywed question earlier, and she calls her out for it, half-tackling her in retaliation. Arya fires back that Rainelle's the one who's already married. How is her progress somehow slower than a couple who hasn't even been dating that long? Rainelle can only agree with a sheepish laugh. Yeah, fair point. She vows she's going to be braver about it, only for Arya to suddenly cut her off with a suspicious wait. Rainelle rounds on her, demanding to know exactly what she meant by calling her progress slow. Arya gasps and Rainelle zeroes right in. Wait, just how long has it actually been for her and Namiel? A week maybe. She demands to know exactly when all of this happened. Arya just giggles coyly, refusing to give a straight answer. Rainelle's jaw drops. No way, she thinks, putting the pieces together. Wait, she presses, did it happen on that day, the actual day of the confession? Arya just smiles wider, playing coy. Gosh, I don't know, Tilda. Rainelle can't believe it. These two spent forever insisting they were just friends, and it moved that fast the moment they finally cracked. Turns out, yes, it really did progress that quickly, right on confession day itself. Rainelle just sits there stunned, completely floored. Fine then, she decides, she refuses to lose this one. Time for a plan. Cut to Camute, buried in paperwork, muttering that just one more document and he can finally relax. He barely gets the thought out before a strange sound makes him look up, startled. And there she is. Rainelle drops in dramatically, robes and hair flying, sunlight pouring in behind her. Let's go on vacation, Camute, she announces, leaving zero room for argument. She leans in close, dead serious, daring him to say no. Right now, she insists, and Camute just melts, completely charmed and a little flustered. All he can manage is a stunned hoo-ha, pen frozen mid-signature, as his very determined wife hauls him off to finally make good on that honeymoon. With the wedding behind them, Camute and Rainelle sneak off for a day all to themselves, soaring high above the green countryside in her crow form. Camute grips on tight, a little nervous, and asks Rainelle, is this really okay? He worries out loud that he must be too heavy for her to carry. Rainelle just laughs it off. It's fine, you're not heavy at all. If anything, she teases, he's so light she's worried he isn't eating enough. Turns out there's a reason for this little escape. The vacation house below is officially hers now, a gift for becoming empress. Rainelle can't help gloating that she finally has property of her very own. She loves it even more, she admits, thinking of it as a reward for everything she's suffered through, and above all, it's a genuinely gorgeous spot, the kind of untouched scenery that clears your head completely. More than anything, she thinks, she just wanted to bring Camute here with her. She asks him outright, how does it feel to fly through the sky like this, Camute? She glances back over her wing, waiting on his answer. He finally answers, so this is the view she's been seeing this whole time. He grins, admitting he feels like he's gotten a little closer to her because of it. Rainelle perks right up at that. Yeah, well then. She snaps her wings wide and picks up speed, clearly about to show off. I'll show you even more, she calls out, banking hard toward a roaring waterfall. She dives straight for the water and Camute lets out a very undignified yelp. Hold on tight, Camute, she shouts and dives even harder. They punch straight through the waterfall's spray in a burst of light and mist. Soaked head to toe, Camute can't stop laughing. For a moment, the feeling of pure freedom soaks in right alongside the water. Right now she thinks they aren't the emperor and empress running an entire nation. They are simply Camute and Rainelle, existing as just themselves. No guards, no attendants trailing behind. It's good, she thinks, that they came alone. That night, wrapped together by the campfire, Camute simply agrees. Yeah. Neither of them, he admits, had any idea back then that their futures would turn out like this. What a shame, he murmurs, wishing he'd been better to her back when it counted. She wonders aloud if knowing love would bring this much regret might have pushed them both onto a better path sooner. That's true, but he starts trailing off. No matter how much they regret it, he says, the past isn't going to change. So instead, shouldn't they just focus on building a better direction going forward? Well, that's easier said than done, she admits with a small laugh since she hasn't quite managed to pull it off herself. Him neither, he admits quietly. If only he'd been better, braver, just more. She thinks back to her old life working with animals who never wasted time wallowing, they just focused on surviving what came next, and she learned a lot from them. A flicker of memory surfaces, her past life self out in the field, tending to the animals in her care. So what I'm saying is, she laughs, don't dwell too hard on what's already in the past. Camute just watches her, quietly charmed all over again. He tells her he thinks he finally understands how she's managed to seem so strong this whole time. He sits back in the golden light, turning her words over in his head. I'll try my best, he says, hoping he can grow a little closer to being like her one day. To prove it, he wants to focus on the here and now and grant her one request right now. So is there anything you want, Rainelle? She hums, thinking it over. Her inner beast very nearly blurts out something the censors would definitely not approve of. What actually comes out is much tamer. She'd love to see him in his wolf form again since she carried him earlier after all. Camute, visibly relieved, mutters that a strategic retreat sounds like a great idea right about now. Out loud though he just smiles. Of course, Rainelle. He can grant that request whenever she likes. In a blink he's shifted into his golden wolf form, tearing across the field with her on his back. Riding along, she starts thinking about why she always gets so flustered during the moments that matter most. It's because she doesn't want a single regret, she realizes. Her feelings for him run every bit that deep. She leans into his fur, savoring the ride in silence. She wants every single moment between them to be perfect, even knowing full well it doesn't have to be. Her eyes glisten a little, caught up in the feeling. Camute just watches her with a soft, easy smile. For now, she decides she'll just let those feelings drift off on the wind. The two of them ride on together into the golden sunset, completely at peace. Night falls over the estate as her thoughts drift toward what really matters. The plain truth of it, she thinks, is that she truly wants this person and only this person. The two share a slow, tender kiss as the night draws them close, and let's just say the rest of the evening is their business. In the end, she thinks, that's really all that matters. Morning arrives back at the estate, sunlight spilling over the grounds. Rainelle groans and burrows deeper under the blankets, not ready to face the day. Camute tries to coax her up, muttering how strange it is that she's had such a hard time getting out of bed lately. He decides he should call a priest, but Rainelle waves him off, insisting a few days of rest will fix it. Camute isn't convinced. He can't just let this slide if it turns out to be something serious. A palace physician is called in, standing at the doorway looking a little uncertain about where to even start. The physician looks her over carefully before speaking. Her symptoms, they say, don't look simple at all. Camute hovers close as the physician looks Rainelle over, gently checking her hand. If anything, the physician says this might be something completely unprecedented in recorded history. Camute's face goes pale. Something strange glimmers beneath her collar, and just what it means is anyone's guess, at least until next chapter. Camute, now emperor, looks utterly wrecked. hand clamped over his mouth and eyes brimming, on the verge of tears before anyone has even said the word congratulations. The palace physician spins around, staring at what she just found, stammering that this does not make any sense. They need to check it more thoroughly before anyone gets ahead of themselves. Still, she admits it might really be true and gently warns the couple to brace themselves. Rainelle and Camute lock eyes, breath caught, saying each other's names like the ground just shifted under them. Camute grips her hand so tight it trembles, he cannot wrap his head around it either. Off to the side, Galinos, his sword-sworn attendant, looks like he is about to short-circuit too. Then it hits Camute all at once, he is going to be a dad. He throws his hands together, grinning so wide it looks like it hurts, practically glowing with joy. Rainelle cannot help but laugh at how hard he is taking it honestly. Being pregnant barely feels real to her yet either. Maybe that is why, she wonders out loud, she has not even had morning sickness. The physician is not so sure since Rainelle and Camute are two entirely different species, wolf and crow. This might not even be a normal pregnancy at all. They will need more time to be certain. Camute, meanwhile, is already floating somewhere in his own happy little world. Judging by the symptoms, the odds are high, she admits, but this is such an unprecedented case that even she is stumped. She asks if they are hoping for a daughter or a son. Camute is too busy short-circuiting to even answer. All he really wants, he says, is for the baby to be born healthy and obviously just as lovely as Rainelle. Though fair warning, his imagination of how this all plays out may be wildly different from reality. Cue the daydream. Camute pictures a tiny chirping chick, and honestly he thinks just watching them grow up would make him the happiest man alive. In his head the kid is already toddling around calling him dad, and sassing him before it can even walk properly. Fast forward again, graduation, tears, a heartfelt I love you mom and dad. Sure, raising a family will be hard, but if they do it with love, he figures it will all be worth it. And when that kid finally grows into an adult, he thinks, smiling to himself, he is absolutely not letting some punk anywhere near his baby. In his head, he is already breathing fire at an imaginary suitor, swearing over his own dead body. Rainelle just about loses it laughing, physically dragging her husband back down to earth before he starts planning security for a kid that is not even born yet. They are not even certain it is really happening yet. She reminds him, do not get ahead of yourself. Camute, still vibrating with excitement, can barely sit still. But watching him like this, Rainelle softens. She can admit it now. She gets exactly why he is so overwhelmed. The two of them, the people they love most, might actually be building a life together right now. It is a genuinely exciting thing to sit with, so she decides it is time to find out for real. Camute, she says, shall we check this properly? He blinks properly. How? She just smiles and says yeah. Cut to the palace's tallest tower, because apparently confirming a wolf-crow pregnancy means calling in a serious favor from an expert in, quote, unprecedented cases. My goodness, comes a delighted voice from off-panel, to think you would call on me for something like this, what an honor. It is Lord Murden, the palace's white-haired mage, arriving in his finest robes with his pet crow perched on his shoulder like he has been waiting his whole life for this moment. Camute cuts to the chase. Since Murden has spent years studying crows who ate Croban rocks, surely he would know something about their pregnancies too. Right, Grandma Murden? Murden considers it. Since this is a cross-species case, they will need to dig even deeper than usual. But honestly, he thinks someone else should handle this one, not him. Camute's face falls. Wait, what? If not the head imperial magician, he asks, then who on earth could possibly know more? Murden just grins. Oh, that would be. A dark shape stirs somewhere off in the palace, feathers catching the light. Someone, Murden says with a smirk, who is an even bigger expert than he is. Bare feet hit the floor in a flash of light, and Camute can only stammer out one name in disbelief: Grandma Hempel. Hempel just shrugs it off. It is not like their kind gets an instruction manual for their own bodies just because they once ate a shiny rock. Besides, he adds dryly, he has never even had kids of his own. A dark feather drifts down, like Hempel knew this question was coming long before they ever walked in. But he says, walking off with that maddening confidence of his in all the years he has been alive. He has actually crossed paths with others of their exact species before crows who ate the rocks, just like Rainelle. And one of them, he recalls, was pregnant while in her human form too. He takes Rainelle's hand, studying it carefully, and your symptoms, he says, line up almost exactly with that crow's. Rainelle's eyes go wide, welling up, as Hempel offers his congratulations, plain and simple. Her hand goes to her necklace, heart pounding as it finally sinks in. She really is carrying Camute's child. The second it is confirmed, Camute sweeps her into his arms right there in the garden. I think, Rainelle says against him, this finally feels real. Same here, he tells her, holding on tight, and he swears he is going to make her happy. Course, he adds, there is apparently a whole list of husband duties involved now, so, good. Timing, Hempel cuts in, appearing out of nowhere with a look that says he is about to make this his personal project. According to him, there is a mountain of things to prepare for a newborn, and Camute has no idea what he just signed up for. It will not be easy, Hempel warns with a grin, but for your wife you can do anything, right? Camute snaps to attention like a soldier, of course, grandmother-in-law. The two of them start pumping their fists like they are heading into battle, Camute swearing he will do anything she orders. Rainelle just watches, half amused, half worried he has caught something contagious from Galinos. Cut to Galinos himself, absolutely bawling his eyes out over the news, with some poor bystander getting swept up in the waterworks right along with him. Word spreads fast. Over at the training yard, Miel, mid-lesson with a gaggle of kids begging him to teach them swordsmanship and spirit magic, casually drops that Rainelle is expecting. One woman's reaction is exactly what you would expect. She rounds on the room, ordering everyone to stop making such a fuss. Early pregnancy means absolute rest. She insists species be damned, that part does not change, so somebody better be careful. The girl beside her backs her up instantly. Apparently Sephir read the exact same thing in a book. Then the stern act cracks completely. Oh, of course, she admits, I want to shed some happy tears too, leaving the kid next to her utterly baffled. Back with Rainelle, she is full-on sobbing now, thanking everyone for coming to see her like this. Seriously though, why are all these grown adults crying? Gifts start piling up too, everyone insisting they just want her and Camute to be happy. Rainelle, bouquet in hand, is told flat out to just enjoy the moment for once. More well-wishers arrive with congratulatory gifts fit for Her Majesty. One pair of overachieving tutors decides there is nothing better for expecting parents than reading, and hands over 1,000 books on politics, literature, philosophy, and everything in between. Rainelle can only stare in horror, who thinks about lesson plans at a time like this, these stubborn teachers. Gwynnel looks around, surprised. Wait, where is His Majesty the Emperor in all this? He does not exactly seem like the type to leave you alone at a time like this, she points out. About that, Rainelle says with a sheepish laugh, Camute is actually pretty busy right now. Cut to Camute in the woods, snapping yet another branch in half. Nope, too thin, this one could break and hurt Rainelle. He holds up another option, what about this one? Hempel, supervising like a drill sergeant, shuts that one down too. Go compare it with the other branches first. Camute groans. Turns out the future emperor of the realm is currently building a nest by hand for his crow wife. An actual nest in a tree, woven from branches by the guy who commands armies. Problem is, a wolf who has never built anything in his life is finding out fast that nest weaving is a lot harder than it looks. That will not work, Hempel tells him again, and that will not work either, they are all useless. And just like that, Camute gets a crash course in surviving the in-laws, the exact kind of drama you would see on a daytime soap opera. Somewhere, someone is already complaining the soup is too salty. The poor guy ends up scrubbing away in an apron while a certain silver-haired friend just leans back with a bucket of popcorn, thoroughly enjoying the show. By the end of it, Camute is a complete disaster, twigs in his hair, dignity nowhere in sight, screaming into the void. I should have been born a crow instead of a wolf, he wails, and honestly, fair enough, buddy. We open cold on a sharp, dark-haired stranger, chin propped on her knuckles, sizing something up with a slow, considering HM. Cut to Camute, power walking down a garden path with his heart pounding so hard you can practically hear it, bracing for a verdict. Close on a tangle of twisted branches and twine mid-build, some project he's been sweating over. And there's the sweat to prove it. He's practically vibrating with nerves, gritting his teeth through it. From behind, Camute throws his hands up, stunned. Whatever she just told him, he did not see coming. Cue a Chibai flashback, a past attempt of his, hands clasped, literally praying his work gets approved this time around. Another little victory dance over scraping together enough materials. But he's dead serious about this one. Nobody else gets to build Rainelle's nest but him. So Chibai Camute trudges grimly through a maze of branches, vowing that whatever talent he's lacking, he'll make up for in raw stubbornness. Turns out building a nest is a lot harder than it looks. Grandma tears into his first attempt without mercy, calling it woven so loose a mosquito could knock it flat. Yeah, that one's probably a bit exaggerated. Next tries the opposite problem, woven so tight not even a hummingbird's egg would fit. Again, she barks. She cackles that the mosquito line at least she actually said for real. Let's just not fact-check the rest. After all that suffering, Camute wipes his brow, finally looking at something he's a little proud of. And honestly, not bad at all. A gorgeous, glowing nest finally takes shape. Grandma actually cracks a smile. Good work, Rainelle's husband. Camute deflects the credit right back at her, calling her the toughest coach he's ever had, grandmother-in-law and all. Someone nearby just blinks, completely bewildered, as Camute casually decides to build a second, smaller nest too, just in case. Grandma, smug as ever, tells him it's best to prepare ahead of time so he'd better stock up on strength for what's coming. Cut to Camute collapsed on the steps, absolutely wrecked, still fidgeting with leftover twigs. The road to fatherhood, turns out, is paved entirely in twine and sheer exhaustion. Somewhere else entirely, running footsteps and a frantic, huffing voice begging someone to maintain your dignity. The someone is a honey blonde girl in green, absolutely delighted with herself, laughing back at her winded nanny that she'll behave just this once. She's sprinting for the garden, dead set on seeing the very first egg Rainelle laid. Overhead shot of the chase, both of them completely out of breath by now. They finally arrive and Rainelle in full giant crow form turns to greet her warmly. Welcome, Sephia, here to see your niece. Sephia's whole face lights up, my niece. Camute can't resist teasing that Sephia's officially an aunt now, and the nanny confirms it, yes she really is. He winks and tells his little sister she'd better start acting the part with all the dignity an aunt deserves. Sephia freezes, visibly hit by the weight of her brand new responsibility. So she straightens her skirt and pulls herself together, dignity mode fully engaged. Of course, brother, she declares with exaggerated seriousness, while Camute just cracks up laughing by the nest. The nanny nearly bursts into tears of relief, thanking His Majesty for making babysitting duty so much easier from here on out. They usher Sephia forward for her very first look at the egg. And there it is, a massive gleaming golden egg. Sephia's jaw drops, wow, it's so big. Rainelle, amused, offers to let her touch it, admitting that with her awakening, laying it wasn't even that rough. Cock and I? Sephia asks, and Rainelle warns her to be gentle like she's handling a priceless treasure. Camute watches, arms crossed and clearly proud as Sephia agrees without a shred of hesitation. Of course, brother. She reaches out slowly toward the glowing shell. Her palm finally meets the warm gold surface. It's warm, she breathes, already completely smitten, pulling the egg into a hug. She nuzzles right into it, all in on this ant thing already. And she makes the egg promise right then and there to be born healthy for her. Wide shot on the whole makeshift family, gathered happily around the nest. Incubating round the clock isn't easy, sure, but hey, doable. Rainelle nuzzles into Camute, admitting that with him helping non-stop, there's almost nothing about this she can't handle. Having a kid, she decides, is actually pretty manageable, famous last words. Because life, as always, has other plans. Cue a full spread of gourmet food, because you already know exactly where this is headed. Rainelle refuses to touch any of it, Camute's floored, what? She's got zero appetite, full stop, but he begs her for just one bite anyway. Nadia and Camute haul out her absolute favorite dishes, hoping that'll do the trick. She reluctantly caves, okay. Camute goes full doting mode, spoon-feeding her with a cheerful say ah tilde. She gags and turns away almost instantly. Sorry, she says, I think I've lost even more of my appetite. Something's clearly off here. Nadia insists there's nothing wrong with the food itself. Camute wonders out loud if this is just morning sickness. His expression goes dead serious. Call every chef in the empire right now. And so begins the empire's all-out war on morning sickness, which gloriously fails spectacularly. One by one the chefs apologize. They simply cannot satisfy Miss Rainelle's palate. Another one crumples in defeat right behind him. But Camute isn't giving up, eyes burning with pure stubborn resolve. Wait just a bit, Rainelle, he vows, even if I have to beg our neighbors for help. And he's off, sprinting through the palace grounds. I'll find something you can eat. Rainelle watches him go quietly, genuinely touched. Camute. Meanwhile, a couple of sparrows drop by her nest completely unannounced. They gossip that bugs are obviously the move after laying eggs, tusking at her the whole time. They scold her for being a picky eater who won't listen to her elders, then just hand over the bugs they already caught. They keep piling on, needling her about how much weight she's already lost. She scoffs and insists she doesn't want any of it, grumbling that this is hard enough as it is. Face down and starving, she gripes about having to stare at disgusting bugs all day. Except plot twist, she's absolutely drooling over them the whole time. Busted. Picking up right where we left off, the old birds are on her case again. Still haven't pulled yourself together, huh? You've lost way too much weight. They're practically shoving a worm in her face, flapping around like a couple of worried grandmas. But Rainelle just is not having it today. Zero appetite for bugs. Which, fair, being starving and being expected to admire a plate of wriggling bugs is a lot to ask of anyone, crow or not. Her eyes narrow. Apparently the only thing worse than being hungry is watching your dinner still squirming around. Then something comes calling and out she flies, wings snapping wide open. Turns out it's an ambush. A whole flock swoops down out of nowhere, dead set on teaching her a lesson. Just try and stop us, one of them sneers, not like that scrawny body of yours has eaten a single bug. Rude, accurate but rude. Turns out this whole flock considers itself loyal subjects of the monarch of birds, and they've appointed themselves her personal disciplinary committee. It turns into an all-out dogpile, feathers flying everywhere as they swarm her midair. To the monarch of birds, they chant like it's some kind of holy mission. Rainelle can only manage a horrified no-no. One of them locks eyes with terrifying resolve and chirps back a single word, yes. Rainelle lets out a scream loud enough to wake the entire palace grounds. Cut to Camute, absolutely gassed, sprinting through the gardens in the dead of night like his life depends on it. He's been pulling every string he's got, gathering court magicians just to fire off urgent letters to other nations. Problem is, everyone he asks says the same thing: getting proper cooks to the empire is going to take time. Meaning Rainelle's got nothing to eat until then. He stares down at his ring, mind racing. What is he even supposed to do here? Then he spots his crow perched right there, happily chowing down on something. Rainelle, he yelps, watching her go to town, completely unbothered by his existence. Wait, did someone already find her something to eat? He wonders, equal parts relieved and confused. Before he can even finish saying her name, she's already darting off with a leaf in her beak. Gone in a blur of feathers, typical. He catches up just in time to watch her mid-bite, and his whole expression drops. Is she eating bugs? He just stands there, completely floored, sweat beading on his forehead. Not far off, her actual nest sits untouched, ornate as ever. Clearly she'd rather forage than wait around to be fed. He takes off after her through the palace gardens, determined to get to the bottom of this. Gosh, I think I've officially lost it, he mutters to himself, still reeling from what he just saw. In her head she's already picturing the worst imaginary Camute recoiling in horror. Rainelle, you eat this kind of stuff? She's terrified he'll actually be disgusted. Real Camute, meanwhile, is just standing there thinking, my goodness, this is shocking, and immediately vowing to take this secret to his grave. He calls out her name and she freezes on the spot. Busted, she bolts in an absolute panic, snapping a branch on her way out. Sorry for surprising you, he says gently, catching up. Honestly, I saw you eating bugs yesterday too. And he adds with a smirk, you seem to be enjoying it, a lot. Her whole face goes red, well, as red as a crow's face can go, and she practically short circuits. No, even if it's Camute, he's got to be disgusted by this, so her brain is just spiraling. Caught red-handed, and he is absolutely loving every second of it. Then he pulls out a basket, all sparkly presentation, and reveals, surprise, it's full of bugs. Her brain just short circuits, huh? Turns out he's been quietly stalking her nest with a proper bug buffet this whole time, fussing over her like she's the most precious thing in the world. Did that take you aback? He grins. I was just so relieved to find something you could eat, I got a little carried away. Little is generous. Turns out a little carried away means he spent the entire night out in the rain, personally hunting bugs for his wife. Romance looks different for everybody. Rainelle's eyes well up. Camute, she manages, are you okay with this? Are you really actually okay with me eating bugs? She asks again, needing to hear it. I found a way for you to eat something healthy, he says simply. What else could possibly matter? Turns out the only thing that actually bothered him was being human. Furious, he couldn't just tell which bugs would taste good to her himself. So now he's spoon-feeding her personally, dressing the whole thing up so it doesn't feel so humiliating. Don't worry, just eat up, Rainelle. He's even rebranding the presentation. We turn the bugs into flowers for your sake, he says, holding out a spoonful with a cheerful say, ah tilde. She takes the bite, melting a little. Ah tilde, thanks. Thank you, Camute, she beams. I'm going to eat plenty and get nice and healthy. And that, weirdly enough, is where things start to spiral. Because word of Camute's little bug hunting spree somehow blows its way through the entire palace. Next thing you know, bug collecting is officially the hottest new noble pastime, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is bug collecting. Nobles who have never done a lick of manual labor in their lives are out here in full gear, nets in hand, dead serious about winning. I won't lose either, one competitor declares, sweating buckets over what is, again, a bug hunt. The eventual winner, the reformed ex-assassin, said Aaron, who shrugs the whole thing off like it was nothing. Turns out he cheated with his shadow ability the entire time, and everyone else is left standing there, jaws on the floor, completely robbed. It's an entire summer of chaos. Somewhere in the background, one nobleman just kicks back with a glass of wine, hollering, I refuse to lose, at absolutely nobody. But for once, the whole palace is united behind one single, noble goal, catching bugs for Rainelle. Because by this point, she's not just eating for herself anymore, she's got an egg to look after too. Camute even starts reading to the egg. Yes, prenatal education for a literal egg, and somehow it works for him. Weeks drift by in this ridiculous, cozy little bubble of happiness. Then one quiet night, curled up together in the nest, something changes. Rainelle jolts awake, nudging him urgently. Camute. He stirs immediately. Yeah, he says, voice tight, I feel it too, our child. The egg starts glowing, cracks spiderwebbing across its golden shell. It's about to wake up, she gasps, watching the shell splinter further. Camute pulls her into a tight, grateful embrace. You've worked so hard until now, Rainelle. No, she whispers back, you did too, but... They both stare down at the cracking egg, the same question hanging in the air. Will it be a crow or a wolf? Who knows? Camute murmurs with a small smile because apparently even he isn't sure, and we're all just going to have to wait to find out. Before she ever grew feathers, our narrator lived a totally normal life. She was a zookeeper. Every day on the job meant something wild, because she watched all kinds of animals get born into the world. Chicks, cubs, even baby giraffes, every single one of them cried differently and grew up in its own weird way. She kept notes on every birth, right down to a baby bear's weight, because watching new life show up never got old for her. Every time she watched something new come into the world, her chest would get all warm and fuzzy for no reason she could explain. Yeah, she was thrilled with her career choice, and honestly, who wouldn't be? Time passed, and after way too many chaotic incidents to count, she ended up right here, standing beside him. And this is where our story actually kicks off, because something big is about to happen. Watch this, an egg is cracking open in a burst of pure golden light. Deep in the nest, whatever is hatching is already fighting its way out. And then it bursts free, wings and all, tearing out of that shell with a crack that echoes through the whole room. Except it is not a crow at all, it is a scrappy little wolf pup, already baring its teeth like it owns the place. The new parents just freeze, completely stunned at what they're looking at. This is the child born the instant that egg cracked open, and the new mother can barely find her words. "He is so much lovelier than we could have ever imagined," she whispers, reaching for him. "Hey, baby." She scoops him up close, thanking him for coming into their lives like the ultimate gift. Beaming from ear to ear, she promises him Mom will. Later, holding his own little family close, the new father lets his mind drift somewhere darker. He remembers a time when his own family felt like something out of a dream. A golden, happy household, exactly the kind you only read about in storybooks. But it all came crashing down fast, and someone he loved walked away and vanished from his life for good. He was left behind, plain and simple. And the one responsible for tearing it all apart was eventually swallowed by his own corruption and wiped out by karma itself. So really, there is only one living relative left who still shares his blood. A girl he barely knows anymore, glimpsed only from behind in his own memory. But right now, standing beside him, he has an entirely new family of his own. A family that only exists because he chose it, and because he was chosen right back. "Our child," he asks her softly, "do you want to hold him?" He hesitates for a second, nerves written all over his face. Their hands reach out together for the tiny bundle. She lets out a startled little yelp the second she feels those wings shift in her arms. An unfamiliar cry catches in her throat, and suddenly she cannot breathe right. Thank you for coming to my side, both of you," she says, half laughing that this much warmth might actually crush her. The pup lets out a tiny whimper, and she realizes she finally knows the name for this feeling. "I love you so much," he chokes out, tears streaming, completely wrecked in the best possible way. She melts into the moment, nuzzling in close. "If this is what love feels like," she says, "I love you too, Camute." He presses a kiss to the baby's head, and the little one lets out a happy squeak. "Won't you give our child a name?" he asks her. "I want him named by whatever you choose," she tells him, grinning at the pup's little face. Since his eyes shine gold just like yours," she says, thinking it over. "Let's borrow a name from a god back in my old world, the god of the sun," she decides, tracing his tiny hand. The pup practically glows, wings spreading wide like he already knows he's something special. "Let's name him Helleyes," she decides. "What a great name," he agrees. He nuzzles the newborn, testing the name out loud. Helleyes. Congratulations pour in from across the realm, welcoming him into the world. Everyone, from his parents down to the whole empire, promises to love and bless this kid. That night the palace grounds glow with quiet celebration. Even the sky itself seems to be in on it, sparkling overhead. Stars keep flickering to life, one after another. Something catches her eye and she gasps. "Camute," she calls out, pointing up at the sky. "Look up there, so many shooting stars are falling." They stand together, jaws dropped, taking in the whole show. It is almost like Aelin herself is up there, congratulating them on Helleyes' birth. "Right?" she laughs, awestruck by those massive glowing wings filling the sky. She hugs their baby close, giddy with joy. "Yup," he agrees, still staring up in disbelief. "It's so beautiful," she breathes out. Light rains down over the entire city, like the whole empire is being blessed at once. Word spreads fast, and the streets fill with balloons and celebration for the new prince. Nobles and royalty alike send in stacks of gifts to mark the occasion. And then there is the crowd that gets a little too excited about it. The prince is definitely a divine creature, someone gushes, hands clasped like they're praying. Camute's bloodline as the sacred golden wolf, combined with Rainelle's power as the true monarch of birds. There is no doubt someone with unprecedented strength has just been born. Divine creatures had all but vanished from this empire. But now that a new one exists, evil won't dare touch this empire again, one noble declares, while a certain researcher can barely sit still. "I chose the right career after all. So, can I maybe just do a little research?" he begs, practically vibrating with excitement. "I won't hurt him, I'll just observe," he insists, reaching in, huffing like a kid at a candy store. Some people really cannot hide their self-interest. Somebody has to physically hold back the resident research nut before things get out of hand. "She means well, she's just obsessed with research, I swear," someone apologizes on her behalf mid-struggle. The troublemaker gets hauled off in record time. Honestly, not surprised, that's just Grandma Murden for you, Rainelle laughs. Still, it is a relief nobody actually got hurt. He's no ordinary child, Camute points out, but we've got someone around here who knows divine creatures inside and out. And if Grandma Murden ever tries anything, Granny Hempel will shut it down, so I'm not worried, he adds, and they both crack up laughing. Rainelle laughs it off, then lets out a huge yawn. Guess it's from meeting so many new people lately, she says, but I've just been so tired. All right, let's get you to bed, he says, scooping her up. You'll feel better once you sleep. So here is the question nobody wants to ask out loud. After Helleyes was born, nothing was medically wrong with Rainelle, and yet she kept sleeping more and more. 12 hours, then 15, the numbers just kept climbing. Camute sits with her, throat tight, watching helplessly. Now the time she actually spends awake in a day barely adds up to a single hour. She sleeps on, peaceful and unaware, while he searches for answers. It reminds him of something awful, an old tree slowly withering away. Branches gone bare, the last leaves quietly letting go. We open on a quiet night in the palace, a woman with rose-pink hair hunched over a desk, quills scratching away at a diary by candlelight. She's been keeping a record of everything that's happened these past few days, and none of it is good. The whole palace has gone heavy with dread, she writes, like everyone's forgotten how to breathe easy. Because Rainelle has fallen into some kind of sleep nobody can explain, and every examination has come back clean. Holy power says she's fine, magic says the same, and no, this time she is definitely not pregnant. Not a demonic curse either. Camute looks unraveled, hair a mess, staring down a mystery nobody's ever seen before. Healing prayers, healing magic, none of it makes so much as a dent. Even the spirit stone that once yanked Rainelle back from the brink of death is doing absolutely nothing this time. The whole room's gathered around her bed, and all anyone can manage is just what are we supposed to do. And the bad news doesn't stop there. Our diary writer claps a hand over her mouth at whatever comes next. Something small and quiet, curled up right beside Rainelle, has started slipping away too. That's Mui, Rainelle's spirit companion, and her tiny glowing form is fading right before everyone's eyes. See, ever since Rainelle truly woke up, Mui had climbed all the way up to a high-ranked spirit. A life force stronger than any ordinary spirit should have, which turns out to be exactly the problem. Whatever's happening to her master is echoing straight through her, quietly, and it isn't stopping. Mui's whole existence is starting to blink out, like a candle running low. Watching Mui fade, it clicks. Something's gone seriously wrong with Rainelle's life force itself, and nobody can fix it. Camute kneels by the bed, reaching out to the fading little spirit resting on his wife's chest. Life force, he mutters, the pieces finally clicking together in his head. Mui nuzzles up close to him, offering the one clue she's got left to give. When Rainelle saved her, Mui explains she didn't just cast a spell, she handed over her own life force. A vision unfolds, Mui glowing radiant, Camute kneeling before her, watching the memory play out again. A single glowing tear slips loose from an outstretched hand, proof of exactly what it cost her. Camute's hands fly to his face, the weight of it finally landing all at once. Why did you do that, Rainelle? If extending his life means losing her like this, was it even worth it? We flash back, Rainelle, weak in her human form, murmuring that there was no point in her living anyway. Camute's there in an instant, gripping the bed, calling out her name like it might anchor her in place. She manages, eyes barely open, I don't regret saving you. If you'd been in my position, she says, you would have handed over your life force a dozen times over, wouldn't you? He takes her hand, there's nothing left to say to that because she's not wrong. If I die young, I know you'd follow right after me, she admits, so I'm doing everything I can to hang on as long as possible. That's what's happening to me right now, she tells him, think of it as me hibernating like the other animals do, buying myself a little more time. That, she says, is exactly the kind of sleep this is, not the end, just a very long pause. Back in the present, Camute sits alone with that memory, calling it a ray of light in all this hopeless dark. She was telling him not everything was lost, that giving up was never on the table. Hearing it all over again in his head, he finds his will to fight back. He gives the order, find a way to save Rainelle, doesn't matter what it takes. The command echoes out through the entire palace, urgent and absolute. Another memory surfaces, an old promise, chains and all. Can I ask you one thing, my lady? If, like the other crows, you have to leave on your final journey sooner than the rest of us, what will you do? The question hangs there, impossible to answer honestly. I won't just let these moments pass me by, he vows, not when every single one of them is precious. Elsewhere, our diarist sits alone by candlelight again, turning the same worries over and over. Her hand hovers over the page, the words not quite coming easily tonight. She admits it plainly, no special power, no great wisdom like the others chasing a cure. So she can't be the one to pull off some miracle and wake Rainelle up herself. Still, lantern in hand, she heads out into the halls anyway. Somebody's got to keep moving. She crosses paths with one of the court's mages along the way, the two exchanging a quiet nod. A hand closes around a door handle, faint sparks of magic still clinging to the frame. At the very least, she resolves, until everyone else finds a real method. She'll keep doing the one thing she actually can, showing up every single night. Down the hall, a little wolf pup whines beside an empty spot on the bed. Don't worry, Prince, she soothes, reaching for him. Yes, that Prince, Rainelle and Camute's own. She scoops him up, promising him his mother will wake up soon. He is, frankly, adorable. A hand rests gently on the bed beside Rainelle. His Majesty, everyone insists, will handle it. Camute, seen from behind, bathed in golden light, carries that weight without a word. He'll definitely find a way, the whispers around the palace go. Faith runs deep here. Meanwhile, Camute's apologizing to a very patient Marquis, whose wedding keeps getting bumped for a very good reason. Rainelle just shrugs it off. No, Your Majesty, priorities, right? Back at the bedside, her devoted maid keeps spoon-feeding Rainelle, gentle as ever. Say ah. Rainelle does have one request though. Once Rainelle's better, send him and his fiancée on a nice long honeymoon. Deal, Camute says, I'll even cover the travel costs. Then it's straight back to business, progress report time. How's the magician's research coming? Unfortunately, not much progress at all. Rainelle's just too unique a case, Rainelle admits. There's no precedent anywhere for this. Even Lord Murden's stumped. Out in the gardens, he and Rainelle's grandmother keep digging with Impel's help, coming up empty. The crows keep circling, keep searching, drifting through the autumn leaves without answers. A hand reaches out toward one of them, hoping for some flicker of insight. We birds don't fully understand it either, the grandmother admits. Just an old instinct, a duty passed down about that existence. Rainelle delivers a report to Camute and the grandmother. Has their empress basically become something close to a god? Because to refill a life force like hers, you'd need power on an almost unimaginable scale. A surge of blue magic ripples out, one of the court's spiritualists channeling everything he's got just to test the theory. A hand reaches into that light, grasping for whatever answer might be hiding inside it. Vast power, Camute repeats, turning the phrase over like it might crack open a solution. Rainelle lays it out straight. Forbidden magic or the raw power of the demonic realm, those are the options on the table. The most realistic path involves black magic and sacrificing countless lives, which is exactly why nobody's touched it yet. What about the heavenly realm then? Camute asks, grasping for anything less monstrous. Same story there too, Rainelle explains. Heavenly power is just the demonic realm's mirror image, opposite side of the same coin. Worse, on that side the sacrifices have to be willing, which makes it an even harder ask than mass slaughter. Camute sits alone on his throne, something cold and resolved settling over his face. One way or another, he decides, I need to become a tyrant. That's exactly why nobody else could find a way through this. I can't just keep hoping for some perfect, painless option to fall in my lap. Realistically, I don't have many choices left. His face goes half dark, half lit, the last of his hesitation burning off. Like Bupello's did, he tells himself, I can disgracefully bow to my own desires if that's what it takes. A vision rises around him. Rainelle, alive and human, wrapped in his arms right there on the throne. Give up on Rainelle, the vision seems to demand of him. cape and fur billowing in impossible light. Somewhere in the palace at night, someone can't believe what they just heard. "Are you serious, Your Majesty?" Namiel presses him for details. They have no idea how long this could take. Is Camute really fine with that? Camute doesn't even blink. He's fine with people calling him selfish over this. Let them call him a tyrant who doesn't care about the Empire too, he says. He's already made peace with the backlash. He and Rainelle have bled for this empire more than once already, so just this one time. He pictures her chained and fading, wings clipped by whatever's draining her life. That image alone is why he can't just sit still. Just this once, he says. He wants to do something purely for Rainelle, and he already knows who he wants at his side, Knight Garlinos. He asks Garlinos flat out, "Won't you regret following someone like me?" Garlinos doesn't hesitate for a second. He pledged his allegiance to this man a long time ago, and that isn't changing now. Straight into hell if it comes to that, he adds. That's how far he's willing to go. That's all Camute needed to hear. "Let's go," he says together. Before slipping into the night, Camute hands the whole empire off to one man, Namiel. Namiel takes the weight of it without a word, just a solemn nod as leaves scatter around him. He watches the two men vanish into the dark, already carrying an empire on his shoulders. His only send-off is a quiet wish for a successful battle. Everything's a blur of white petals and soft light, like waking up from somewhere deep inside a dream. Somewhere far off, a voice keeps calling her name over and over. "Rainelle, Rainelle. Open your eyes for me just for a second," the voice begs. She can barely tell whose voice it even is or if her body still listens to her. Camute leans in close, pulling something small and glowing from his coat. "Look what I found for you," he says. He admits he's not even sure this will work, but she feels a strange pull toward it anyway, like every cell in her has been waiting for exactly this. After turning over every option he had, this is the one thing he's sure could actually refill her fading life force. What is that, she wonders, watching the light fill the whole room. Some instinct she can't explain pulls her hand toward it anyway. She lets it touch her skin, and the light sinks straight in. A surge of light floods through her all at once. Camute's voice cracks with panic. "Rainelle, are you?" Her eyes flutter open and land right on him. "Camute," she breathes. She admits she's not fully back to 100%. But she genuinely feels so much better. Camute nearly melts with relief right there. He's just glad the whole thing actually worked. That glowing little rock she just swallowed, a Croban rock. Camute admits this wasn't even his first idea. It took him a long while to land on it. And honestly, there wasn't much evidence to go on either. But he refused to stop searching. The last thing he wanted was to end up twisted and corrupted like Bupello's had been. And giving up on Rainelle was never on the table. Right when he needed it most, an idea finally clicked. A completely different approach. Something built for crows from the very beginning, something with so much raw power that even a totally different species could awaken just from touching it. A rock that could turn any crow who ate it into something close to a god. If that's really what a Croban rock could do, wouldn't that same power be enough to refill Rainelle's fading life force? Best of all, without anyone else having to pay the price for it. There was just one small problem standing in his way. Croban rocks are ridiculously rare and next to impossible to track down. Still, he refused to call it a lost cause. He had one vague hunch to chase, tracing back to the night their son Helleyes was born. That night, he and Rainelle had watched blue shooting stars streak across the sky together. Rainelle had joked it almost looked like Aelin herself was congratulating them on the baby. He never quite shook that comment. He'd never even met Aelin, but he refused to believe someone who fought that hard to protect this world would just stand by and watch Rainelle die. So he simply followed the direction he remembered those shooting stars falling. And at the end of that trail, waiting for him was the answer. On the way home from that find, luck struck twice more. They stumbled onto 2 additional Croban rocks. By then Camute was sure of it. Those shooting stars really had been Aelin scattering Croban rocks across the world herself. For once, he set the whole ruling an empire thing aside and just did what he wanted. Turns out that gamble paid off. Back home, word of the discovery spreads fast. Rainelle's all healed. Someone squeals, barely able to contain herself. She's practically floating with relief at the news. Not so fast, someone cuts in, not completely area. The experts agree after surviving something that huge, Rainelle still needs time to recover her strength. So once she'd absorbed the first Croban rock, the plan was to wait for her to work through the rest of them too. Everyone just gathered around, hoping she'd feel better soon. Arya can't help but think about how far she's come since landing in this world. After crash landing into a world that wasn't hers, Rainelle was the very first friend she made here. Without her, Arya admits, neither she nor Namiel might have made it to where they are today. Then let's wait it out together, Arya, Rainelle had told her once, so please. Hurry up and get that life force back, Arya silently begs. She wants that happy ending for every last one of them. She refuses to be the one left happy, while Rainelle gets left behind. Back at her side, Rainelle finally says it. She's ready. Can Camute hand over the rest of the Croban rocks? He offers them without a second of hesitation. Eat as much as you need, he tells her. She thanks him quietly and takes them. Even she has to admit she's nervous this time. A third Croban rock is not exactly a normal snack. In the old prophecy she remembers, plenty of people had eaten one, even Camute himself once ate a second. But nobody, anywhere, has ever gone for a third. Still, something tells her this one's about to do more than just top off her life force. She swallows it anyway. Something else is coming with it, she can just feel it. The whole palace seems to hold its breath. Then the power hits and it does not hold back. Light rips through the tower in waves. Camute staggers, gritting through it. This energy, what is this? He's at her side in seconds, begging her to just hear him, please. Respond, Rainelle, he shouts, sprinting through the chaos. He doesn't slow down for a second. Massive black wings erupt out of the light, feathers glittering like they are made of stardust. The wingspan just keeps unfolding. Her eyes burn violet straight through the storm of light. More feathers unfurl, this time streaked with gold. She hangs in midair, crowned in both black and gold wings at once, like two different miracles decided to share one body. Everyone just stares speechless, wow. But that much raw power loose in the air is a problem. If nobody absorbs it, it's going somewhere it shouldn't. Something small and winged suddenly bolts through the room, and Nadia shrieks. Camute's blood runs cold. Prince, no, that's dangerous. But the little thing dives straight into the surge anyway. Camute screams his name again, completely powerless to stop it. The light swallows everything for a long, terrifying moment. Then just as suddenly it goes still. The grand hall settles back into an eerie quiet. Nobody dares to move. Then a familiar little voice comes barreling around the corner. Mom Tilda. Everyone freezes on the spot. Rainelle's jaw drops, hell eyes. Their son bounds straight into her arms, completely oblivious to the panic he just caused. Turns out that little winged troublemaker was Hell Eyes. He'd apparently soaked up all her overflow energy and transformed on the spot. Rainelle's already checking him over head to toe. Is he okay? Namiel and the healers rush in to run every test they can think of. Thankfully, the little guy turns out to be perfectly fine. As a bonus, Namiel notes with a smile he finally got to see Mui back in her proper, stable form too. With everything settled, Rainelle confirms it herself, her life force is fully, completely back. And there's Mui floating around happy and fluffy as ever, like none of that chaos ever happened. For a second, it really does look like the happy ending everyone was chasing. Except there's still one loose end nobody's mentioned yet. Now that she thinks about it, Arya points out there's still one more Croban rock sitting around. The very last one Camute brought back from that whole journey. So naturally, every eye in the room turns to Rainelle. Are you really going to eat that one too? Her brain short-circuits on the spot. 3 Croban rocks in one lifetime is already a personal record she never asked for. In the end, that last rock gets handed off for research instead, and Granny Murden walks away thrilled with a brand new specimen to study. Arya just laughs at her, teasing that Rainelle's clearly never going to have a boring, accident-free life. Yeah, honestly, Rainelle admits with a grin, chaos might just be her destiny at this point. But strangely, whatever comes next, she doesn't feel scared of it anymore. She thinks back to how alone she used to be. Just her, alone in her old zookeeper life. And Camute, alone in his own gilded cage of a palace. Arya and Namiel too, each carrying their own version of alone. All of them once upon a time completely on their own. But now, they're standing together, having clawed through every disaster side by side. Little moments like this one make all of it worth it. From here, the plan is simple. Face whatever comes, deal with it fast, and just keep living each day like it matters. So that someday, whoever writes their story down won't have anything to be embarrassed about. Even the little things like where they finally put that golden crow statue become part of the life they're building together. Piece by piece, their story starts coming together like a painting. One meant to be read with a smile, thanks to everything they fought for. History would remember it plainly. Balfric Ebel de Hefis, who awakened the wolf's blood, was the son of Emperor Camute and the monarch of all birds, Empress Rainelle. Their boy grew up a divine creature carrying sacred blood in his veins. And their emperor kept the empire standing through danger after danger for the rest of his reign. History would remember him as one of the great, wise rulers of his age. And on that note, the curtain finally falls on their story. But hold on, because the story's got one last trick up its sleeve. Cut to somewhere that looks suspiciously like a modern-day zoo, complete with a cheerful "Beware of Savage Beast" sign. A little crowd gathers by the fence, whispering about whether they should go grab a zoo worker. Inside that enclosure, some poor guy is losing his mind, cursing out that damned old man Bupellos for using him right up to the very end. He vows revenge through gritted teeth, completely unaware the crowd outside is already filming him for YouTube, convinced this clip is about to go viral. He pauses, something about all of this feels oddly, uncomfortably familiar. Then he turns around and comes face to face with a very large, very unimpressed bear. Wah, what the? He drops straight to his knees, completely blindsided. "Just where am I?" he yells at the sky. "Honestly, buddy, same question a certain crow once asked." Back with our actual happy couple, the curtain drops one final time, this time for real.